And the fighting Terra is going to give you a better matchup into something like the Sneasler. You're going to resist the close combat if you do Terrastalize, so that's also a big deal.
Yeah, you're losing the weakness there, which can be really impactful. Yeah, of course, Sneasler, one of the best things at picking off our Chalodons with the close combat.
I'm looking at my poison matchup, ignore me.
I mean, it's still good, right? You're losing the weakness to fighting, which is
okay.
important.
It's still better matchup in Terra, but it doesn't give you the resist, like I said, because I can't read. But you know what I do know is that we're getting into this game, and so let's start off with game number 1 between Christopher Hahn and Justin Miranda Radbird. We've got the Ursaluna and the Dragonite here for Christopher, and the Ursaluna Sneasler for Justin.
Both Ursalunas like rearing up on their hind legs at the same time is really funny because they are staring each other down directly.
Which one would be taller?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. We'll have to do some science
consult the
experiments.
Pokédex later.
There we go. I think the Sneasler here, typically solid into a lead situation like this, especially with the Focus Sash. And if Focus Sash does get consumed, you get the Speed Boost with Unburden. Unfortunately, just the scale shot from Dragonite that's its main strength, is being able to KO Sneasler through that Focus Sash. So not the best position for it to be in right off the bat.
Terrestrialization committed right away, and that's going to go directly onto the Ursaluna that Christopher has. So with that Ghost Terra, I mean, that's going to be really nice to get through some of these fighting type attacks. You've got the Sneasler across the way, and so that's really one way, but the Throat Chop, just to be able to read that instantly. What a great source of super effective damage into that Pokemon. It's not nearly enough to be able to get the knockout, and so this Dragonite is going to be able to do a good chunk to the opposing Ursaluna, but this Bloodman Ursaluna is still going to be faster. Then you have this Dragonite a little bit later, not going to have a special defense drop, but oh, look at this. Headlong Rush into their Ursaluna. It's actually still not enough to get the KO. Oh my goodness.
What an insane read from Justin there right off the bat. Blood Moon comes through, and with that special defense drop from Headlong Rush, will be knocked out immediately. And unfortunately, just wasn't enough damage with that Headlong Rush without the Guts boost. But that Throat Chop was a massive read there from Justin to guarantee that damage is thrown there into that Ursaluna from Christopher.
That's a very unusual. You would kind of like always expect that the Ursaluna would move, like the Blood Moon Ursaluna would move first. Usually we'd see them be a little bit naturally speedy, especially because you see Trick Room as an option for Christopher's team. I was a little bit surprised to see that Ursaluna actually be able to get the Headlong Rush off first. So it ended up doing something.
Yeah, and that might be kind of an indication of how this team has evolved, right? You have the Dragonite with the Tailwind. You have the option to lean into the fast mode, and maybe that's how Christopher has trained his own Ursaluna. The benefit of this turn, even though you did lose your Ursaluna and your Terrestrialization, is that you didn't consume the Focus Sash on Sneasler. You still have the option to go for the Scale Shot into that slot and knock it out without activating Unburden. And of course, the Blood Moon Ursaluna is now very weak. We do see the Vacuum Wave. It can opt to break either the Focus Sash or the Multiscale before it goes down, but Pelipper should be able to take a KO with a Weather Ball, while the Dragonite goes for a Scale Shot, but actually, no, it's not.
No, the Protect is because it is under a pretty big threat, but the Sneasler feels the same way. And we will just see both of these big offensive pieces go for the Protect, and that is going to keep this Dragonite safe from having its multi-scale broken by the Vacuum Wave. But the Weather Ball, imagine if Christopher was able to land that damage into the Blood Moon Ursaluna instead. It is so low, but now threatens the same thing here. A Vacuum Wave either into the Dragonite or the Pelipper to break that defensive capability it has.
I think that's a smart play from both trainers. You know, protecting the Sneasler, make sure that you get at least one more turn with it going down, you know, throughout the rest of this game. Ursaluna trying to break the multi-scale of Dragonite makes a lot of sense because Dragonite's a little bit harder to take down than Pelipper, and breaking the Focus Sash means a little bit less when you're only doing a few HP points of damage here. I think you're still in a bit of a tough spot if you're Justin, despite that first turn, because you are under threat of a double KO here.
Vacuum Wave into the Pelipper breaks the Focus Sash, so it doesn't have it anymore in the Scale Shot.
Oh, no.
It's going to miss the Sneasler. That is a big attack to have missed onto such a huge threat to your team. At least the Weather Ball is going to land, but had the Scale Shot gone first, he would have broken the Focus Sash and would have secured the knockout onto the Sneasler. Now Justin has the Ursaluna and Sneasler left to fire off attacks before they go down.
Well, I guess the nice part of that turn, despite Scale Shot missing, is that you didn't actually consume the Focus Sash, so it no longer will work because Sneasler's not at full HP, but it didn't get used up, so the Unburden boost is not active, and Dragonite will still get to attack first.
So Dragonite decides to target into the Blood Moon Ursaluna instead, so that is a knockout secured by Christopher. Both Ursaluna are out. I guess the Moon has decided to go away for the time being. And Christopher's going to get a nice speed boost as a reward for getting that KO as well, using the Scale Shot. Dark Claw into the Pelipper is going to finish off its HP as well. So Christopher down to his final two Pokemon with the Dragonite and whatever the fourth and final is in the back. And Justin's able to bring in another Pokemon. Here's the Archaludon for Christopher. He's going to need to get a lot of mileage out of this Pokemon, and especially because the Sneasler is still up.
And we do see the Golden Go in the back for Justin too. I think the Amoonguss bring here is a lot smarter. The Archaludon is Christopher's kind of last way to damage the Golden Go meaningfully, because Scale Shot being the only attacking option on Dragonite means you only have resisted damage. And bringing in Amoonguss now gives you a couple turns to possibly get some mileage out of this Amoonguss before you have to bring in Golden Go, which is the kind of the only thing that this Archaludon really wants to be targeting anymore.
Stellar Terrestrialization in action as Sneasler is going to use the Terra Orb to get a nice boost to all of his offensive moves. And so with the Rage Powder of the Amoonguss keeping it safe, the Sneasler should be able to get one more attack off. Whereas Archaludon is not stalwart, and so it will not be able to ignore the redirection capabilities of the Amoonguss, and the Dragonite cannot either. So Scale Shot lands into the Amoonguss. It's going to get another speed boost after using that move, but critically its defenses are continuing to fall. -3 defense now for this Dragonite as the close combat is going to run into the Archaludon. A nice one-hit KO for the Sneasler, and now this Dragonite is all by itself to try to pick up the win in this game number 1 for Christopher.
And that's the power of the Stellar Terrestrialization. A lot of Sneasler don't have the option to boost up the power of their own close combats because they are more focused on defense, but Stellar to boost the power of Throat Chop and Dire Claw and close combat all one time each means that that KO into Archaludon is pretty much confirmed. A lot of times people can train their Archaludons to survive that attack once.
It's gonna have to be
One more, you could attack for this. Just the best pennies there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GM
Close
power.
combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Chopper Cross gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Wish Cash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Good morning, trainers, and welcome back to the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. It is our first regional of the season in our North American region, and it has already been a blast. I am here in the lounge to kick things off for you with my good friends Len Duel and Sierra Dawn. Y'all, what an incredible first day of competition we've had.
So many fun matches, so many incredible teams, and so much more to come.
Yeah, I mean, the start of the regional is always really exciting. You're coming off of the hype of the World Championships. Everyone is fired up, wanting to earn those invitations, wanting to prove that they're the best. And phase one has not disappointed. I cannot wait to start with today.
Absolutely, and let's take a quick look back before we get into our first matches of the day here in phase two on some of the highlights of our first phase of the tournament. And you got to start off with this one. Billy Brown, previously one of the best trainers to never be seen on our broadcast, showing off why all of the competitors, he's your favorite Pokemon player's favorite Pokemon player.
We heard him say in the interview, this is not a core part of the game plan, right? You're not building for Greninja, Water Shuriken into Annihilate, but it's an amazing tool to have, to be able to ramp up that damage so quickly, get Rage Fist off fast, and do it with a Pokemon that's providing so much other utility to the team, too.
And it was so cool to be able to see like William Brown, Billy on the broadcast for the first time, but then we didn't really get to see him play for too long considering how strong this Greninja team was, which is, I feel like a statement I didn't expect to say over the weekend, but being able to see the utility, whether it's powering up something like that Annihilate, which did get further boosted by the, the Defiant drop, to really allow the partner Pokemon to shine was crazy. Like that KO, Len?
One-hit KO through multi-scale.
And this setup for it, too, taunting the Mousehold to force the switch and then calling that switch and using Rage Fist. Mousehold would have been immune to it, but knowing that Mousehold now needs to leave the field, and you get a massive one-hit KO into multi-scale Dragonite.
Yeah, incredibly well played there by Billy, and of course we will see more of Billy here in phase two. Let's take a look at one of our other highlights from our first phase of the tournament here. We have our match between Mezi Email versus Chuppa Cross the Fourth, and Mezi put on a clinic here. This Terra Fairy Mousehold put in so much work and just blocked all of the options that Chuppa Cross had.
Yeah, just single-handedly put Chuppa in such a positioning bind. the fairy terrestrialization, meaning the Dragonite can't touch it, and then this taunt into the Mousehold on the other side, meaning that Mousehold's not going to be doing much, leaving Chumpa with really no options to deal with this Golden Go that takes the opportunity to get this nasty plot up.
Yeah, a Golden Go next to a partner is just absolutely dangerous. You see the nasty plots, and I mean, the momentum it was able to take. But Mousehold as that perfect partner with the Terrestrialization was so cool to see because, yeah, that's so well poised in the current meta.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mezzy was scheming there. You saw that
Diabolical.
nasty plot. That Golden Go just went off after it got that nasty plot, just running over that team. Now let's take a look at one of our new up-and-coming Masters Division phenoms. Justin Miranda Radbird has made it into the Masters Division. This was the first turn of his first game on stream and his first tournament as a Master.
And this turn shows matchup prep. This shows knowing what plays you can make, what plays your opponent might walk right into. With the Ghost Terrestrialization to make Throat Chop super effective, being able to take this double up of the Scale Shot and the Headlong Rush into your own Ursaluna safely and get the damage off to then take, later in the turn, a massive KO onto this Ursaluna and a big lead, like you say, one turn into your first stream set. And doing it at 6-1, having such an amazing day.
Yeah, and to be able to see, because obviously going into this year, we now have some really strong seniors that are now aged up into the Masters Division. I know we're all feeling old over here, having to witness this, but I think it's really, really cool, right? Because I feel like there's going to be pressure when you have so many accomplishments within a different age division to really be able to keep that going. But yeah, what a strong match, 8-1 on day one, and a lot of other really strong trainers as well.
Yeah, and here you can see our current Swiss rankings for our Masters Division. Jeremy Cote is still undefeated. Called his shot yesterday, wants to go undefeated in Swiss, and is still well on his way to do so at 9-0, our only remaining undefeated player.
Only one win away from qualifying for the top cut already with 3 rounds left to play, so I expect to see a little bit more of him today.
And I mean, there was a couple of people that did go undefeated on that phase 1 as well. Jeremy, of course, being one of them. Marcus Dion and Ofamezi as well at those 8-0s. You know, maybe the first round of today wasn't, in their favor, but still, I think favorites to be able to make the runs.
Absolutely. They're all players that we would expect to see later on in the tournament. That was really an incredible list of players at 8-1 or better, and those players all have a really good shot of making it into our top cut. They will, of course, need to get 10 wins to do so, and that starts with our next round of Swiss. For those of you who are just catching up to the tournament, here's a little bit about how this whole thing works. After we get through our broadcast information, go follow us on Pokemon.com/broadcast and follow us on YouTube and Twitch. Click that follow the channel so you know what to do. And anyway, here we go. Let's get right into the action. We have our format here so you know exactly what's going to happen today.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This 2-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open teamless format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Well, thanks, Rosemary. I couldn't have said it better myself. Hope you are all so excited for what is ahead for day 2 of the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. This is Jake Muller.
And I'm Jake Muller.
And we're so excited to be here to get you through this first round of Swiss of the day. Our competitors have been raring to go and have already gotten through their first round. And so let's go ahead and get right into the next Swiss round. For phase 2 of our competition, we've got a couple of amazing matches here. Mezzi, one of our undefeated players yesterday, is going up against Justin Tang, a multi-regional champion. Justin Miranda Radbird is going to be facing off against Matt Tidd, but I also am looking at William Brown versus Chupa Cross and Kalen Brown versus Joshua Lorsey. That's 2 just all-star matches right there.
Yeah, so many incredible matches out on the floor in this third round of our second phase of Swiss. Round 11 overall, so we are getting to the very end of our Swiss phase of this tournament, but we will be showing Jeremy Cote against Ben Grismer. Jeremy is the only undefeated player remaining left in the tournament. He is 9-0 so far, and if he wins this match, he will lock himself a spot in the top cut portion of the tournament. Ben at 8-1 will still have to win 2 more, but getting a win in this round will put him in a really good spot.
I could play a little spoiler here if we want to get into it, but for both of them, they have very different looks to their teams. Taking a look at Jeremy's, we got a chance to see Jeremy on stream yesterday, but in case you missed it, it is going to be more about those good Pokemon. So you've got Blood Moon, Ursaluna, Sneasler, Golden Go, which is the highest usage Pokemon in the entire tournament, and who cannot forget about Incineroar. Alongside this, Alolan Ninetales to be able to set the weather, and also just have incredibly strong Blizzards. You've got the Rillaboom as well that's also going to help you have double Fake Out and make sure that you've got your balance pieces just so you can set up for the nasty plots on the Golden Go or the Sword Stances on the Sneasler.
That Sword Stance Sneasler is a really cool set. We did just see it succeed in Frankfurt last weekend, and it's doing very well here. Again, the only undefeated trainer and the only undefeated team left in our tournament. You have the option to boost your attack, which is not something trainers often account for when you're facing down a Sneasler, and that fighting and flying coverage is very, very strong. Sneasler can often struggle against some Pokemon that maybe have a better matchup into both fighting and poison type attacks, but by dropping Dire Claw, which still breaks my brain a little bit, not having Dire Claw feels so weird, but adding the acrobatics and the Terra Flying, you get a lot of damage output with that Sword Stance. It's also that Yon Blood Moon Ursaluna set that's been popping up again. The Terra Electric, a cool defensive option with the Leftovers and Yon combining with Protect for a little bit of stalling out while players get put to sleep.
And the Alolan Ninetales has Disable.
Yeah.
That was something else we got a chance to see in action with the Disable. Like we've got Encore as well that has been such a great supportive choice, which is not on this team, but the Disable specifically can really help you if you're against something that's going to have a choice item, much like the choice band on the Tyranitar or the choice scarf on this Indeedee male.
If you remember our cooking or cooked segments from yesterday, I think Ben is a player known to be very firmly in the cooking category most of the time that they're building teams, and this is no exception. There are some standard pieces there, like the Life Orb, Blood Moon, or Ursaluna, pretty powerful Pokemon that gets used a good amount. Maybe not as often currently, people are more tending towards the Assault Vest in that Leftovers Yon set, but Bren amping up the offense here because he is rocking that Dusclops, which is a great Trick Room setter. A little bit of a throwback to the Sword and Shield days when Dusclops was very popular, but still a very bulky Pokemon with that Eviolite, has access to some really nice support moves in Will-O-Wisp and Pain Split, and of course that consistent damage from Nightshade, which will always be doing exactly 50 damage. Next to that Sneasler, the more common, like Psychic Seed, Unburdened set with the Terra Dark Throat Chop, but the Terra Fighting Terra Blast Indeedee is really cool. I think it gives you an option into Pokemon like King Gambit that can often threaten Indeedee, Tyranitar, which is really good against those Psychic types, and it provides just another look for trainers you have to kind of take into account. I really like the After You as well. Choice Scarf After You will allow your Choice Band Tyranitar or your Life Orb Blood Moon Ursaluna to be attacking first outside of Trick Room if you want to run with that option. So you really got to account for both the very fast and the very slow modes here.
Slow mode available for Ben would give him a huge advantage versus a lot of Jeremy's Pokemon. But you also have this war between an Alolan Ninetales as well as a Tyranitar who will be fighting for the airspace to make sure that they have that control of the weather. So let's let's get into our very first game of Swiss round number 10 in phase 2 of the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. Ben has the Tyranitar and the Excadrill, so sand immediately on the table as Jeremy is going to try to go on the offense with the Golden Go and Incineroar.
Immediately going for that fast and powerful mode with the very fast Sand Rush Excadrill and the Choice Band Tyranitar. Golden Go is very heavily threatened by this Excadrill, but if it can stick around to survive some kind of attack, even get some support from the Intimidate Fake Out Incineroar, the Tyranitar doesn't necessarily want to be taking a Make It Rain. Being the Choice Band said, it probably isn't trained too much in those bulk stats like HP or Special Defense, and so a powerful Life Orb Make It Rain, while a Tyranitar like Lens that is usually very bulky might be able to survive, I'm not sure this one would.
Yeah, this almost is usually pretty necessary so that you don't have to terrasilize the Tyranitar, but even if you do, I don't know if I hate having the terrifying Terra Blast as an option versus any of the other pieces that Jeremy has. There's still a Sneasler or a Rillaboom that could make an appearance, and it will be the Rillaboom that Jeremy has decided to rotate into the field. Setting that grassy terrain will be nice to be able to have that recovery, but also if you were able to do some major damage to this Tyranitar and it would have been able to survive, then you have that terrain control to get that grassy glide later. But Ben's already thinking ahead. Has the Indeedee that is now switched into that Tyranitar's place, so Ben has not only the weather control but the terrain control too.
It's a really nice place to be in for Ben. Not only do you block the Fake Out on that first turn from the Incineroar by swapping in Indeedee, because the Indeedee swapped in after the Rillaboom, the Psychic Terrain is still up. So you're now essentially blocking Fake Out on 2 different turns just by swapping in once, and that's a really powerful position to be in. This Indeedee now threatens some pretty good damage with Expanding Force. Maybe the high horsepower would have not been able to KO the Golden Go because of the Intimidate, but thanks to the Indeedee being able to get some more chip damage with that Expanding Force, possibly a high horsepower combination could knock out this the Golden Go, which could be a really offensive place to be in for Ben. This Rillaboom, still in an okay spot, right? You've got the Assault Vest, you're probably not going to get knocked out this turn, but if you stay in and take too much damage, you risk not being able to swap it out and back in and reactivate that Grassy Seed on Sneasler, which you really need to get that speed advantage to be able to outspeed the Sand Rush Excadrill.
That's where Jeremy has to go on the offensive here. If you want the opportunity to get that Sneasler and Rillaboom on the field together, then you're going to have to probably sacrifice something in order to do that. Or maybe Ben needs to give you the opening so that you can actually make some of those manual switches. But Ben is going to capitalize on the Psychic Terrain with his own Sneasler. Gets it in, gets the Psychic Seed, going to give it a nice special defense boost, and set up this Sneasler with its own Unburden, so it will be able to get these fast attacks off. Now you've got 2 Pokemon on your field if you're Ben that are threatening super effective damage into this Golden Go, and you called it with the Intimidate. A second Intimidate drop is going to make that high horsepower do just about half to this Golden Go, just a little bit more than that, as Golden Go fires off a Make It Rain. Now you could bring in the Rillaboom if you wanted to if you're Jeremy, but you really just need to get as much mileage out of this Golden Go as possible. Both the Sneasler and Excadrill on Ben's side are faster.
The Rillaboom is a little bit of a risky swap here too. If Ben wants to go for a more aggressive play, you could maybe try and throw out an Acrobatics into one of these slots, especially this Golden Go, which I imagine is going to want to be swapping out here just because it's still facing down that Excadrill. The Psychic Terrain is up, so the Fake Out option is not there on this turn for Jeremy, unless he swaps in Rillaboom, but again, you risk the Rillaboom taking a little bit too much damage there. High horsepower, we see, if it was not intimidated at all, would be enough to one-hit KO that Golden Go, which is really important for the strain to keep in mind going forward. And the Sneasler, thanks to that Psychic Seed, really doesn't take too much from that Life Orb Make It Rain, much less damage than you would expect from a Sneasler.
Bit of a safer switch for Jeremy. You don't expect that Ben would try to go for something like a Dire Claw into the Golden Go because it otherwise would have been immune. So the Rillaboom can come in just with the Fake Out as well from the Incineroar to block these Sneasler's attacks. You're also not under a huge threat from this Excadrill, but even at the -2, you've now chipped 2 Pokemon on Jeremy's team to under half HP. That's all going to add up. That's basically a whole Pokemon if you put that damage together.
Pretty much, and especially seeing that Jeremy's final Pokemon is Sneasler. The Incineroar and the Golden Go and the Sneasler are the only 3 things that can be in that Incineroar's current slot. and all of them will be taking super effective damage from that high horsepower. So Excadrill, despite the 2 Intimidates, is still outputting a lot of damage, and it's been a little bit difficult for Jeremy to weather, especially now that Ben has, again, the option to swap in that Indeedee if he really wants to, reset that terrain, get the psychic terrain up, and block any further fake outs. You would have to do that at the expense of either the offensive pressure from Excadrill or the Unburden boost from Sneasler, so that's a little bit of an opportunity cost by going for that play. But if you swap it in DD for Excadrill, for example, you still maintain the Unburden boost, and you threaten a lot of damage with either Close Combat or Dire Claw.
Okay, this could be a very important turn. Jeremy is banking on the fact that this Ghost Terrestrialization will save the Incineroar long enough that it will be able to fire off a super effective Flare Blitz into the Excadrill and at least secure the first KO of the game. But if Ben does not go for close combat into the Incineroar, then, ooh, well, even the Sneasler just gets knocked out to the Grassy Glide anyway. So really great stuff from Jeremy to get that first target down, but now you have to hope that your Incineroar could survive. The Ghost Terrestrialization is good enough to make sure that you will be able to stick around to go for that Flare Blitz, and so Ben gets 2 Pokemon knocked out on this same turn, and Jeremy right now feels much farther ahead.
Great turn from Jeremy there, unless Ben pulled a Justin Marina Rabbit and throat chopped that Terra Ghost Pokemon. I don't think there was any way that Incineroar gets knocked out there. And now you not only have you taken 2 KOs, you importantly have guaranteed yourself control over terrain for the rest of the game. If Jeremy wants to swap out this Rillaboom, he will be able to reset that terrain once it comes back in. Rillaboom now at full HP, or basically full HP, just taking a little bit of chip from the sand damage. Whenever one of these 2 Pokemon on Ben's side of the field terrestrializes, the other will be very vulnerable to something like a priority Grassy Glide once this grassy terrain goes back up.
But that's where the Terra Flying on the Tyranitar can come in super clutch. In this endgame, you're looking at Incineroar's already very low. It also doesn't have the Dark-type immunity to Expanding Force anymore since it terrestrialized away. This Indeedee is going to be super fast. There is not a way for Jeremy to shut down this offensive psychic pressure that this Indeedee is pushing on the field.
If you do get the grassy terrain back up, the threat of damage from Expanding Force does go way down.
But take you 2 turns.
It will, yeah. And unfortunately, Sneasler, even without the Psychic Terrain up, will just get obliterated by a single Expanding Force outside of terrain. So you have to be very careful about when you bring that Sneasler in. The best course of action here, I think, is probably just going to be sacrificing this Golden Go to the offense that's coming out from Ben now, and then trying to win the game with Rillaboom, Sneasler, and back.
It's still tough because if you go for Terra Fly, like, so this is where I think this Sneasler on Jeremy's side, it becomes a bit of a tough ask in this endgame. You've got close combat and acrobatics. You now have this Tyranitar that has gone Terra Flying. The Expanding Force is going to hit first anyway, and while that's enough to pick up the Incineroar and barely misses the KO of the Golden Go, you're still going to have the Tyranitar able to clean up any extra damage onto this Golden Go with anything. You've got so many different moves at your disposal, but since your choice band, you have to lock into something, and Terra Flying is the safest. With the last 2 Pokemon that Jeremy has, one, you already know that there's going to be a Rillaboom taking super effective damage from that, and of the other things that you could see, Ninetales or Saluna, you're still going to be taking good damage from a Terra Blast no matter what, and it's the Sneasler that's the 4th and final, so Ben is definitely very happy about locking into Terra Flying Terra Blast.
Certainly the correct choice from that Tyranitar. The other nice part about that sequence of events for Jeremy is that now he knows what Ben's last 2 Pokemon are locked into. Indeedee will only be using Expanding Force, and Tyranitar will only be using Terra Blast for the remainder of this game because they are both using those choice items. So now you have to decide which you want to fake out, which you want to possibly just double target with a Grassy Glide and attack from Sneasler. The Unburden activating because of the Grassy Seed will allow Sneasler to attack before this Choice Scarf Indeedee, and a combination of like close combat and Grassy Glide might just knock out this Indeedee. I think there's even a chance close combat just does it on its own. This Indeedee is probably not too bulky given that it's a much more offensive variant. And then you have this Rillaboom able to hopefully deal with Tyranitar, but the Terra Flying here is going to be really hard to deal with. That's a really great defensive option right now for Ben, on top of it being super effective into both of Jeremy's Pokemon.
Jeremy right now is opted to go for the fake out into the Tyranitar and a close combat into the Indeedee. It is enough to get the 1-hit knockout, so no more Expanding Forces. Might not be enough with 1 Terra Blast to actually get through this Sneasler. You saw that Grassy Seed give over a defense boost to the Sneasler, and so even if it takes super effective damage from the Terra Flying Terra Blast, that might be enough to keep this Sneasler up for 1 more turn.
I think with the close combat lowering the defense there, you're back to neutral. That's probably going to be enough for the KO with Terra Blast, especially with that choice band on the Tyranitar. That's some damage that people may not be a little bit used to. Maybe we're seeing the Assault Vest a little bit more often, but Acrobatics not doing too much damage here. Tyranitar may still have a little bit more defense left in the tank.
Ooh, but that Wood Hammer actually makes it super close. So Ben has to get the KO onto the Sneasler now. That way you know that you're going to at least deal with one of the bigger threats. You take another close combat or an Acrobatics, you're definitely getting knocked out to the Sneasler. But now you have to deal with the Rillaboom. One more Wood Hammer should knock out this Tyranitar. And unfortunately, because you're a flying type, you're not touching the grassy terrain to get any recovery.
Yeah, that recovery may have been the difference there. I think this Wood Hammer will just barely claim this knockout. I think it's going to be really close.
And it is enough. So Tyranitar is going to get knocked out, and Jeremy wins the first game of this set. Off to such a great start when he knows that a win in this set locks him into top cut for the Pittsburgh Regional Championships.
Really tight endgame there from Jeremy that I think he managed very, very well. Making sure he got that Sneasler in to activate the Unburden only after he was guaranteed to make sure this Indeedee was locked on the field, could not swap back out. You maintain terrain control for the remainder of the game. The combination of the Fake Out and the Unburden activating at the same time, I think, is what got Jeremy that position to claim the win at the end of the game. Even if you got the speed boost from Unburden and then the Psychic Terrain came back in, you maintain that speed boost, but you can no longer go for those priority Grassy Glides or the Fake Outs, even in the terrain. So it was a really important sequence of events there, letting the Incineroar and the Golden Goat go down, so you could then bring in this combination of Rillaboom and Grassy Seed Sneasler to close out the game with just barely enough offense.
Actually, I wonder what would have happened if maybe Ben had locked into After You on the Indeedee instead.
Oh.
If I look back at that turn, there was a very low health Golden Goat that had just switched in. The Incineroar was Terra Ghost. It heavily depends on how fast the Tyranitar is.
Yeah.
But if it's Turbo Tar, it can actually outspeed Incineroar and get the jump on them.
Right.
But it was probably too risky. But with the After You, your Tyranitar's moving first anyway. So if you focus down the Incineroar, then you would still have the After You on the Tyranitar for the next turn to deal with the Golden Go. But then you have the... Yeah,
like the Sneasler with the Unburden should still outspeed Indeedee there.
Yeah,
so you don't even get the chance to After You. It's a little bit tough.
It still doesn't really work out the way that I was thinking. But
yeah. I mean, that's kind of goes to show you how many options you have to cover for, though, especially on a team like Jeremy's. Those 6 Pokemon are pretty standard picks, but the movesets and the abilities and the items on them are really, really cool, and they give them a lot of unique options. The Grassy Seed specifically on Sneasler, I don't know that I saw it at all in that first Regulation Age go-around. If you wanted to use the Unburden set, it was almost always Psychic Seed with Indeedee, even a White Herb, so you can self-activate it with close combat. But now the combination of the Grassy Seed and Rillaboom gives you a little bit more support in the form of that Fake Out with Rillaboom, and the defense boost can be a lot more impactful, especially into a team like Ben's. I think you prefer your defense being boosted over special defense, because the special attackers on Ben's team, that Ursaline and Indeedee, kind of just KO through Psychic Seed anyway, but you get a little bit more insurance against something like Tyranitar.
And as we enter into the second game, it's going to be the Sand Duel, hitting the field again here for Ben as Jeremy brings back out the Incineroar and Golden Go. So both trainers very comfortable with the leads that they made as the decision game number 1, but these back Pokemon could have changed. And also, what's going to happen on this first turn?
Yeah, it's tough here. There's so many options for both of them. That Indeedee swapping in for Ben is always very tempting, just to make sure that you're not getting a Fake Out off. That also could be pretty heavily punished by this Incineroar if Jeremy just tries to go for a more offensive move, like a Flare Blitz or a knockoff. Indeedee really doesn't want to be taking either of those, especially that Choice Scarf set, which again is probably not too bulky. And this Golden Go we've seen able to take an attack from the Excadrill at -1 attack, and thanks to that Incineroar being there with Intimidate, I don't know that Golden Go will be knocked out before it gets the chance to attack itself.
Terrestrialization is committed immediately in this game number 2, going back over to the Incineroar to give it that Ghost type. You would expect that this would be a very good Terror type to have, but you're looking at the high horsepower on the Excadrill as a nice defensive measure versus that, and also the Rock Slides. But Tyranitar, what if you locked into something like, I don't know, Assurance? That would be kind of wild. As we have the Rock Slide first, but Golden Go gets protected, but Incineroar flinches, and the Insurance after that. Assurance gets more powerful if the Pokemon has been hit by damage earlier on in the turn, and that's what is so cool about the Excadrill and Tyranitar working together. Imagine if that Assurance had gone after the Incineroar instead, but you got the Rock Slide flinch. That buys you enough of a turn.
Especially with the Terrestrialization being committed there. Jeremy could have gotten a lot out of that turn. I didn't catch what he locked into with that Incineroar, but if it was something like a knockoff or a Flare Blitz into that Excadrill, you're tweaking it and breaking its Focus Sash. Maybe even a knockoff into Tyranitar could have removed its Choice Band. Parting Shot, always a good option there, but by Terrestrializing and getting flinched, you gave up a lot of info and a lot of resources that now you just can't really get back. And Ben now locking into Assurance means that this Incineroar has to be pretty scared.
Maybe Incineroar gets a chance to move first, though, and so maybe this combination isn't as good after all, unless you're able to get the flinch again onto the Incineroar. We had already seen the Incineroar on the previous turn move before the Tyranitar. It's going to be the same here as we see the Parting Shot get another attack drop onto this Tyranitar. And a nice pivot here for Jeremy. If you want to, you can bring the Sneasler out sooner, get the Grassy Seed, and now you also have the speed in your favor.
Yes, now if the Assurance goes into the Sneasler slot, since it has not taken damage this turn yet, it will not take the boosted damage from Assurance. And of course, it resists Assurance and has the +1 defense. Goes into the Rillaboom though, that's a lot of damage. Rillaboom does take that boosted double power Assurance because it did get hit by the Rock Slide, and thanks to that Choice Band, even at -2 attack from the Intimidate and the Parting Shot, that is a big chunk of damage that I think is really important in a game where you really want to establish terrain control.
It is definitely a lot.
Yeah, exactly. That Sneasler coming in now, it does get the Unburden boost, which it will maintain as long as it stays on the field. But now we've reached a point, unlike last game, where you have kind of a guaranteed option of Fake Out and attack with Sneasler. The Indeedee is lurking in the back for Ben. You have to imagine that it is one of the 4 Pokemon Ben decided to bring to this game. And if it does hit the field, he will be able to protect both of his Pokemon from any kind of Fake Outs on this turn.
Tough decision to make, because this could go one of 2 ways. You know, you get the KO onto the Excadrill, or you try to get the KO onto the Tyranitar, or you see Ben switch something in, and maybe it would be a Dusclops or something in the back that would not take any damage from a close combat thanks to its Ghost typing. Pressure on this Dusclops is going to also make things a little interesting. You're going to use one more power point for every move that you click, and maybe we get ourselves in a weird situation where we just need to see some Pokemon struggle. But right now, won't be the case, but the Sneaslers decided to go after the Tyranitar instead. That is a big knockout. I'm not sure that critical hit mattered when it is 4 times super effective into that Tyranitar, but sure, it feels like a cherry on top after the flinch earlier on in the game.
I'm willing to bet that that critical hit did not matter. You could probably be at -1, -2 attack, and that critical hit still doesn't matter into that Choice Band Tyranitar. Ben tried to call the close combat, which he got half correct, just didn't get the target correct. And so that Dusclops swapping in essentially for nothing there. And now with the Incineroar coming in as well, it is being very heavily threatened by a knockoff. Not only will that do a lot of damage thanks to its Ghost typing, Dusclops being removed from its Eviolite will be pretty devastating. It relies on the item a lot to maintain some of its bulk, boosting both of its defensive stats by 50%. And if you lose that, you're going to be taking way too much damage, and Dusclops doesn't really have the bulk or the offense to keep up if it can't use that Eviolite too. Of course, Tyranitar going down means that if Sand expires, Excadrill will no longer have the speed advantage over something like potentially the Golden Go based on how they're trained, which could be a big loss for Ben as well.
Been a couple of turns, so that Sand is going to expire pretty soon. Ursaluna, that's been another adjustment from Ben in this second game. So we'll see the Dusclops next to the Ursaluna. This Ursaluna does have Protect, so there is a possibility here of Ben trying to get a Will-O-Wisp into the Sneasler. Now that Incineroar is a Ghost type, you could also technically burn the Incineroar as well as the Rillaboom. So 3 very good physical attackers that you would be able to get that into. But you also have to consider, even if there's no Eviolite, what about Pain Split?
Yeah.
That would also be a way that you could get out of that situation where your Eviolite is no longer protecting you.
And the nice part for Ben here too is that the Sneasler will attack before Incineroar. So the Incineroar's knockoff will be at full power regardless, but if the knockoff happened before Sneasler attacked, you're getting boosted damage on the acrobatics. The Sneasler swapping out, getting rid of that Unburden boost, recognizes that you don't actually need the speed anymore, because once Sand goes down, it will still be naturally the fastest thing on the field.
And this protect is perfect. I mean, you could read it into that Ben doesn't want to actually take an attack coming from the Sneasler. You're still threatening super effective damage with the close combat into that. But Dusclops goes for the Trick Room, and this is also going to be one way that Ben can get back into this. With that speed in his favor, you do have this Ursaluna that will likely be one of the faster things on the field. If Ben is trying to capitalize on Trick Room, you do look at things like the Tyranitar and the Blood Moon Ursaluna as naturally slower Pokemon that could do that.
You have to imagine Ursaluna is going to be attacking before both the Rillaboom and the Incineroar. Unfortunately, that Rillaboom swapping in means that Fake Out is on the field, is in play even. And the Ursaluna protecting last turn, trying not to take a close combat, means it can't protect itself from Fake Out this turn, unless you want to risk that 1 in 3 chance of the double protect coming through. But even then, if you try to go for that double protect, you're not doing damage this turn, you're not taking advantage of that Trick Room. And Jeremy has positioned himself very well that even though this Trick Room did go up, it maybe is something you didn't want to see happen, you have the tools to kind of stall it out. The Dusclops, just not an offensive threat. Unfortunately, the Pain Split is a cool option, but because it does have, just over half of its HP remaining, the Pain Split numbers won't be as impactful.
Terastallization now. The Dusclops has the Grass Para, but the Blood Moon Ursaluna has normal. So if you're Ben, you're really banking on this Fake Out not actually going into this Blood Moon Ursaluna, so you can get off big damage and capitalize on these Trick Room turns. But Jeremy's still playing it very safe and very methodical. Will-O-Wisp from the Dusclops is going to connect onto the Incineroar, so you're going to get a nice burn onto that physical threat, as the Fake Out from the Rillaboom is going to stop this Blood Moon Ursaluna in its tracks for just a little bit. As Incineroar lands the parting shot, this Terastallization will be nice to help kind of mitigate what that special attack drop is going to do to this Pokemon, but the more drops that you take, the more pivots that Jeremy makes without you taking a KO if you're Ben, that you're stalling out the Trick Room.
I do think Jeremy's in a pretty good spot to try and weather this Trick Room here. There should be, I think, 3 more turns remaining after this current turn, which means that even if you do have to give up a Pokemon or two, especially if you get this Dusclops damaged a little bit more, it should be a little bit simple, maybe not simple, but a little bit easier to try and knock it out before a second Trick Room can get set up, especially without that Eviolite. You're definitely right that the Terastallization will kind of mitigate some of the damage drop from that parting shot with the boosted damage on normal type attacks. I think also importantly, it removes the weakness to grass, so if the Rillaboom is able to fire off something like a Grassy Glide or Wood Hammer into the Ursaluna, it won't be super effective anymore. You get to use your pretty high natural defense stat on that Ursaluna to take an attack. But this Golden Go is not a physical attacker. It is actually a very strong special attacker, which a non-Assault Vest Ursaluna has to be a little bit afraid of. Unfortunately for Golden Go, though, it cannot Terastallize. It will be stuck in this Steel typing, so Life Orb Earth Power could be a little bit scary.
Golden Go just goes for Protect. I think really smart from Jeremy. You know you have 3 more turns to get through, so Golden Go, certainly enemy number 1. You've got the Earth Powers that would do super effective damage, and then you also are able to do just a little bit more. But now it's the Blood Moon. It's a double target into Jeremy's Rillaboom. I don't think you needed that Blood Moon at all in order to pick up the KO, but maybe Ben wasn't super confident with the pain, with the Nightshade damage on top of something like a Hyper Voice into the Pokemon. And if you did actually see something like the Sneasler or the Incineroar switch in, you probably do get the knockout there.
There might be a chance Ben wasn't sure about the Grassy Glide damage as well. Without the Eviolite, a lot of your kind of mental damage calculations might be thrown off a little bit. The Grassy Glide did do a big chunk, so the Blood Moon covers for Grassy Glide potentially knocking out Dusclops, ensuring you still get a KO into that slot. And now, I think Blood Moon has been used. You don't really have a great way to get a big burst of damage into Incineroar. And on top of that, again, Incineroar can just go for Fake Out straight into the Ursaluna. Make sure that this Golden Go will stick around. Good as Gold, I believe, will also block the Pain Split, so your only option is to Nightshade that Golden Go to do, just over a quarter, I believe, of its HP. Again, it does exactly 50 damage because the Dusclops is at level 50. So this Golden Go is in a very strong spot here.
And protects the Ursaluna, doesn't want to have it fall to something like a Fake Out and make it rain combo. This Dusclops is not going to be as lucky. It will be able to go for one more move, and so it's the Pain Split into the Incineroar. It will get a little bit of its HP back, but without this Eviolite, this Shadow Ball is going to hurt, and in fact just gets the knockout onto the Dusclops. So Ben has the Excadrill as well as his Ursaluna, and one more turn of Trick Room to navigate through, but Jeremy's done a fantastic job having a Fake Out user next to this Golden Go and also cycling through with Protects to stall this out.
The double Fake Out coming in very handy here, being able to cycle those two Pokemon in and out to ensure that your Golden Go is not taking a Life Orb Earth Flower from this Ursaluna has allowed Jeremy to get through the Trick Room that Ben set up with that Dusclops. Getting that Eviolite knocked off was really important because maybe there's a chance that Shadow Ball and Grassy Glide combo would not have been able to knock out an Eviolite Dusclops. But because that Dusclops is gone, and because Ursaluna was not able to swap out after it took that parting shot, it will be stuck at -1 special attack for the remainder of this game. Possibly even -2 if another parting shot can come through here from this Incineroar. Excadrill does still have its Focus Sash, thankfully, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough. The combination of Grassy Glide... No, the Rillaboom's knocked out. Okay, there's no more Grassy Glide. So maybe this could be a little bit difficult then. The Excadrill is now at neutral attack, and also Big Blood Moon's coming through here.
I mean, Blood Moon is still such a powerful move, and especially with that Life Orb, you're going to be doing a lot. But Incineroar will be on the receiving end of that, and another knockout for Ben to even up the Pokemon count. 2 versus 2, Jeremy still has this Golden Go and Sneasler, and the Sneasler gets to come back in after this Trick Room has expired, but a one-hit knockout onto the Golden Go with high horsepower leaves the Sneasler by itself, and with a Focus Sash intact, I think Ben has done it.
I think so too. I for some reason thought that Rillaboom was still lurking in the back. And if that was the case, I think this was a pretty solid win for Jeremy. But no, it's just this Sneasler. And thanks to the Excadrill being slower than Golden Go, it does attack first in Trick Room. That last turn of Trick Room, very helpful for Ben there, is now this Sneasler without a Focus Sash probably just gets knocked out by either Earth Power or High Horsepower here. You maybe have to hope that the -1 special attack on Ursaluna is enough to protect it. Maybe even a High Horsepower miss from that Excadrill is kind of your out here. It's not 100% over just yet, but it's not looking great for Jeremy.
I mean, Jerry's probably kicking himself too, though. After using Shadow Ball, he still had the opportunity to go for Protect on the last turn. And so now that you know those speed matchups, you can think about that as additional information for the third game. But if you had protected the Golden Go on that last turn, you probably win this game.
Yeah, I think so, because that Golden Go would be able to get a big Make It Rain off. We now know that Golden Go is faster than Excadrill without the Sand Up and without Trick Room. So you have the option to double into it to break that Focus Sash. And I think you almost have to just go straight for a close combat into that Ursaluna. Hope that knocks it out, 1. I think there's a small chance it doesn't even get that KO. And 2, hope this Excadrill, I guess you'd have to miss 2 high horsepowers at this point because of that Focus Sash still being intact. So I guess Jeremy knows those odds are pretty slim. Willing to just move on to game 3 here.
I mean, High Horsepower does have a lot of damage behind it,
yeah.
But I think with the Focus Sash, you're always going to be able to punch through enough. So congratulations to Ben for evening up the score. 1 game win apiece here between Jeremy Cote and Ben Grismer, as we have to go to a deciding game number 3 to see whether or not Jeremy can win this game and secure a place in Top Cut, or if Ben is going to get 1 step closer to a Top Cut position of his own. Play a little spoiler here for Jeremy's undefeated record.
Of course, 10 wins is the magic number to guarantee a spot in the Top Cut portion of the tournament.
Yeah, and it's this turn that I think was also just really crucial. Looking at it again, it felt like it was so over the top to have to go for the Blood Moon into the Rillaboom. But with the Assault Vest, and you know that you really got to get the knockout here, may as well make sure that you're going to get the job done with that Blood Moon instead of going for something like the spread Hyper Voice damage.
I was a little bit surprised to not see the Indeedee come out for Ben, just because those Fake Out cycling from Jeremy can be very powerful. But Ben knew a little bit better, That Trick Room mode was very potent against a team like Jeremy's that is naturally very fast. You want to be attacking first a lot of the time with these Pokemon that Jeremy's using, especially if you're not bringing your own Blood Moon or Ursaluna. That's kind of the only slow Pokemon on the team. I guess Incineroar kind of, but you have so many options for Incineroar in Trick Room, especially if it does use that Ghost Terrestrialization. Being able to burn an Incineroar is pretty funny, and you can't even dodge damage from those normal type attacks from the Blood Moon or Ursaluna thanks to the Mind's Eye ability, which allows you to hit Ghost types with normal type moves. So I'm curious to see which mode Ben opts for in this third game. I do think that Sneasler in DD mode is still possibly very potent into Jeremy's team, but the Trick Room did so well for him, and the Excadrill Tyranitar combo runs a lot of damage immediately.
It's also just really hard to plan around. You can expect this Tyranitar and Excadrill combo will come, but they're just threatening so much super effective damage into this duo of the Incineroar and the Golden Go. You don't really mind that you're taking an Intimidate drop onto both of these Pokemon. We see the same run back of the leads that we saw in games 1 and 2, but what kind of adjustments did these trainers decide to make in terms of the long-term game plan? Ben went towards that Trick Room mode in game number 2, and we are seeing a little adjustment from Jeremy as well for this third game.
We have the Alolan Ninetales, which will be able to shut off the sand. It might be a tempting swap here, but also Alolan Ninetales is really scared of both an Iron Head and a Rock Slide that could come out from these Pokemon. So a bit of a risky swap, I think, especially considering the Focus Sash might be broken off the bat. But hopefully Jeremy has a game plan here.
Well, Ben's actually just going to get the Tyranitar out of there. So while Jeremy gets a chance to have the weather for now, Ben will always be pressuring the return of the Tyranitar. And the Make It Rain, too, is the perfect reason to get this Tyranitar out of dodge as a nice secondary effect. Dusclops coming in takes that very well with the Eviolite, and Excadrill still gets a chance to move, and it does a lot to the Golden Go, but you can feel the effects of the Intimidate drop this time around, making sure that the Golden Go can stick around.
Golden Go will stick around, but the Tyranitar swapping out really heads up play from Ben, which will allow him to possibly swap it back in, make sure that Excadrill maintains that speed advantage, and remove the snow, which will give Ninetales a defense boost and reduce the accuracy of Blizzard. I think there's a chance Blizzard might be able to knock out Excadrill from here, but in the sand, that accuracy drops back down to 70%, and of course, you do not have the option to attack first with that Sand Rush. I think that play is pretty respectable from Jeremy there. You get the chance to attack with your Golden Go before Excadrill, and hopefully take a knockout on Tyranitar, but Ben saw right through that.
Ben's actually going to get the Excadrill out and bring the Tyranitar back into its place. It's going to have to take quite a bit of damage, though, as we saw what Jeremy decided to lock into. But the Blizzard is going to avoid the Dusclops. It's kind of the better target, it feels like, in the Tyranitar, just softening up a little bit, and the Make It Rain is going to do even more damage. But this Dusclops is still free to go for a move if it goes for Trick Room on this turn, and then Ben has the speed control with the Tyranitar switching in. This Ninetales is going to have to take 2 turns to set the weather back for Jeremy.
And if you do swap this Ninetales out, something has to come in and take a Choice Band attack from this Tyranitar. Of course, you kind of always want to be swapping that Intimidate Incineroar into physical attackers, but Incineroar without Terrestrializing will be weak to that Rock Slide. With the Choice Band and the possibility of a Nightshade combo with it, it might not be able to switch in on those attacks without being knocked out. Ben has created a very strong offensive pin position for himself here, and especially with the sand breaking that Focus Sash, not even this Ninetales is safe for a turn.
It's tough, too, because Ben can always just go Nightshade into the Golden Go, secure a knockout that way, or at least get some damage down on whatever switches in. And then Tyranitar can just go for, you know, kind of anything else. You could just keep going for Rock Slide if you want to spread the damage around. But you do have to lock into something, and that will be kind of the harder piece of this puzzle for Ben, is you got the Choice Band on the Tyranitar for a Pokemon that you'd actually love to have a different move into for every single one, but only one choice to make.
We will see what locks in here. It is the Pain Split, which would have taken a little bit of HP away from the Ninetales and healed that Dusclops up a little bit. But of course, the Tyranitar using its signature move, Rock Slide, with that Choice Band in Trick Room, will do a good chunk of damage to this Rillaboom.
Oh my gosh!
Almost half of its HP. That is a really impressive bit of damage there, especially considering you got the spread reduction, you got Rillaboom being a pretty bulky Pokemon. With the sand, it looks like it might just be a 2-hit KO with Rock Slide.
You still have to worry about the Grassy Glide here, and you can still get faked out if you're this Tyranitar. With no Protect as an option, Ben would need to switch something in order to take that. And it's going to be hard, too, for the Dusclops to actually weave anything else. You could still go for the Fate Split onto the Alolan Ninetales. But the more room that Ben gives to Jeremy in these Trick Room turns, the more that it can maybe start to run away from him if he gets a turn wrong.
Especially if this Tyranitar does correctly go for a flying type Terrestrialization on a turn when Rillaboom goes straight for a Grassy Glide. You know, if you Terra and Rillaboom goes for a Fake Out, that's actually a pretty bad turn for you because you're giving up that Terrestrialization without doing any damage. But if you read that Jeremy wants to go straight for damage with Grassy Glide, and instead you block that with the Terrestrialization, that could just be a game winner right off the bat.
A switch will happen first as the Alolan Ninetales takes a reprieve. Hopefully to come out later without the face of that Tyranitar to have to look at. And the Golden Go, you know, has to kind of just play reset, play spoiler. You get the Incineroar in for free, or the Ninetales back in for free now as you sacrifice the Golden Go.
That's a nice Nightshade there, especially knowing that Ben did opt to go for a Pain Split on that previous turn into that slot. Going straight for Nightshade means that you're guaranteeing some damage there. And if Golden Go swaps in, you are still able to knock it out because, again, Pain Split will be blocked by that Good as Gold ability. It is a status move, which is not able to be used against Golden Goes. So getting Jeremy down to just 3 Pokemon remaining will really limit his options in Trick Room here. The Ninetales may want to come back out to reset that Snow, get that Sand away for a little bit, but I do think Sand only has a few more turns remaining, and in Trick Room with the Ninetales, you may want to bring this Incineroar in instead to threaten one more Fake Out, and of course get that all-important Intimidate down onto Tyranitar. It's probably safe to assume now that Indeedee is not Ben's final Pokemon, most likely that Ursaluna again for some more damage in Trick Room. So you can pretty freely go for this Fake Out into Tyranitar. It's not Terra Ghost, we've seen the Terra Flying, so there's not really any possible way that Ben has to attack with this Tyranitar on this turn if you Fake Out into that slot, which could give you the chance to go for a little bit more damage with this Rillaboom, especially with Trick Room running out in the next couple turns. You need to start getting some more damage out onto the board to not only weather the Trick Room, but just set yourself up to have enough offense for the remainder of this game.
Ooh. Specialization has gone to the Incineroar in the previous 2 games. Jeremy used it really early in game number 2, and I feel like that ended up coming back to bite him. But with this Tyranitar now getting back into its Pokeball and Excadrill coming back in, this Terrestrialization might be okay. We already knew that the Tyranitar was going to be locked into Rock Slide for the remainder of its time on the field. And so that was going to be another super effective move that you now get out of dodge with this Ghost Terra. Like how much mileage can you actually get out of this Incineroar? That's still a lot of damage from the Grassy Glide, but the Pain Split onto the Incineroar makes this Dusclops much healthier. It still has to take the knockoff though, which is going to bring it back down to about that half HP. But without the Eviolite, it will be much easier for even the Rillaboom, get like a Wood Hammer or something, and KO the Dusclops.
That Grassy Glide into the Excadrill is really important now. The thing that Excadrill appreciates in the sand is that speed boost. Of course, Grassy Glide will have the priority when Grassy Terrain is up. We do see that one Grassy Glide would not have been able to knock out Excadrill from the damage that it was at prior. So now that it's taken so much more damage, it is threatened by one more Grassy Glide. It kind of limits Ben's options once Trick Room ends, and if the sand gets set back up, the Excadrill can't just come in and be the fastest thing on the field for the rest of the game without having to worry about that priority attack. That's some really important damage there, and of course the knockoff, always very good into Dusclops. Again, not just for the damage, but removing Eviolite is your best way of getting more consistent damage into it for the remainder of this game. So again, we're kind of in a spot where Jeremy's got to weather these last few turns of Trick Room, and Ben has set himself up, especially if that last Pokemon is able to function outside of Trick Room too.
Well, Excadrill just goes for the Protect with the threat of the Grassy Glide, but also with the threat of some of these field conditions expiring soon. And then Will-O-Wisp hits the Rillaboom, so really good way to shut off some of that damage, especially because that Tyranitar is actually still within a pretty okay amount of HP. Dusclops does go down for its troubles as a second knockoff will be enough. Even though you don't have that item anymore, you see the effects of the Eviolite not being present with this Incineroar going for that second attack. So now Ben is in a tricky spot. You've got the Excadrill with the sand having expired and the Trick Room now able to be the fastest thing on the field because you preserve the Tyranitar. So you could bring that back in, but this Rillaboom can still knock out this Excadrill with the amount of HP that it has left. With Grassy Terrain. And I don't know if Excadrill is able to kind of get through that. Like, I don't think the burn is going to help you not get knocked out here.
I think the burn is more to protect the Ursaluna going forward here. Ben has saved his Terrestrialization. I imagine it will just be coming through on this Ursaluna to ensure that it's not taking super effective damage from those grass-type attacks. And the burn on top of that will really be limiting this Rillaboom's damage. Incineroar and Rillaboom not going to be able to do a whole lot into this really bulky Ursaluna, especially on that physical defense side. So now, especially by having the damage from Rillaboom, this Ursaluna might just be primed to start firing off attacks and win this game for Ben outside of Trick Room.
The speed interactions are still a little funky, but I like that Ben has preserved this Ursaluna with the terrestrialization so that you can deal out the maximum amount of damage possible. Execute tries to go for a second protect, does not get it, so it will be felled by this Grassy Glide from the Rillaboom. The Tyranitar will be forced to come in as Ben's final Pokemon next to this Ursaluna. But Incineroar moves first. Flare Blitz into the Blood Moon will do a good amount of damage. I was gonna say if there was a burn, maybe we start to see some of that grassy terrain recovery actually tick away. But the Blood Moon from this Ursaluna will be plenty to knock out the Incineroar that is turned into that Ghost type. Can't use Blood Moon now on these subsequent turns, so that's where things can also still be a little tricky. But the grassy terrain is gone. Ben has successfully stalled that out, so Rillaboom does not have access to priority grassy glides for the rest of this game. It's just the Rillaboom and Ninetales for Jeremy, as Ben has the Tyranitar and the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
I'm not sure that Flare Blitz was the best thing to lock into there. Either Knockoff or Parting Shot may have been a little bit more useful. Knockoff to get rid of that Life Orb and really limit the damage, and Parting Shot to, again, limit the damage from this Ursaluna. The nice play that Ben just did there is making sure you're getting a KO with that Blood Moon. It would have KO'd either Rillaboom or Incineroar in this instance. And because you're taking a knockout there, the Ninetales is forced to come in, and at the same time you bring your Tyranitar in. Because Tyranitar is slower, its Sandstream activates after Snow Warning, and Sand will be up for the rest of the game. So we do not have those perfectly accurate Blizzards, which was the last thing that Jeremy had to give some big damage into this Ursaluna. Now you have to rely on hitting a less accurate 70% Blizzard, and at the same time, you don't have that defense boost from the snow, so you can't just leave this Tyranitar alone. You almost have to target it with this Rillaboom, which means you're, again, not hitting this Ursaluna, which is the big damage threat. If a Rock Slide comes through here and connects with both Pokemon, that's probably just a game winner, so you're forced to target this Tyranitar with your own Rillaboom.
I'm actually kind of wondering if you let the Tyranitar do something. Oh, okay, yeah, just knock it out. Because I say, I wonder if there's a world where you let the Tyranitar move, you go for Disable into the Tyranitar, and then you kind of move through the turns that way. And I think this was always the safer play.
Yeah.
Hyper Voice is going to do spread damage to both of these Pokemon, but with the Assault Vest and the Rillaboom, if you're Jeremy, you're really hoping that it's going to be able to take this hit, but it doesn't. This Terra normal was so good, and now you have to imagine going back to that Incineroar turn if Knockoff really would have been the better play. Now you're banking on the fact that you have your Alolan Ninetales that is faster than this Blood Moon Ursaluna, but 70% accurate Blizzards.
Yeah. You gotta rely on Blizzard not only connecting, but being enough for a KO. I think there's a chance. Or freeze too. I think because of the Life Orb and Sand damage, there might be a chance that Ursaluna does get knocked out by Blizzard here.
Oh, Blizzard hits and Ursaluna does go down. A great final blow. Jeremy is able to secure not just the match win, but his place in Top Cut.
Super back and forth set there. I think at any point during that third game, either trainer could have blown the game wide open with one or two more different decisions. But Jeremy is able to survive that Trick Room, survive the onslaught of damage from Blood Moon Ursaluna, and land himself in the top cut portion of Pittsburgh Regionals. Our first and so far only trainer in that position.
Congratulations to Jeremy. What a stellar performance so far in the tournament. And against such an unusual team.
Yeah.
We're talking a lot about Ben's prowess as a team builder and how he tends to come up with some more unique flavors on the meta. And I think this is certainly one of those, with Dusclops as a spanner in the works, maybe a Pokemon people aren't expecting to see in the meta. That's definitely something that Jeremy has to kind of look at, take stock of before heading into the match. And we did see Ben rely on that Trick Room mode for Games 2 and Games 3.
Yeah.
But third game, Jeremy had a much better understanding of how Ben wanted to play that Trick Room game and preserved the perfect pieces for it. And also hit the Blizzard, which was really important. Otherwise, you're for sure taking a Blood Moon from this Blood Moon Ursaluna, and you'll get knocked out. So what a razor shell edge we just had for that third and final game of the set.
Really impressive from Jeremy. I think you were kind of hinting at a team like Ben's, a player like Ben really, who's very good at building teams that are very good at catching people off guard. a lot of times trainers will prepare a lot of matchup prep for the most common teams. We saw an interview with Justin Tang yesterday saying, I ran through matchup prep against pretty much every common team. I can almost guarantee you that neither he nor Jeremy nor anyone else in the field was prepping for Dusclops coming into this tournament.
But like
so
vice versa, they would have been prepping for
Right,
Jeremy's team.
exactly.
Jeremy is using the same team that Emanuele Briganti used to win Frankfurt just last weekend.
Yeah.
So Ben has had that prep.
Yeah, and that's what Ben has the advantage there, but Jeremy did a really good job as the games progressed, figuring out how Ben wanted to play it, and then altering his game plans based on that. The Ninetales bring in Game 3. It's a little bit tough to bring into the Tyranitar Excadrill combination, but it's exactly what he needed to have that bit of special attack, to hit that Ursaluna at the very end of the game, and force Ben to kind of disrupt that free sand that he had the first couple of games.
You just have so much super effective damage with the Tyranitar and Excadrill, and
Yeah.
I love how Jeremy adapted to that with the adjustment of the Alolan Ninetales. So smart to bring that at the end of it. But that is going to do it for Swiss round number 10 here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. As we let our players get set up for round number 11, we'll be back shortly to bring you the next match.
Hey everyone, I'm down here on the floor with my good friend Joshua Lorsey here at the beautiful Pittsburgh Convention Center as we are getting ready for our first North American regional of the season. I should say probably our second North American regional of the season, our first broadcast one. Joshua, welcome to Pittsburgh. How are you feeling going into this 2026 season?
Well, Evan, I'm glad to see you again. I'm happy to be here. I'm nervous. I didn't qualify for Worlds last year. I had stuff coming up, but something told me let's do Pittsburgh. I'm feeling confident. I've been playing a lot, practicing a lot with friends, and I'm just happy to be here. Excited to play this weekend.
Well, like I mentioned and kind of stumbled over at the start, this is our second North American regional. Of course, we had the previous regional in Monterrey, Mexico earlier on last week. At the same time, we had the Frankfurt Regional Championships over in Europe. What did you take away from those two regionals? I think a lot of people coming into a new season of Regulation H kind of expected a lot of the same things that we had seen at the end of Regulation H last time we played this meta. What did you see from those two regionals that you're taking into this tournament?
So a lot of the concepts that was previously introduced in Reg H are still standing. Rilla, Ursaluna, Goldango, Incin, and Friends is still here to play. Rain teams have been stronger than ever. Different styles of Rain teams have also been picking up. Some are picking up Annihilate, some are picking up Greninja, some are picking up other options that replaces that Incineroar slot on the Rain teams. We've seen Sinistcha, and also just the standard balance Rain team that I believe did get second at the Frankfurt Regionals, piloted by a very good player also. So there's a lot of great teams, and there's also a lot of great unconventional teams that we need to talk about. David Carrier, we talked about his team, the Spathra, and also one of the Hoj brothers ended up using Hisuian Zoroark and Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and a lot of strong Pokemon. And I think that it's really good to have unconventional teams, especially piloted by strong players. It also gives the viewers something to see that's different. And also it shows that players are trying to adapt to the really strong cores like Doug and other Rain teams that have been really, really strong throughout Reg H.
Yeah, let's talk about some of those unconventional picks because I think we saw quite a few of them over the course of the last weekend. Like you mentioned, in Frankfurt, we had the Hisuian Zoroark, we had the Espathra show up for the first time since I think Wolfie used it at Regulation A or B back at the start of Scarlet and Violet, doing very well. But also over in Monterrey, we had the champion there, Stefan Mott, winning with an extremely unconventional team, including the Garganackle, which he has been a proud proponent of over the course of the season, as well as Scyther and Sylveon. When you see someone doing really well with some of these unconventional Pokemon, what goes through your mind? Are you thinking, oh, what a cool niche Pokemon to use? Or are you thinking, I wonder what niche that Pokemon is filling for that team?
So it's always cool to see very well accomplished players use unconventional Pokemon. Like I said before, there has to be a reason, right? And Stefan's team with the Garganackle, it really piqued my interest. I think Garganackle was really good in his run. I saw a couple videos of how he played it. Being able to just whittle down your opponent with Salt Cure, kind of protect, switch, play that kind of balance score. He did have also Yon Sylveon on the team. Another thing we need to talk about, Yon winning both events.
Yeah.
You know, that's something that a lot of people are probably not seeing, but Yon is a very strong staple now. It's being run on Ursaluna Blood Moon. He ran it on Sylveon. Also Dondozos are running it. So a lot to take from the last two events is that Yon is going to be really, really strong. Definitely wasn't as strong as it was. It definitely wasn't as strong as it was this year. I mean, this year was really strong so far. But last year, I think the only person that picked it up was Eduardo Cunha, who used it in LAIC, and nobody ever used it after that. So I think that we had a little break after Worlds, and players decided, hey, I could run Doug, I could run it, but I'd rather use other Pokemon to kind of better my matchup into that team if you're expecting to be in that day 2 playing field, because more than likely you're going to be running to Doug-style teams, rain teams, and so on and so forth. So we're seeing a lot of our strong players trying to adapt and move past the more standardish teams and throwing 1 or 2 niche picks and changing up the meta a little bit, which is good. It's healthy for the game. North America, we tend to show our expertise in using different styles of Pokemon. So not so much like Europe. Europe is very balance orientated for the most part. So I'm very happy to be here, and hopefully we get some cool picks in the stream matches tomorrow.
Well, we're definitely going to be keeping an eye out for some cool picks in our stream matches, but I also want to talk a little bit about you and the team that you're bringing here to this tournament. How did you approach team building? You mentioned a couple of different ways that people could approach team building into Regulation Age. What does Joshua Lorsey do when he says, I need to build a team for Pittsburgh right now?
So for me, I went with comfort. I haven't really been playing as much as I want to, so you always fall back on what you're comfortable with. And my good friends Rilla and Instant have never failed me, and they're back again to play. And I will always fall back. Listen, I'm all about trying new stuff. I'm one of those players, I don't mind using unconventional Pokemon, but if I don't feel comfortable, I always go back to the old reliable. So I am running the winning team from Frankfurt. I spoke and sat down with a couple of my friends from that played at that regional, and they said, listen, this is your style of play. You need to run this if you don't feel comfortable with anything else. And I'm like, you know what, let's do it. And I feel good. The surprise factor is obviously no longer there. A lot of the top players have seen and are definitely prepping their matchups into it. But I mean, I've been playing for a decade now, which is crazy to even think about. I've been playing for a decade now. So I'm not afraid to play anybody. I'm really excited to compete at a high level. Hopefully I can make day 2 and with this team and show how great this team is. It's already been proven to be really great by the runner and also many others who used and piloted the team and created the team. I think everybody who used and piloted that style of archetype, I think top 32 or better at that event, which is really good, especially in Frankfurt. So yeah, I'm really excited. I'm really just excited to play it this weekend.
Awesome. Well, I'm excited to see you play, and I'm really excited that that's the team that you've chosen to play, because I don't get to talk to Emmanuel myself, but I do have questions about that team. And I think what's really interesting about that team to me is that some of the unconventional picks on it, like the Ursaluna Blood Moon on it, like the Swords Dance for the Sneasler, they were not secrets. They had existed before, but previously had not been able to achieve that kind of success. Did the meta shift, or did people just suddenly remember how good those Pokemon could be in that kind of role, with Sneasler not just going for Dire Claws and with Ursaluna going for more of a support role?
So I think that players wanted to capitalize more on the speed control of style with Sneasler. Yes, you could probably run 3 moves and proc your Unbirding with that Grassy Seed, but having Swords Dance and having double Fake Out on the team allows you to be a threat while also having your opponent have Tailwind up. Sneasler is one of the most fastest Pokemon within the format. So even if your opponent gets Tailwind up, you're more than likely going to be faster than whatever's on that side. So it's really good to punish Tailwind teams in that in that regard. But also with the Ursaluna Blood Moon, you also have that slow pace. If you're dealing with maybe a hard Trick Room team, you can get that Bail up, use that Ursaluna, Yawn, force pivots. And when a Pokemon needs to pivot, it's either they're gonna you could double protect on a Yawn turn, or you could send on a Blood Moon into a Switch, and I don't think anybody wants to eat a Blood Moon.
Yeah, no one wants to take that Blood Moon from even a support Ursaluna Blood Moon. It's still going to deal quite a bit of damage. Well, Joshua, I'm really excited to see you play this weekend. I'm going to have to ask for a prediction. It can't be you. It can't be the team that you're bringing. What's the archetype that you think, outside of your own, that has the best chance of winning this weekend?
Best chance of winning this weekend. This might be crazy to say. I think that, I know this sounds crazy, Hisuian Typhlosion and Dash Bun.
Oh, the Lava Plume versions?
Yes, I think that...
Hot Dog?
Yes, I think Hot Dog might have a chance of winning this event. Yeah, I think that a lot of Doug-style teams are underprepared, depending on Terra types on their team, are a little underprepared for that style of play, and if a great player is piling something like that, I think it could go the distance.
Well, Hot Dog, Joshua, if that does, then we are going to make sure that we get you some kind of sausage to make sure that it's going to be all right. Get you a brat, get you a kosher dog, something here. Well, it's been really great to catch up with you and to talk with you as we head into this Pittsburgh Regional Championship. I'd like to give you a moment. Anyone out there who's been here to support you along your Pokemon journey that you'd like to give out a shout out to?
So I want to say shout out to my family, shout out to Maria, my girlfriend, shout out to my friends Walter, and shout out to my friends, they're over there, Walter and Clinton. They've been with me for the whole ride, basically. And just shout out to the Pokemon community. We have a really great community, guys. If you're watching, I was a viewer just like you. I watched Evan commentate, it's the truth. I watched Evan commentate a match between Ray Rizzo and Wolfie Glick, and now I'm here. You know what I mean? And it could be you too. Anybody could do this. This game is amazing. The community is amazing. Come out and play. This is one of the best times to enter Pokemon because we're heading into Champions. So get a little practice in, get the feel of just playing at a regional and playing at a high level with others, and just, you know, social, just networking and making friends. This is why we play the game. I do love to compete at a high level, and I've been at the last time I was at the highest level, I think, was probably 2016, 2017, and I've had some great accomplishments before, but nothing is better than the friends you make along the way. So I really do love my friends and the game that I play. So that's it.
Absolutely, Joshua. Thank you so much. It's been a privilege and a pleasure to watch you grow as a player and as a human being. So it really means a lot to me to have you here, still competing and still shouting out to the community. Thank you, Joshua. All right, well, we've got even more Pokemon action, so make sure you're not going anywhere because you're not going to want to miss a second of it. Stay tuned.
So wholesome. I love getting a chance to talk to Joshua Lorsey. He's definitely become one of my favorite players to watch.
Yeah.
He has always such a smart mind when it comes to the game. And just to like kind of gas him up a little bit, you know, he's done amazing things in the last couple of years of Pokemon VGC. Had a top 32 at the Milwaukee Regional just last season. Also got top 8 at LAIC, top 8 at the Orlando Regional in 2024. And then in 2023, got top 16 at the Hartford Regional and 3 other top 32s. He has been a competitive beast, and it is just so cool to hear from him. And also, I don't know, it's wholesome. So wholesome.
That's funny. He was talking about watching Evan cast a while ago, the Ray and Wolf match, and like watching Scott and Evan cast is how I got into VGC too. So there's a lot of people here because of those like titans of our community, which Evan certainly is. So it's always fun to see the impact that a lot of the people can have throughout our community, and just the sense of community that we do have here throughout all of VGC. It's always really nice to hear about.
Our community is awesome.
Yeah.
You are all awesome. And we are so excited to bring you our next round of Swiss. We have already had one player, Jeremy Cote, punch his ticket into the top cut, but everybody else is sitting at a 9-1 record right now. They need one more win, and they will also join Jeremy in the top cut at the end of the day.
Yeah, plenty more people can guarantee their spot in that top cut portion of the tournament after this 11th round of Swiss. But there are plenty of trainers at 8-2 as well that need 2 more wins, including Ben, who we just saw on stream, including Ofamezi, who we saw close out the day yesterday with a fantastic match, and Christopher Hahn, a trainer that has had some great success, Marcus Dion, Alberto Lara. There's plenty of trainers that we are all very familiar with, and a few more that maybe are looking for that first top cut that have to kind of buckle down these last couple rounds.
I know, Daniel, you would probably love to have another regional title after winning one last season, and so the fact that you are so close, you just have 2 more hurdles to get over. Hopefully you're able to finish out the day strong, and we hope that for all of our trainers that are continuing to compete in phase 2 of our competition. But as we focus in on the upcoming Swiss round, we have Yichun Wu versus Matt Tidd, which will be our feature match. But Jeremy Cote, poor Chub Cross has to face him. But then Caleb Brown versus Zachary Weed. Zachary Weed is another one of those standout senior division players that aged up last year and has just been on a tear. What is it with this new generation of player?
It's so cool to see these younger trainers immediately have a big impact in the Masters division. Zachary especially is one of them. Even trainers like Christopher Hahn and Justin Miranda Radberg that we were talking about yesterday, having some great performances in their early time in the Masters division. But we do have Yuchun versus Matt for our next round of Swiss. Again, this is a win and in for a top cut. Both of these trainers are 9-1. That 10th win that they could achieve this round will land them in top cut and give them a chance to fight for the title of Pittsburgh Regional Champion.
Yeah, there are a couple of other trainers that I think would be awesome to talk about a little bit more that are sitting at that 8-2 record. So Super Dire, they do have to win out the rest of the day in order to make it into the top cut, but they still have a chance to do so. I mean, I'm looking at Tim Edwards, which was one of our finalists at an IC just a little bit ago. He's also going to be sitting at 8-2. Steven Morioka is a name that I remember from back in the day when I was playing in 2014. Steven was still just absolutely standout player, so kind of amazing to see him back and also years later still performing at such a high level.
Yeah, it's awesome. Steven, another trainer that I was familiar with back when I started playing, and he's a name that you see at tournaments often, and really cool to see him have another round of success here in Pittsburgh.
We got Paul Chua, one of our previous international champions and also one of the most winningest players in terms of regional championship titles alongside some of our greats. We got James Evans as well that's still going to be fighting it out after getting second at the World Championships just a month ago. And so many players that are hoping to keep their dream alive. But one of these players in front of you will punch their ticket into the top cut after a win in this series. Matt Tidd versus Yichun Wu.
And do not think you are missing something that is, in fact, a Hariyama on Matt Tidd's team. We're so used to seeing Iron Hands, and now we've got...
It's like unchromed itself.
What are his hands? Flesh hands instead of Iron Hands? No, I mean, it's a really cool pick. It's got thick fat as an ability. It's got the chance to sit in front of those Alolan Ninetales that we are seeing so often these days. With that Assault Vest, it attacks very, very well, and it's got a bit of coverage there with both the knockoff and heavy slam. Of course, it is partnered with the Sinistra, King Gambit, Volcarona, Archaludon, and Primarina. We're seeing Archaludon without a way to set up Rain, which does give away that it is running that Power Herb set. It will give it the chance to use Electro Shot exactly one time without having to take that second charge move. And the Terra Electric will allow it to do even more damage with that first Electro Shot, which will set it up for a consistent damage with Dragon Pulse and Flash Cannon going forward.
I'm so excited to see this Hariyama in action, especially as we take a look at Yichun's team. There is that Ninetales, so I feel like the Hariyama is pretty uniquely well positioned in this particular format, but Yichun's team is also going to be quite unique in the sense that you've got Annihilate, no Mouse Hold, you've got Archaludon, no Mouse Hold. You do have the Ninetales, which is running a more classic set with the Aurora Veil as well as the Icy Wind. So you've got some bulk that you can also rely on there. And coaching is another form of buff that you can give to your team from Annihilate.
I think this is very similar to the team that we saw Dawei C run yesterday. I think the difference here is that Yichun is running Aurora Veil, whereas Dawei had both Encore and Disable on their Ninetales, but otherwise very similar. It is another Terra Electric Power Herb Archaludon, but this time instead of the Sturdy, it's got Stalwart, which would be able to bypass a possible Rage Powder from this Volcarona.
All right, well, we got our Chaladon, Volcarona, and the Golden Go and Incineroar. I love the flair on some of these Pokemon that we see so far with the shinies. But given this position, you've got the Golden Go here that feels pretty good outside of the Volcarona.
Feels all right, but that Volcarona does threaten both a super effective flamethrower and a struggle bug to lower the special attack. And thanks to the covert cloak, it cannot be faked out by this Incineroar. Of course, the Archaladon has the very strong Terra Electric Electro Shot, which is often able to one-hit KO Golden Go. But thanks to that sturdy ability, it probably wants to protect itself this turn to make sure that doesn't get broken by a fake out from Incineroar. And of course, this Volcarona will be able to attack through a possible fake out again because of that covert cloak.
It is kind of nice that with the Archaladon sets that we have Power Herb, because you don't have the Assault Vest, which is what we would typically see, we would have the Archaladon not be able to protect here. But we get the fake out into the Archaladon, so unfortunately you're not going to be at full HP anymore if you are Matt's Archaladon. And we will have a nice little bit of spread damage for Yuchin's side.
I don't know if you mind the sturdy being broken too much, especially because on this turn, thanks to the struggle bug, I don't think there's any chance that this Archaladon will get one hit KO'd.
Also going to be.
Exactly, yeah, and the struggle bug now is putting in so much work. We see the Archaladon and the Golden Go in the back, which are two things that really don't want to have their special attack lowered. This Covert Cloak Volcarona already being very, very threatening for Yuchin and might be a little bit difficult to break through because it does have the option to be lowering the special attack. Again, the Power Herb Electro Shot is on the table for Matt and of course for Yuchin too, but with already being at -1 special attack, it won't be nearly as potent.
I mean, the Flamethrower already does a lot into the Archaladon. And that's why you see a lot of them have that Assault Vest, because sometimes they just can't take those special attacks super well. And with the Electro Shot, the Power Herb fires that up right away, and this Incineroar is also chunked to about half. Critical Meteor in response, but this special attack drop was so important to allow that Archaladon to survive the first hit. So this Volcarona gets out of this turn scot-free.
Really smart to not terrestrialize your Archaladon there by Matt. You might be tempted to go for that Terra, get the extra damage from the electric type terrestrialization, but it looks like that would not have KO'd Incineroar anyway, and you would have just lost your Archaladon immediately to the combination of those two attacks. Now Primarina hits the field and is in a very strong position. We do have the choice specs on that Primarina, and with the Liquid Voice ability, Hyper Voice will turn into a water type attack. The Volcarona is confirmed to be faster than Yuchin's Archaladon as well, so you can go for another Flamethrower to just knock it out, ensure it's not taking a Electro Shot from that Archaladon, which I guess at -3 special attack probably wouldn't be too impactful anyway, but just any kind of damage you can keep away from this Choice Specs Primarina is great, because it also heavily threatens whatever might want to swap in for this Archaladon as well.
I love Primarina in this format. One of the things I felt like it has always struggled with is damage output, and speed. So with the Tailwind getting set up, I feel like Primarina is in a much better position, and the Dazzling Gleam is actually going to be what it ends up locking into. Dazzling Gleam is still going to do a nice bit to the Incineroar, but it's still up to fire off another Flare Blitz. Takes this Volcarona to below half, but the recoil of the Flare Blitz is going to be enough to knock out this Incineroar once and for all. You can see the Assault Vest paying off in order to keep that Incineroar up to do at least a little bit more damage. So I feel like Yuchin already got even more value out of this Incineroar than maybe he would bargain for. The Annihilate comes in to take its place.
Annihilate with that water type terrestrialization will be able to Terra away from this very type weakness. The Dazzling Gleam there, lock instead of the Hyper Voice, means that Incineroar does get that Flare Blitz off, which gives you a bit of damage into Volcarona, but I think you prefer that if you're Matt as opposed to something like a knockoff on your Primarina. You really want to keep that choice specs intact to make sure that you're getting maximum damage output here. And if the Annihilate does decide to terrestrialize, it will be neutral to this Dazzling Gleam. Should probably still take a good chunk of damage thanks to those choice specs, but you are limiting the damage output from a possible final Gambit. Worry a little bit about the Rage Fist. If you're going to be attacking it with both Volcarona and Primarina before it can move, then it will have that 150 base power Rage Fist and taking 2 attacks.
Terrestrialization makes a lot of sense to go over to the Annihilate for the reasons you mentioned. If this since this Primarina is locked into the Dazzling Gleam, you want to make sure that this Annihilate can actually also help you get enough offense. There's still that Golden Go in the back with the Life Orb, so Yuchin has another Pokemon that you can rely on for that. But with the Rage Powder here, you won't be able to actually take an attack. Like, you won't be able to land this attack from the... No, you can't. Wait, this Annihilate has safety goggles.
It does.
It's going to ignore this Volcarona if it wanted to, but it does target into the Volcarona instead of the Flame Body. It's going to burn this Annihilate.
So I actually really like that Rage Powder play. You weren't going to be able to redirect the Annihilate because of those safety goggles, but what you aren't doing is attacking the Annihilate with Volcarona and further boosting the power of Rage Fist. Let's say the Volcarona did go for something like a Flamethrower on that turn just to get a little bit of chip damage. A base 150 power Rage Fist may just be able to cleanly knock out this Primarina, whereas a base 100 one, most likely not. So you're making sure that Primarina is not getting extra damage from this Rage Fist. You don't really have any other great options there. You set up the Tailwind, Struggle Bug would attack boost with a Defiant, so it doesn't necessarily mean that you had another option there.
Now it's a little awkward though.
Yeah.
Because you do have the Terrestrialization that you can give over to your Sinistra, but it's not really, I don't know if there's a very good one for, well, you kind of want to protect this Primarina too.
Yeah, but if you use the Terra Dark on the Sinistra, then you're removing the Shadow Ball weakness. The Matcha Gotcha here being super effective into Annihilate might be enough for a KO here.
And it is burned.
It is burned too, and especially looking at the moveset on the Sinistra, it's got Calm Mind, so maybe you've actually invested a little bit more into special attack. One thing we didn't get to call out on Team Preview as well is it is actually heat-proof Sinistra, so it's not even the Hospitality. It wouldn't have activated anyway because Primarina is still at full health. But this is a much more self-focused Sinistra here with that Calm Mind. Matcha Gotcha comes through and it will miss. Which target was it?
Oh, it's going to miss the Golden Go, which is definitely not the most impactful Pokemon to have missed. The Dazzling Gleam is enough to pick up the rest of the HP on this Annihilate, and so it's going to go down for the count. But Ichi still actually has this Golden Go with the Life Orb. You still have a couple of options afforded to you, and it's going to be the Nasty Plot. With this set, you also have Protect, so there are ways to be able to get through the final couple turns of Trick Room if you can. But that's where the Sinistra can kind of play a little tricky with it.
Yeah, if the Sinistra is able to catch this Golden Go going for either a Protect or another Nasty Plot on what I believe is this final turn of Tailwind, and set up a Trick Room, then maybe you have a chance to get enough damage out in Trick Room going forward. If the Golden Go does anything other than make it rain here, it would be tough.
How about the Make It Rain is a good for double KO? Yuchun is able to take out the Primarina and the Sinistra in one go. And so while Matt was sitting there with the opportunity to go for the Trick Room, Legion did not let that happen. Great double KO after that Nasty Plot to boost up this Make It Rain.
And a great choice by Yuchun to target that Volcarona with the Rage Fist. You know, of course, it would have been able to hit Primarina if it wanted to, thanks to those safety goggles. But knowing he had the Golden Go in the back, it was very important to take out that Volcarona, which would have been able to threaten a super effective Flamethrower. Of course, a Struggle Bug to lower the special attack. And when Volcarona went down, you just had those two Pokemon that didn't have a way to hit Golden Go for anything more than not very effective damage. And one Nasty Plot in conjunction with that Life Orb was enough to take out both Primarina and Sinistra to lock up Game 1.
It is tough because this Sinistra actually doesn't have Shadow Ball itself.
Yeah.
It's got Calm Mind, which is going to be a nice way to keep itself safe. But outside of that, this Golden Go is always going to be quite safe. Without this Primarina being able to change to anything else, even if it was the Moonblast, it's just not an easy way to actually get the knockout onto the Golden Go.
Especially when the Primarina locked into Dazzling Gleam, it was a solid choice at the time, especially considering some of the Terra options that Yichen had available. If Yichen had been able to use the Terra Water on Annihilate after Primarina locked into Hyper Voice, for example, you would have had much less damage into it going forward. But by essentially forcing Primarina to lock itself into Dazzling Gleam and then not allowing it to switch back out, you're making sure that it's doing not very effective damage to that Golden Go. And I think maybe halfway through that game, Yichen identified, oh, I can just kind of win with one Nasty Plot at the very end of this game, especially if it is that Sinistra in the back. Maybe if it was something like King Gambit, it would have been a little bit more difficult, but by the Sinistra being the fourth Pokemon, it just essentially locked up the game for that Nasty Plot Golden Go once that Volcarona went down.
So then if you're Matt, do you change anything up? Like, in my head, the Sinistra just didn't necessarily play the role that it needed to, and it can be really tough sometimes to actually play with both Tailwind and Trick Room as an option on your team. Maybe you just have to commit to one or the other.
I do really like the idea of the Sinistra, especially if you want to be committing to that Dazzling Gleam, which will possibly force that Annihilate to use the Terra Water. You are able to punish Terra Waters with that Matcha Gotcha, especially after a possible Calm Mind or two. But it just didn't get to come in fast enough to have much of an impact here. We just see a switch up right away from Mewtwo, and we got the Dragonite lead with the Incineroar into that Archaludon and Volcarona lead from that. Again, this is a Covert Cloak Volcarona. It cannot be faked out, but it also doesn't have Will-O-Wisp, so the only way it will be burning this Dragonite will be from a possible Flame Body burn. But I can't even tell you with confidence that Scale Shot is a contact move. It might not even have the chance.
Yeah, but this Dragonite is kind of interested in being able to deal with this Archaludon. The fact that it's not Stalwart, this Dragonite is very safe to go for the Scale Shot into Archaludon, and I think a double up of the Incineroar would be enough to get the knockout there. I feel like you could just leave this Volcarona alone.
Archaludon does not want to take that possible Scale Shot and will swap out. We're going to see the Primarina coming in here. This is a very good place for Primarina to be, sitting in front of a Dragonite that only has Scale Shot as an attacking option.
And it does not make contact, so you would be okay to actually land that Scale Shot into the Volcarona as well. But Dragonite's going to match the Tailwind, and so Yuchin knows you can't just let this Primarina roll over you. And so if you have the Tailwind from the Dragonite, it does make things a little bit harder for this Primarina to actually weave in that damage.
And this is also a good spot for Primarina Volcarona as a combo to be. The Dragonite on Yichun's field is, I believe, the Terra Steel. So if you do want to Terrasilize away from that fairy weakness, the Golden Go, or the Volcarona, excuse me, will be able to punish that with a possible Flamethrower. You also have the option to, I believe what Matt just selected was Struggle Bug. You can break that multi-scale with Struggle Bug and allow a full power attack from Primarina.
Struggle Bug moves first. Little tiny little critical hit there. The special attack drops will not matter on either the Incineroar or the Dragonite, since they are going to be physical attackers. And the Scale Shot does connect onto the Volcarona. If it's 5 hits, it's going to be very, very close to getting the knockout, but it looks like it just will barely not be able to get over the line. So a very slim survival of the Volcarona so that it can stick around for the next turn if this Incineroar does not target into it. But it does. Incineroar is going to fell this Volcarona thanks to that U-turn, and also get a pivot for U-turn to bring something else in that might be able to fare against this Primarina a little bit better. It's really nice to know that your Dragonite is going to be super fast if it's able to stay alive through this next attack. It is a little bit harder for Yuchin to have to bring something in, knowing this Primarina still gets a chance to move.
Yuchin is thinking right now, what do I think this Primarina did? Is it Hyper Voicing? Is it Dazzling Gleaming? You're hoping for the Dazzling Gleam here, which is correct. Golden Go will be able to take that pretty well. And because the multi-scale was broken by that Struggle Bug, Dragonite will get knocked out. But it did its job. It got rid of that Volcarona for this Golden Go, which was its main objective here. We do actually see King Gambit, though. We do not have a Sinistra. We instead have King Gambit, which will be able to threaten damage into that Golden Go and potentially abuse and intimidate from that Incineroar. You have to wonder if that maybe was what you should have brought in here. No, it's that Ninetales instead, so a really smart play. Bringing that Archaludon, you are still threatening very heavy damage with that Terra Electro Shot into Golden Go. The Aurora Veil option is there from Ninetales, and maybe that will be able to protect the Golden Go for one more turn, but possibly the Terra Electric might make up that damage, especially after one more tick of Life Orb. And of course, Primarina still here with the Dazzling Gleam, locked into that Choice Specs attack. We'll be able to hopefully break a Focus Sash on Ninetales, and still really not able to be ignored. Anything with a Choice Specs is going to be pumping out pretty consistent damage, and Primarina is no exception.
It was a bit of a decision to make. Do you want to leave the Primarina on the field? How good of a matchup does it actually have into what you know Yichun has brought to this game? All 4 Pokemon have been revealed at this point for both of our trainers. The King Gambit also hits the field. Blizzard is going to connect on both, but really nice defensive switch for the King Gambit. But Primarina gets frozen from the Blizzard and will not get a chance to move. Oh no! It's going from bad to worse, as Primarina would have loved to be able to get some extra damage off. not really a great target for either of these Pokemon, but if you're frozen, you definitely can't.
And I do really like that King Gambit swap. I think you were trying to bait an Icy Wind there, maybe to make sure that your Golden Go will be faster than the Archaludon, and King Gambit would have loved to get a free Defiant boost on the swap. But instead of King Gambit getting a boost, Primarina gets frozen, and Matt does no damage here. Another really great turn of events for Yi-Chen, especially because the Focus Sash on Ninetales remains intact. It will guaranteed survive at least one more attack, including a potential double super effective Iron Head from this King Gambit.
Golden Go is going to Terrastalize for Yi-Chen, goes over to the Water Terra, removing its weakness to these Dark type attacks from the King Gambit. It's tough call for Matt. You could, well, first of all, we gotta see the Blizzard first. I was waiting. No, but it's just gonna be the Make It Rain. Primarina actually does end up surviving that. So if it can thaw on this turn, it will be able to kind of get back into things, but it does not. So 2 turns have now been wasted for this Primarina. King Gambit goes for the Kowtow Cleave, but because of the Terrastalization, you're not able to actually get the knockout. And we're still at neutral. Yi-Chen is going to be able to move first with both the Golden Go as well as this Ninetales.
The Golden Go is getting pretty low, though. One Sucker Punch will be able to finish it off, and it might only have 1 or 2 more turns left to attack anyway, thanks to that Life Orb. And once Golden Go goes down, it might be a little bit difficult for Matt to deal with this, or for Yi-Chen to deal with this Archaludon. Another Blizzard will finish off the Frozen Primarina, which unfortunately didn't get to attack, but trading 1 freeze for another as King Gambit will now be stuck.
This is just going horribly wrong for Matt. It is just too cold in the venue right now. Both the Primarina and King Gambit have gotten frozen by this Alolan Ninetales. And so poor King Gambit has to thaw but cannot do so. 3 full turns of damage negated as Yi-Chen is looking just 1 Pokemon away from a match win. Archaludon still has some tools that it can use. Super effective damage into both the Terra Water Golden Go as well as this Ice and Fairy type Ninetales. So that Flash Cannon is also going to be particularly effective. I kind of wonder, does King Gambit just have to go for something like a Sucker Punch into the Golden Go and then hope that Archaludon can survive long enough versus this Ninetales to not get frozen itself?
I think you've got to, right? It's the only chance to do any more damage with this King Gambit. Maybe you get that Frozen solid chance, but no, it will not be able to attack once again. And we see the Blizzard able to finish off King Gambit and get a big chunk of damage into our Archaludon. Golden Go gets 1 more attack off here before it is knocked out by a Life Orb. Probably going to be that Shadow Ball, but Flash Cannon instead into that Ninetales, hoping to bring it down to that Focus Sash.
Yeah, I mean, the Focus Sash is now gone, but based on the amount of damage that the Archaludon took from that Blizzard on the first turn, Shadow Ball is certainly going to do a lot too. So barely able to survive that, but is now for sure in range of this Ninetales, knocking it out with Blizzard on the next turn. And if that wasn't enough, the Golden Go going down to its Life Orb recoil means that Incineroar gets to come in, go for a fake out into the Archaludon, and then this game is wrapped up. Yi-Chen, with the power of the ice behind him, is able to break through the second game and will likely win this set to move on to Top Cut.
It is funny that one of the first things Alolan Ninetales was known for when it was first released in Pokemon Sun and Moon was access to that Aurora Veil attack, which was a very, very good attack, you know, boosting the defense and special offense of your team for a few turns. But throughout this whole weekend, I don't know that we've seen it use Aurora Veil once. It's just going straight for that damage with Blizzard, some Icy Wind support.
There is an out. The Protect for Archaludon stalled out the final turn of Snow, but Yi-Chen's Ninetales has another trick up its sleeve to go for the Encore, and so Archaludon actually gets the double Protect, so we're kind of delaying the inevitable here, but that Encore should all but lock things up. Would be very difficult to see this Archaludon able to get multiple turns of Protect in a row. And so I think Matt knows they can still try to go for the Protect because the triple is going to happen.
Okay, here's how Matt can still win. He gets 5 Protects in a row. He gets Encored again, keeps protecting. He has a Lepa Berry in his pocket that he throws towards Archaludon, that he keeps recycling those Protects and removes all the power points from Yi-Chen's attacks.
Hey, give us another one. One more
Can we
Protect.
get 4?
Can we get the quad?
Give us 4.
Give us the quad!
No!
Oh, was so close, but a triple protect and a triple freeze is going to be the way we finish out our second game of this set. And congratulations, Yi-Chun Woo, to your 10th round win at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships and to your top cut later on.
Aided a little bit by the freezes there in that second game, but the game plan was very solid regardless. I don't think that in any realm those freezes were a necessary part of that game plan because he was very smart at targeting down that Volcarona whenever he needed to in order to remove it and open up space for that Golden Go. Even when the King Gamma was on the field against that Golden Go, he was able to dodge damage with that Terra Water and smartly use all of his resources to make sure that Golden Go was putting out as much damage as possible. I love that Ninetales. Just because those blizzards were threatening a lot of damage, the Icy Wind threat was always there to make sure that Golden Go could possibly outspeed all of Matt's Pokemon. The finger wagon to oh no. That's funny. And the Encore again, just locking up the game in the very end, making sure our Chaladon couldn't be using any types of damaging attacks. That's just unfortunate, right? Your Primarina gets knocked out. Right, okay, finally I have no frozen Pokemon. I can at least attack with
Oh no, but the triple protect was so fun. I think I heard the crowd going wild for it too. Let's get the quadruple protect. Unfortunately, didn't quite get it, and you know Matt was very good sport about all of that.
In Baltimore last year, we had the crowd counting up the population bomb attacks. We should get up to 10 protects. That's our goal this time, to match the population bombs. Whoever's on stream next, go for the what is it? What's even the word?
I was thinking
quintuple,
well, quintuple is 5.
Yeah, but like the dectuple. Deck is 10.
Decidueye. Anyway.
Use Decidueye and go for Protect. There we go.
I'm really sad that we didn't get a chance to see the Hariyama,
I know.
But what a cool team. And Matt has still done so well in this tournament, especially with some of Matt's recent accomplishments. It's only a matter of time before Matt is going to get into another top cut. Got top 16 at Milwaukee 3 years ago, and I feel like it's just continued to get better and better, especially as these tournaments have gotten bigger.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, last year in Louisville, able to get a top 32, same format. I don't know if Matt was rocking the Hariyama back there, but still seems to be doing very well in Regulation H.
Of course, still not over for Matt, too. He's now, what is his record, 9-2?
Yeah, so there is still a chance.
Yeah, he can still win round 12, our next round coming up, and secure his spot in top cut. But Yi-Chun is able to punch us to get into the asymmetrical single elimination top cut part of this tournament, which is the last step you need to take to have that chance to progress through that bracket, maybe take home a regional championship.
Now, hasn't had one yet, but Yi-Chun has gotten very close as well. Multiple top cut appearances. Last year was in the top cut of the San Juan special event. Got top 32 at Louisville also. So, you know, there's definitely some history there with Regulation H. But also done phenomenally well in the last couple of years. Got top 16 at Knoxville in 2024. Got top 16 at the Orlando Regional Championships the year prior to that. And has a whole slew of top 32s and top 64s from the last couple of years. And so again, just a matter of time, I think, for both of them, where they find themselves in a top cut and so close to getting a regional championship title for the first time.
Those are the stories I love too, is someone kind of breaking through that ceiling they had not been able to pass before. And for Yi-Chun, maybe he can go even further than his past top cut placements in prior special events or regional championships. And it's just so fun to see kind of the end stages of this tournament. We're getting down to it, y'all. We have one more round of Swiss that will decide the entirety of our top cut lineup, and those are the only remaining players that can take home the championship medal, which is the most exciting part of the weekend.
Oh yeah, I mean the medals also got a bit of an upgrade. We got the new regional championship logo that's going to be on those medals. They still have the cute little Pikachu, and they come in 3 different colors depending on how you do. So I know everybody's going for the gold, but I'm a big silver fan myself, and bronze is okay. Like as a color. Yeah.
I like gold. If I was at a tournament, I would love to come home with a gold.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think everybody wants that, but we will still have so much more Pokemon action ahead, which makes it very exciting. One more round of Swiss and Phase 2, and then we go into our top cut bracket where we become single elimination. And they're always so exciting, but one player that has punched their ticket to be there is Yi-Chun. So let's go ahead and hear from him about how he's feeling about all that.
Thanks so much. I am here in the lounge with our latest entrant into our Top Cut, Yichun Wu. Congratulations on making it into Top Cut. How does it feel?
Thank you. It feels amazing. Like it's my first time Top Cut, and before that, every time I kind of lost in the win ending stage. And today, like, yeah, I'm really proud of myself. Yeah.
Absolutely, and of course doing it on stream as well. How did it feel being up on stage and then being able to take it home and make it into the Top Cut with everyone watching?
Yeah, it was a little bit, I feel nervous at first, and then like on stage when I see my opponent's team sheet, I was thinking like, well, what should I do? These six are pretty uncommon. Yeah, so, but anyway, like last time I went stream, I lost, and this time this is my first winning streaming match. So yeah, it feels great. Yeah.
Well, congratulations on the win. Obviously, it was a difficult match to get here to the Top Cut. How has the rest of your tournament been as well as you made it to 10 wins now?
To be honest, it's better than I thought because the team I chose, I picked like 1.5 week before the tournament start. So it's I didn't really have much time to prepare. So like it's much better than I thought. Yep.
So this is something that I always find really interesting when I talk to players who are like, oh, I didn't have a team until like a week before the event. It happens more often than you think if you're watching at home. How do you then take that team that you have, a week and a half to prepare with? How do you then prepare enough so that you can make it to the Top Cut here at the regional championships?
So the thing is, like before I chose this team, I've tried like multiple teams, like multiple popular teams online, and then nothing really feels good. And 1.5 weeks ago, I saw a Chinese player post a team, so I decided to give it a try and found that this team is like the best I feel so far. So I used this team.
Yeah, and what is it about this team that really drew you to it, that felt better than some of the other teams you played?
The truth is, I lost to this team wrong. That's it. That's why I chose this team.
Right. If you can't beat it, why not join it? Right.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. Obviously, it's working out for you here in Pittsburgh. You've made it now into the Top Cut. What are your hopes and goals and aspirations for this tournament? And then again for this season, as we're just at our first regional championship.
Yeah, so the story. So 2 years ago, when it was in Hartford, I watched Shiliang on the final street, on the final stage. And at that tournament, I did very poor. I had like a horrible day 2 Swiss. So when I was watching his final game, I was thinking that if there's a chance I can go to the stage, I will like burn out, try my best to win everything. So now I'm on this, running in front of the Top Cut, and I know if this is like the only chance in my life in the Top Cut. So yeah, I will try to win it.
I would say maybe not the only chance, but the first chance that you're going to have. And I think that there is plenty of opportunity ahead of you, but I'm so excited to see how you're going to perform in the Top Cut as we move on to that next stage of our tournament. Is there anyone that you would like to thank or shout out who's helped support you along your Pokemon journey?
Yeah. First of all, I want to shout out to my wife, Julia. She's always been supporting me all the way. Like I spend a lot of time on Pokemon during my spare time. So yeah, I also need to like spend more time with my family. And the next I want to shout out to the team creator. His name is Yu. He's from China, so he doesn't got like chances to play in regionals. But he and a lot of other Chinese players, they love VGC, so they stay in the VGC scene. So I hope like one day like more Chinese players will be seen. And next I want to shout to Dawei. He's using the same team as mine. And yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Well, Yichun, congratulations again on making it to the Top Cut and fulfilling that first part of the goal to make it, to win the whole thing. And you're well on your way for that. So congratulations once again. Those of you at home, we still have a few more rounds of our Phase 2 Swiss to go. So we're going to bring those to you as soon as possible. And then Top Cut today. Don't go anywhere. We're crowning a champion this weekend, and that's happening right here.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and we're live right now in the Pittsburgh Regional Championships, and we're at the newest and hottest booth, the Championships Gear booth. This is something new to the 2026 season, and of course, they have to show it off at the start of the season here at Pittsburgh. They have everything for every single game, TCG, VG, and even GO, from play mats to Switch cases. How about we check some out? Oh, Evan. How are you doing? What are you excited for here?
Boy, Wancho, I am like a kid in a candy store, or perhaps more accurately, a VGC competitor at the Championships Gear store right now, because all of this gear looks incredible. But I have to specifically shout out these gorgeous hoodies and long sleeve t-shirts. Jody Azzarelli, look away from the stream right now, but we are memorializing probably the most iconic moment in VGC history, Sajin Park's World Championships winning Pachirisu alongside these major threats of that meta, the Garchomp, Tyranitar, and Salamence. It's incredible to have that moment memorialized and immortalized on this hoodie, and I can't wait to pick one up.
Very, very cool. I love how Pachirisu is highlighted there. It's just to follow me, right?
Of course.
With that, how about we check on this side? Will, how are you doing? What are we excited for?
Hey, Wancho, I'm doing great. This is incredible. The first thing that I was drawn to is this Azumarill shirt. I mean, come on. If you've ever watched a competitive Pokemon Go battle, Azumarill's involved at some point, right? It's one of the main constants through all the seasons, and these shirt designs are so incredible. I really wanted to point out as well that they do have these Series 26 tags. That's going to let you know that this is just for this season. It's very, very special. And if you're a Master League player, there's also things like this Landorus Therian t-shirt with this cool gradient coming down as well. Honestly, yeah, this is perfect.
Perfect gear for walking outside, when you're playing Pokemon Go. I believe these are called the human sleeves. With that, a lot of amazing stuff here at the Championships Gear booth. We're gonna throw it back to more Pokemon action.
The 2025 Video Game Championship season was a long one, filled with thrills, chills, and surprises all around. But in the end, just over 600 trainers remained to compete for the title of Pokemon World Champion. In the juniors division, Luke Whittier kept opponent Sosuke Aranori guessing, starting off slow in Trick Room, then closing games 1 and 2 out with a speedy Choice Scarf Miraidon to become the world champion. In the seniors division, Kevin Hahn made history when he beat Xian Li and set a new record, becoming the first person ever to win the world's title in 2 age divisions after winning in the juniors division just last year. In the Masters division, while the meta game was what many expected, with Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider once again coming up on top, finalists Giovanni Siski and James Evans showcased that it was Koraidon, the overlooked ancient Paradox Pokemon, that would be this year's world champion, featuring it on both of their teams. Giovanni made a bold choice to leave Lunala behind, opting instead to bring his Brute Bonnet to the battle. With a couple of predictions on his side, Giovanni was able to position his Fluttermane and Koraidon in front of James's Koraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider for major damage to win game number 1. Giovanni took the lead in game number 2, putting both of James's legendary Pokemon to sleep. It looked like he was close to winning the set, but James kept calm and used prediction after prediction to stay in the game. With James down to his final 2 Pokemon, Calyrex was able to encore Giovanni's Brute Bonnet into Rage Powder, bringing the finals into a decisive game number 3. With the title of World Champion on the line, Giovanni used his stellar terastallization on Fluttermane, and Chi used Beads of Ruin ability to find the extra offense he needed to power through James's incredible defensive play. With one final Shadow Ball and Heat Wave, Calyrex was knocked out, and Giovanni Siski became a world champion.
And just like that, Giovanni Siski is your 2025 Pokemon World Champion!
With the 2025 season behind us, it's time to start planning for the road ahead. Make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for all you need to know to chart your path to Worlds for the 2026 season.
I would call my partner Rosemary. Well, she'd also be there, so she would know. So I guess the first person I'd call would be my dad and my sister, probably. I have 3 answers for this. So Corviknight's my OG favorite Pokemon from when I started playing. I used him a lot. He was always really good for me in Sword and Shield. Not so good anymore. I've kind of grown to really love Golden Go over the last couple of years. And Kyogre, of course, is my favorite restricted Pokemon. It's given me a lot of success. Probably the World Championships in Yokohama. or Hawaii. Those are both pretty far located. Or OCIC in Melbourne. I've gone to a lot of places. I look up to people who are just consistently really good players. Obviously, Wolf Glick would be one of those people. Marco Silva, Joe Ugarte. I really have a lot of admiration for the players who can consistently do super well. And, you know, in a game with this much volatility, those kinds of players prove that even though Pokemon has a lot of elements of things that sometimes feel like they're out of your control, the fact that these players can consistently do so well means that, you know, there's always a higher level of skill to be chasing. I've usually been a night owl, but I'm also getting older now, and I find myself waking up in the morning, and it's weird. So I guess, like, I'm, like, in the middle of shifting from being a night owl to a morning person. My favorite event food is no food, actually. I think I eat like protein bars, and nuts, things that are high in protein, but I don't usually like to have a full meal during a tournament day because I don't want to risk a crash. So usually we end the day pretty early these days, so it's nice. I get through the day, and then I'm real hungry, work up a good appetite to go and just eat some great local food wherever we are. It's a cheap answer to say a legendary Pokemon, so I'm just gonna go with Golden Go. I like my Golden Go. Gimmighoul's such a cute little first form, so I guess we'll go with Gimmighoul. My favorite city to travel to for a Pokemon event has probably been Yokohama. The way that everything around Yokohama was so sort of Pokemon up for the World Championships was just such an amazing experience. Being able to just kind of look around Yokohama and kind of go on this little treasure hunt of finding all the little various Pokemon things, the big murals. There was just so much cool stuff around there. I thought it was an amazing destination. At events, I really like listening to power metal. It kind of like gets me focused up. I went to school for musical theater, so I like musical theater. I like everything. But right now, at an event, it's usually going to be power metal. Maybe K-pop, but we'll go with power metal for today. Flying Gyarados, because that thing needs more flying moves. Like, we just need Gyarados to have a little bit more love in the flying department. He's so reliant on the generational mechanics to have same type attack bonus flying moves, so just give him something.
It has been a wonderful day so far to be kicking off Phase 2 of the Pittsburgh Regional Championships, a new season, the 2026 season, and it could not have started in a better way, and we just have one more round of our Swiss before we're into our top cut. Sierra Dawn and Len here. It has been such a great day. Like, those couple of first matches got me fired up. I can't wait for more.
Those were a lot of fun. The first match with Ben and his Trick Room team and just trying to win the Weather War, win the Trick Room War. It felt like so many things happening. And then that last one was you know, felt like it was going really well. It was very interesting. And then a couple of icy moments shifted the course of it.
I know Canadians are known for the cold, but like not like that. Like not like that. That was a little heartbreaking, but hey, Regulation H, give it. Regulation H, take it. Then Alola Ninetales and the freeze is just part of that.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen lots and lots of Ninetales this weekend. It seems like kind of one of the Pokemon on the rise in this format, up into the top 12, and that's going to happen when that many Blizzards get clicked in during the tournament.
Yeah, sometimes it just be like that, right? But still another opportunity for not just Tid, but a couple of our other players to just win one more to try and make their way into Top Cut. But before we get into that, of course, let's talk about a couple of other things, and more notably the community aspect of it all. First, talk about a couple of tweets. This one from none other than Joe Brown, featuring none other than Lorcy. You just been intimidated cycled by me and Lorcy. They're doing the Incineroar poses.
Double Incineroar is a scary
I guess
no,
it's
Landorus and
Incineroar.
Oh, I forget about Landorus. We don't see him much anymore.
There is some people that they would come after you for saying that.
Well, they're probably old heads if they're coming after me for saying that, because it's not exactly a strong generation.
Can you call others old heads?
Yes, but but only by also acknowledging my own status there.
Okay, but yeah, I love the shirts and like the regional merch coming out with. Those are so cool. So I'm glad we get to see the VG-esque of it all.
Aww.
Next tweet, just making, oh, the family. That's so cute. I wish that we could have little bows and little dresses, little hats for the Pokemon in game. Imagine how cute this would be.
If I could dress up each of my 4 mice independently, I would run Mousehold every tournament.
Right?
Yes.
That would be
just unquestioned. I would find a way, which is different movesets. Sometimes it'll be population bomb wide sometimes it'll be beat up, but it's gonna be there.
my entire VGC team would just be whatever Pokemon looks cutest with the little bows. That is it. Little bows in their hair.
Who's the first choice?
Slitherwing. He's so cute with a little
don't
bow.
know that I expect a bow on a Slitherwing. That seems like maybe a mishmash.
No, it'd be so cute.
It'd be so cute. All right, I'll trust you.
Trust.
I'll-
Trust.
You'll have to mock it up for me later.
Yeah, yeah, I got you. Don't worry. Next tweet
Aw.
coming up from Marty. Look what I get when I talk to him. He's busy watching a Pokemon. Yeah, don't disturb him. He's watching some.
That's some serious action over there. Is Golden Go
Yeah.
going to be able to pull that? That's right before the Golden Go, I think, went for the Make It Rain for a double KO and won. And you're distracting from the climax of the match.
Right? That is Marty. Yeah, you deserve that look. I just gotta say, but no, I'm glad that you're enjoying the event. Both you and your pupper are enjoying the event, and of course, #play Pokemon. Let us know what you're up to. Everything else, we love being able to see the posts and what everyone is doing. And of course, when we're talking about community, we gotta talk about that just a little bit more. Of course, the opportunity to find a Pokemon League near you. I mean, everyone talks about their local events. There's great friends to be had there, so scan the QR code, find out more.
Yeah, lots of great practice, lots of ways to build connections and relationships that help you get practice matches or help you get team building partners. A really great way to start building up that experience.
Yeah, so make sure to save that QR code, but maybe hold off on scanning it for now because, of course, we have a competition to get back to. Let's talk about this upcoming round of Swiss. Again, the last round of Swiss until our top cut. People sitting at that top 10-1. It was Chuppa that went up against Jeremy, so taking the win there. So Jeremy no longer undefeated, but still Chuppa, Jeremy, and Justin, regardless of this next match, and Yichun as well, shoe-ins for cut.
Yep, only 4 players already locked for the top cut. All the rest of those players at 9-2 need to win this round to actually move on into the top cut. So lots at stake for most of the players out there for this round.
Like the most stressful round of all time. So it's going to be heartbreaking with such talented names on this sheet. But looking at the notable matchups, I mean, we have a great one to be broadcasted. James Evans going up against Tom Hayden. But looking across the board, it was difficult because there was a lot of really strong matchups here. I mean, we just saw Matt going up against Henry Rich, making the journey out here is crazy. Lorsey going up against Ben Grismer. Like, the list just goes on and on.
Yeah, all of these matches are win and end. So all of these names, potential candidates for the top cut that we will start after this round. They have to win this round. They got to take down that opponent that's across from them, deny that opponent the chance at top cut so that they can earn it for themselves.
And of course, Daniel Yu going up against Alberto Lara. That is a crazy matchup to be had as well. Only one of those traders to make their way into top cut. So there is too many good matches here. But of course, when we are looking at our current featured match, there's no way that we could get to this point of the competition and not feature our world finalists. So it's about due time that we get to see them on broadcast.
Yeah, imagine getting your pairing for the win and in round this last round, and then it's the player who just got second place at the World Championships about a month ago. That's some tough competition.
That's a little, yeah, that is, there's a lot of trainers here I would not want to pair up against, and I feel like James Evans is probably top of the list for the coming off of a finalist appearance at the World Championships. But I'm excited for this match regardless. I mean, James Evans, obviously, a super, super long list of accomplishments, as a very recent as well. Tom Hayden, I mean, super well known in the scene, especially within the grassroots, being able to be so, like, running so many community events. I love being able to see that he's been going on this run team, and with this particular 6 Pokemon, it'll be a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, he's got a really fascinating team, kind of we've seen Trick Room and Sun put together, but he's taking it to another extreme that I think will be really fun to watch.
It was a match that there's a lot to unpack, and I can't wait to do that once we get to the stage and know that the players have the headsets on, because I don't want to be giving away any information, because this is unlike any team that we've really gotten to see in the competition so far.
Yeah, very unique, and that's what I love about Reg H. It feels like round after round we get to see these really unique teams. I mean, last round we saw a Heatproof Sinestro playing with Tailwind and Trick Room and Calm Mind. Like, it's just always a new surprise.
And wasn't there a comment, I don't know if it was on, it might have been during the cooking segment, where it was like, Evan's like, Sinestro, Heatproof, and then the other's like,
did he call that out yesterday?
It was like, oh, nobody really like runs this anymore, and then it's like, just kidding.
Maybe Evan was cooking.
Maybe Evan's always cooking.
But how do you cook Heatproof Sinestro?
You can't.
It's Heatproof.
That was the comment. You can't.
Yeah.
You can't cook it.
You gotta find other cooking techniques.
Yeah. Or like apparently freeze or something. I don't know. It could be heat proof, but not frozen proof. But yeah, I'm excited though for this matchup ahead and everything that this team has to offer. A couple of Pokemon too that we've talked about throughout the tournament, but haven't really seen the most of. So getting to the stage, we can finally talk a little bit more about these two, because yes, that is indeed a double terrain, that is indeed a Torkoal, and that is indeed a Charizard and a Hatterene. So much on the side of Tom Hayden to talk about here. And I love the energy too. Like, yeah, I'm ready to go.
You got to get the energy up. Your brain's got to be firing on all cylinders to think through these turns, these positions, and that starts right from team preview, trying to consider what leads you want. Now, one thing probably helping Thomas there is that on the other side, it looks like a fairly typical Rain team. You know, Whimsicott kind of twists things up a little bit, but probably something that Thomas has seen before, knows what to deal with. But on the other hand, this, probably not something that James has a lot of experience into. Like you mentioned, dual terrain, Psychic Surge and Grassy Surge. And then a skill swap on Hatterene that might mean even more Surge activations. Kind of Hatterene might end up with one of those abilities at some point. Yeah, this is hard Trick Room. You might recognize some pieces from the Marco Silva Trick Room Rain team that also had Ursaluna, Torkoal, Charizard, but it didn't have Hatterene and NDD really leaning into the Trick Room mode. And then also leaning even more into the speed, because the Charizard, not specs like that team, but actually Choice Scarf, so it's able to move out before something's on James' side that it might not have otherwise been able to.
There's some really dangerous damage threats here, because as you call out the Charizard, but this Torkoal, it's not going to be more of that supportive set, but also just built for the damage. So the Torkoal can set up the Charizard to do the most, and also can do the most itself, whether it's in or outside of that Trick Room. So I feel like there's so many different leads and so many different Pokemon duos to really be accounting for, which makes this especially dangerous to go up against.
Yeah, no eject back here, just Choice Specs, Terrafire, Eruptions being threatened, but those are only going to be potent when the weather's on your side. So the weather war is going to be a key factor in this match. Rain on one side, sun on the other. You know, some weathers, if it's sun or if it's sand and snow, maybe it doesn't matter as much which weather is up, but when you're talking about rain versus sun, it is very key to be on the winning side of that. But of course, you can give it up and just go for things like Last Respects and Draco Meteors. Like, there's ways to find damage in the sun anyway. But looking at James's team, like we mentioned, looks mostly like a fairly typical Rain team. You've got the Pelipper, the Archaludon and Basculegion, the most normal partners, and then the Golden Goat, Incineroar, Herring that normally rounds this out. The Whimsicott slot often an Amoonguss, so the Whimsicott instead offers some extra speed, a way to go up against something like the Choice Scarf Charizard and get past it in speed without needing the Rain. But otherwise, it feels very typical. The Terra-Fighting Terrablast Golden Go, also kind of a more trendy adaptation in the recent phase of Reg H. We're seeing a few teams with that.
See, I love the Whimsicott with just, you called it the Tailwind, but I love the Encore and the Fake Tears as well, really being able to have a couple of different options for this team, and being, of course, the supportive option, so the Pelipper can go on a bit more on the offensive, having that Choice Scarf itself, which something like even the Icy Wind to buy for that speed control, if you don't want to be leading with the Whimsicott, is big. And of course, if you lead it, think that maybe Tom is going for Trick Room, you can just go for damage instead.
You can, yeah. The Choice Scarf Muddy Waters are threatening against a lot of teams. The Choice Scarf Icy Wind's really valuable against a lot of teams, but less valuable against Trick Room on the other side. There may be points where the Focus Sash is like very evidently missing, because if you're trying to win a Weather War against a Trick Room team, you don't really want your Pelipper holding a Choice Scarf. It means it cannot protect itself in Trick Room. It means it's going to go down to one hit from something like a Facade. It might even just go down to one Sun boosted Eruption. Pelipper not exactly a bulky Pokemon, so going to make it a little bit more difficult to win that Weather War. But Whimsicott, you mentioned the Encore. That can be pretty disruptive against Trick Room teams. If you can manage to Encore Trick Room, or at least even threaten that, you can throw off that first bit of momentum in those crucial 4 turns after Trick Room goes up.
That's where it gets especially dangerous too, then the fact that there is just the double terrain and you have that Indeedee. So there's a lot to account for our Worlds finalists getting into the match, though such a standard pairing. That Golden Go up against the Incineroar, and the opposing side, this lead just screams, I'm gonna click Trick Room.
It screams, I want to click Trick Room. It's one of the lead pairings most representative of wanting to do that, but Golden Go, pretty good answer to it. Of course, Hatterene does not want to take a Make It Rain, would be weak to that. Might immediately draw out a Terrafire to be able to. Otherwise, you could just try to switch it out and get NDD to set up the Trick Room, but that risks Incineroar just coming out with a knockoff, so that might... And then there's a Ghost Terra on NDD, so unlike a usual Fairy Terra, you don't really have a way out of that knockoff. So maybe slightly vulnerable situation for Trick Room here, and that is going to draw out this Fire Terrestrialization for Hatterene.
So this one will feel just that wee little bit safer going for this terrestrialization. Make sure you're not going to be taking a super effective hit from this Golden Go. Indeedee as well, so if it is an attempt to add a double up into the slot, Indeedee will draw one hit away from this Incineroar. Golden Go, of course, hits both targets, but those are going to be hits that are taken so well, especially now with that terrestrialization for the Incineroar on the opposing end. But it's just going to be a knockoff, so that is going to be Indeedee actually just holding on. I thought that was going to be taken out, but 5 HP. Indeedee sticks around, and it's going to be a Trick Room setup. Indeedee does mean you can redirect one hit, but it does mean now that you can't bring in a Pokemon to maybe take advantage of the Trick Room situation.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure Thomas wanted that. It would have been very clean to have Indeedee just go down there and get something like Ursaluna in. Instead, you're just going to have a Helping Hand offer this turn, but that can be quite a bit of damage.
It's not just the Indeedee, but Tom trying to help this Hatterene out as well with the Dazzling Gleam, but all the help in the world is not helping against these two resisted hits. Not the damage there, and of course with no Follow Me, that's going to be Covert Cloak and some damage into that Hatterene. And yeah, so much done, even if it's not very effective hit coming up from the Golden Go. So much momentum taken, and that's all of a sudden a double KO.
Yeah, it's a big lead. Trick Room is up, and there's 3 turns left of it, already down 2-4. I think a good moment to talk about the Hatterene moveset, because it's missing some options that might have helped other Hatterenes in the early game. No Mystic Fire here. A lot of times they have the Fire Terrestrialization and Mystic Fire to immediately threaten Golden Go, and no Protect that it might have wanted to use in turn 1 to not have to draw out the Terrestrialization. Instead, because it's fitting room for Expanding Force skill swap, it is kind of funneled into this position. So now it's going to be all down to these two Pokemon, the Rillaboom and the Torkoal, but that is so much more difficult if Pelipper is indeed in the back. It's easy to just kind of get out of these Make It Rain drops, get rain on the field.
Especially, too, for the Torkoal, since you are that choice specs, sure, you're going to be doing more damage, but it does mean that whatever you want to click into is going to be just, well, that move for the rest of the match. And if it is going to be something like rain coming in, it can be dangerous if it's a fire move. That's where the Weather Ball's good, but again, it's a tricky one.
You've got to find a way to deal with the Incineroar as well. Torkoal's going to have a hard time dealing the damage to it itself if it isn't a Water-type Weather Ball, and then Rillaboom might need to land a high horsepower into it eventually. So very much an uphill battle to try to win from this 2-4 position.
Is such a scary position, and yeah, when you have the Trick Room, a Torkoal being in the spot, it could be one to run away with the game, but a swap makes me think that we know who is about to win the Weather War here as Pelipper, the Beaming, comes out onto the battlefield. Drizzle will be set, and the rain for Torkoal to try and take the most momentum is gone, and Golden Go as well with the Protect. So making sure that even if the Golden Go is taking some damage, not going to take more on this turn. Heat Wave, nothing into the Golden Go, and the Pelipper already going to be a resisted hit, and of course, you're not doing much in the rain at all. Woodhammer even into the Golden Go, just the double into that turn. So yeah, this Trick Room's not really doing too much for Tom right now.
Yeah, Tom may be hoping the Pelipper was switching into that slot, or the Golden Go would try to survive Heat Wave and the Woodhammer would finish it off. But it's just a very clean turn. To burn another turn of Trick Room away, Golden Go can scout out what the Torkoal is locked into. Now easy to just switch the Incineroar probably back into this slot or whatever is in fact. But yeah, the Incineroar gets the Intimidate onto Rillaboom, doesn't have to worry about a Weather Ball from the Torkoal, just continues to play pretty clean plays here.
Yeah, so now the Rillaboom's going to be doing less. The Heat Wave is just not doing it, even with the critical hit. Woodhammer from the Rillaboom, of course, even if you get that damage, it is going to be recoil. Pelipper goes down, so there is going to be a KO, but still, there's just so many different tools that James has on his side to be able to deal with these final two Pokemon.
Right, Pelipper goes down, but Pelipper has done his job. The rain is going to be there for the rest of this match. In the meantime, Incineroar gets back in, fully healthy and getting even more healthy with the grassy terrain to help. It's been really hard to find the damage into that, especially with Rillaboom now at -1. And then Trick Room is quickly running out of time, at which point Torkoal is going to look very much like a sitting duck.
Yeah, this poor Torkoal. We were poking fun at Torkoal yesterday, and Torkoal's having a rough time of it in this match as well. You get the Trick Room, but you just don't get the weather, and it's going to be just the Golden Go hitting the field yet again. And sure, there is a Rillaboom that has the high horsepower, but again, the Intimidates come on through. You're sure it's super effective hit from the Heat Wave, but it's really not feeling like it with this rain. It's just a slow but sure whittle out the options here. And Golden Go with the Protect is still just, James has been playing this so safe from every single turn, not really giving any room for Tom to be able to try and get back into this match. Another Heat Wave, but again, nothing into that 1000th Pokemon, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
It's rough out here.
May heal net out of this turn between the grassy terrain and the Heat Wave. James just really preventing any offense from coming out. Recognizing Rillaboom's the only one that can do serious damage, and now the Trick Room is expired. Golden Go free to go out on the attack this turn.
I wish the Torkoal had just clicked Fissure instead, and then we'd just see what could happen here, but instead this poor Turtle's just locked into this one move, and so much damage from the Make It Rain on this turn. Rillaboom will hold on, but not for long. It's going to be a knockoff to just finish it off, and it's Torkoal all by his lonesome, and yeah, that's a rough one. I mean, that's going to be the thing with Choice Specs Torkoal is it can be super dangerous, but even then, you don't get the KO on the Golden Go.
We did learn one important thing there. Incineroar moving before Rillaboom outside of Trick Room, so going to be faster than it in this matchup. That could be important, you know, if they're both led against each other for Fake Out, or if they end up against each other in Trick Room for Fake Out, then the advantage would be flipped the other way. But yeah, all of that is just information leading to the next game, because this is clearly over with Torkoal having no way to deal with Incineroar, no way to not go down next turn. And so Thomas concedes this one, moves us on to game 2.
The poor Torkoal that couldn't, but James, I mean, maybe you don't have go up against these sort of teams the most often, but still, James played it so smart from the get-go and being able to take a really safe win.
Right, got the lead matchup very right. That's the key thing, I think, for that game, is that it was such a strong lead just from turn 0, having the Golden Go and the Incineroar against Hatterene and NDD. It was very difficult to not lose a bunch in the early game, and then because you have to also win the Weather War, when you take early damage or even early KOs, these ended up being with the double Make It Rain KO there, that is you losing the Weather War. But there wasn't a great way out of it either. You didn't want, you know, switch. If you tried to switch only one of those two, you probably weren't going to get Trick Room. And if you switched both, you were just going to be way back-footed with Sun on the field, Pelipper in the back, and a bunch of Make It Rain damage down.
Well, it's even like that first turn where Ndidi has the Follow Me and then survives on the 5 HP as the Hatterene sets up the Trick Room. Because if the Ndidi had gone down there, bringing the Torkoal in, even if the Pelipper does swap or you get the Terastallization out of the Golden Go, you're still then going to have to contend with a Dazzling Gleam or Expanding Force from the Hatterene and a hit from this Torkoal. And you could have been in such a better spot even if you were losing the Weather War in that particular moment, right? So that's kind of one of those things that really hurt in the matchup. One of those moments where, like, just sacrifice the Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. I think NDD was already a bad position in the lead. NDD surviving that first turn made it so much more difficult, and part of that is because Hatterene didn't have Protect. So it didn't have a way to just let NDD go down on turn 2. It had to go out swinging it on its own, despite having no real damage target for that. So looking ahead to game 2, I think it's got to be adjustments from Thomas. I was a little bit surprised to see no Ursaluna. Feels like it gives a more diverse damage output and one that's not reliant on having the Sun. So might not be surprised to see that come. And then Charizard also could let you be more able to play outside of Trick Room if you're worried about Golden Go just being led again. Then having Charizard gives a way to threaten it. You can even do cheeky things like Charizard with Ndidi. If you Terastallize it, Charizard no longer a flying type is immune to Fake Out. So you could try to get past Incineroar that way as well.
I mean, leading the Charizard and then just having any other Pokemon and having the Torkoal in the back, just a surefire way to try and get damage out, win the Weather War. Going into this, James, not switching it up from the lead, but this is going to be a unique one. We talked about the double terrain starting off the match, and we'll get to see the Ndidi and the Rillaboom both hit the field. Ndidi going first, so the battlefield will get weird for just a moment, just enough to get this Psychic Seed to activate, but then we'll be able to see this Rillaboom come on through and get the terrain for himself, which does mean that the priorities are online.
Yeah, really interesting to see that the speeds have this relationship. This Rillaboom's so unique with the Life Orb and so slow that it's underspeeding his own NDD to make sure the grassy terrain is down. Definitely an intentional thing there. Opens up Fake Out with Rillaboom next to NDD on this turn. But we also learned from that last game, Rillaboom, of course, if it's slower than NDD, also slower than Incineroar on the other side. And so that's going to be the first Fake Out moving on this turn. And once again, Golden Go really doesn't look very threatened. Can just pump a ton of Make It Rain damage out.
It will be from the Fake Out from the Incineroar into the Rillaboom, though, and you call the Make It Rain so much damage. No KOs at this point, though, and the Ndidi will take the hit quite well. Now, the Rillaboom's not going to have an action, but the Ndidi will go for that Trick Room. So, talked about the speed tierings of the Rillaboom. Going to be a lot more favored now that Trick Room's active for the next 4 turns.
I think really interesting Fake Out prioritization from James. Could have faked out Ndidi to make sure the Trick Room didn't go up this turn. I think that would be a lot of players' instinct. You see Heart Trick Room on the other side, just do everything you can to stop it. Deciding instead he wants to make sure Rillaboom doesn't get to attack that turn and lets Trick Room go up on this turn, and probably just feels like he can deal with those 4 turns coming after, because there's no big offensive threat here. Rillaboom has already taken an Intimidate, so despite having high horsepower, is not really threatening the Pokemon on the other side. Probably, maybe between Life Orb, and Helping Hand, you could get to a point where you're threatening one of them, but NDD going to swap out because it wants to preserve the Psychic Terrain for the future.
Yeah, so you'll at least be able to keep that one terrain and bring Torkoal out, something that normally will thrive quite well in these Trick Room situations, even if it did struggle last time. Rillaboom, it has taken an Intimidate, but still a lot of damage into the Incineroar onto the opposing end since you do have that Life Orb. U-turn, though, is going to be enough to KO the Rillaboom once and for all, and a chance for James to pivot into a Pokemon that can try and help him out a little bit more, whether it's a Pokemon he thinks will fare better or just a Pelipper to turn off the sun.
Right, Pelipper could immediately react to Torkoal coming in and setting Sun to undo it if it's indeed in the back. Getting damage into Incineroar is pretty valuable if your damage complexion is, Hatterene and Torkoal. It's maybe difficult to otherwise find the damage into Incineroar, and so that was a really big high horsepower for that reason. The Assault Vest compounds that problem even more, because it means that not only does Incineroar have the type advantage against Torkoal, that extra bit of bulk makes it so difficult to burst through it, but it's not Pelipper, at least not yet. You see Basculegion hit the field after that U-turn.
I feel like a Basculegion that you don't necessarily get to see out on a battlefield this early in a match, let alone in Trick Room, but something with the Focus Sash can be going through a hit. And now Torkoal on the swap in. Since it is single target, will take a considerable amount from that Make It Rain, all things considered. So something like an Eruption's not going to be doing nearly as much as you'd want to in the future. But that Rillaboom getting KO'd does mean this Ursaluna can hit the field, that adjustment here that we see into Game 2.
I think this is a really interesting position because you have to really guess what the Basculegion is doing here. It could just be Pelipper coming in to set rain and a massive Aqua Jet coming in that could threaten a KO probably onto either of these Pokemon. But on the other hand, that would mean if you want to switch NDD in to block that, you're only putting one attack out on this turn, which means that you can't get through the Focus Sash, and the Basculegion might be free to go for an even bigger attack like a Last Respects or a Liquidation. So, very big guessing game. And then, of course, Basculegion can just protect itself, kind of delay this all into the future. So a very tricky, dangerous position for Thomas here.
Especially, too, when you do see that speed, not necessarily on James's end, it feels so safe to just go and protect Pokemon. Torkoal, it took a lot of damage last turn on the swap in. It's going to be switching back into the Indeedee, so Psychic Surge turned off once again in case we are looking like something like an Aqua Jet from this Basculegion. A switch, though, Golden Go is going to be swapping out when we eye up move choices from this Ursaluna. Something that wouldn't have been good if the Golden Go was sticking around, but the Pelipper hits the field. This rain is out, and the Torkoal's out in the back to maybe come back in later to set the sun. Now the Ursaluna. This is going to be Terrestrialization into this Ghost typing and going to be a Pokemon that you need to be making the most momentum of on this turn. Pelipper, it just swapped in, but it'll be a Headlong Rush instead of a Facade. So attack that does absolutely nothing and a Liquidation that does so much into the Ursaluna in return.
Yeah, James ends up getting the better of the turn. NDD comes in to block a possible Aqua Jet, but there is no Aqua Jet. And Pelipper comes in to set rain and make sure that Liquidation does so much damage, and in the meantime also keeps Golden Go safe. Pelipper, such a frail Pokemon, but if you're just using immunities, you can come in and burn a crucial turn of Trick Room where, net damage, James gets more damage on that turn because he's both having to play a little bit defensively to worry about Aqua Jet and having to play a guessing game of where Pelipper is coming, gets it wrong, and loses a turn with the Headlong Rush.
It looked like there was a hover too for the Facade for just one moment, but sometimes that just is how it is. Basculegion's could be taking a lot from that Headlong Rush. Of course, will survive through at least that hit thanks to that Focus Sash. Now out on the turn, the Dazzling Gleam is going to find its mark. Just the 1 HP needed on the Basculegion to take a KO. But of course, the Pelipper is going to take the hit so well. Now for the Pelipper, we are looking at the Choice Scarf variant. So it's going to be one move only to be locking into, and it will be the Weather Ball. Accurate, Ursaluna out.
Yeah, I think James making a smart decision there to say you can only take one thing or the other. You can either attack twice to get through Focus Sash, or you can attack into Pelipper and get rid of that. But by attacking with both, he guaranteed that one of his 2 attacks would come out, and then he'd get the KO on that turn. Of course, that means 2 KOs already on his side. That means he can guarantee the Weather War if he'd like to have it by switching Pelipper out for Incineroar. And then Golden Go comes in with Protect available, dwindling turns of Trick Room. Just, again, kind of navigating this making the right trades in Trick Room to navigate this in a very smart way that never gives up too much at once.
Now the Torkoal hits the field, and with the Pelipper already being out, it's Torkoal winning the weather for now. but if switch from James is going to preserve that Pelipper in the back for just a little bit later. Incineroar's already taken a lot of damage. Intimidate not necessarily going to be impactful on these two Pokemon. Now Torkoal definitely has a lot of momentum and has to be making up on this turn, and Indeedee to try and help it do the best. Smiles from Tom, but Golden Goat that's just going to protect. It's just going to be the Incineroar to take the brute force of this hit. The Heat Wave in the sun with the Choice Specs, with the Helping Hand. Incineroar comes in to instantly get KO'd. But again, the Pelipper switching out was the important part, because now you'll be able to switch it in and turn off that sun once and for all.
Right. The value of the high horsepower earlier showing itself. It means that it gets the KO onto the Incineroar, but just so well timed from James here. Right as Trick Room expires, Pelipper hits the field. That Choice Scarf in full effect. Not that it would need it, would be moving before both of these anyway, but just means the damage potential now with Golden Go on the field. Neutral special attack, Pelipper ready to go out on the offense, and Indeedee and Torkoal just look like they have no chance against these two.
Yeah, and Indeedee with the follow me, so if it is just this weather ball, it'll be just going into the one Pokemon. Keep the Torkoal safe, at least trying to for now. Indeedee will hold on 5 HP. Make It Rain will take care of that KO. Torkoal, this is Torkoal's last stand here. It's locked into Heat Wave. The weather is not on its side. It was the final Pokemon in this game, #1, and a Pokemon that definitely just doesn't look too great at this moment. It will double connect though, but no room for shenanigans, no room for crits. The Pelipper looks like it was not even going out to a crit, so it's going to be a Torkoal that's about to have a real rough time on this next turn.
Torkoal about to take the biggest weather ball it's ever seen. Way more than enough damage to move James on into the top 10.
2-0 for James Evans, our world finalist, finding himself back in a top cut here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships, going up against a team like Tom Hayden's that has so much Trick Room, so much different options. Could be a little scary, but James played that so well. Never really gave any sort of wiggle room for Tom to find so much momentum into the match, and just a very safe way to secure a spot in the top cut.
I think really gave a masterclass against how to play against her. Get a lot out of the early game. The turn 1 and turn 2 of both games featured way more damage than James decided to take an early lead. Then once you're in Trick Room, play slow, play safe, and when opportunities present themselves, make trades. Like this trade where Basculegion goes down, but it meant that Ursaluna also went down, a trade that put James further ahead. And then time your positioning. Right as that Trick Room expires, be ready to pounce. Don't be back-footed, don't be on the defensive. Be ready to have Pelipper hit the field next to a Golden Go and just close it out.
I loved just the fun that the players were having in the match, though. The clapping for the helping hands coming out from Tom for every time he helping hand, but James as well near the end. Love to see that, regardless of the fact that the Torkoal was having a rough time, that Tom Hayden was having fun out there, and congratulations to him for having such a deep run. I mean, one away from top cut always hurts, but hey, at the end of the day, we love playing Pokemon, and it looks like the players had fun.
Yeah, still such an impressive weekend to get to this point and only have 3 losses. It takes a lot of good Pokemon to reach that.
Especially with a team like this, because our Trick Room, like, yeah, James had a masterclass up against Trick Room, and that's the thing. I feel like with a lot of these Trick Room teams sometimes, like, regardless of what pieces are on the team, people kind of know, like, okay, this is a hard Trick Room team, so yeah, this Pokemon's going to Trick Room and can have their options to go up against it. I don't feel like too many people disrespect going up against a hard Trick Room, at least in their team building, at least not someone like James, right? So, like, there's still going to be options going up against a team like Tom's.
Yeah, there's going to be options, but James has definitely taken some sacrifices against hard Trick Room, things like the Choice Scarf that we talked about, demonstrating how even if you've taken a few, like, backward steps in the matchup, you know how to play it really well, execute at all those different phases that you can get more out of it than people might expect.
Yeah, but big congratulations to James for securing not just the win, but his spot in top cut. And we'll have an opportunity to talk with him now as he's standing by with Evan.
Thanks, y'all. I am here in the lounge with our latest entry into our top cut, James Evans. And James, what are you doing here? You already have your Worlds invite. You were a finalist last season at the World Championships. Give someone else a chance.
Sorry, like, gotta keep my spot up. Like, I mean, if you want an actual serious answer, I registered for this event before Worlds, so I didn't know that I was like, oh, I have my invite now. I could not go, but I paid the money already, so I'm gonna go. Like,
yeah. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna make top cut.
Exactly, that's the plan.
Well, congratulations. You've got
Thank
your
you.
10th win that puts you into the top cut. And I have to say, that was a very clean win.
Thank you.
We haven't seen a lot of those style hard trick room teams like Thomas was running, but it seemed like you had a really clear game plan going into that. What were you thinking when you saw that matchup?
It's a little interesting just because I wasn't really expecting to fight like a Charizard, and the Life Orb Rillaboom kind of was throwing me off guard. Just a few things on Tom's team that didn't really seem like your average hard trick room team. So I was a little like worried. I was like, I feel like this is fine, but I'm not sure until like I start playing. I played hard trick room earlier this tournament, so I had and I won there, but there was like a lot more standard. So I kind of knew like what lines to incorporate, how to play around them, but I was like, it could go any like way at any different time. It's a very erratic composition. Like you can do a lot of very aggressive things and kind of just get away with them if the opponent's just gonna like click attacks or do specific designated things. But I just stuck to my guns. I was like, you know what, these 4 have been working for me. They won the last matchup I had to play with this, so I'm just gonna lead instant golden go, and we're gonna start clicking buttons again and stall out that trick room.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is one of those matchups where your experience really shines through. You've played a number of years, and you know, you've played against, you know, maybe this season in Regulation H, you haven't played a lot of the hard trick room teams, but over the years, this has been a popular archetype.
Yeah.
You've played plenty. How much were you drawing on that experience?
A fair amount, I would say. Honestly, I think a lot of this tournament has been kind of just drawing on experience. Even from recent time, I've been worrying a lot less about how I'm going to perform and just enjoying myself. But I would say you still got all that knowledge from when I was like super try hard, like I gotta win or else like I'm gonna be a loser and I'm gonna lose. But a lot of it has just been like enjoying myself and having fun, and I would say just taking what I've learned so far and incorporating it in a new way.
I think that's what I took away from that match too. It definitely seemed like both you and Tom were having a lot of fun during that match. And I think it's so beautiful that you can be able to play such high-level Pokemon and still have fun with it. Because that's what this is all about.
Exactly.
It's a game, right?
No, it's, I would say, I've been a lot less worried about how I'm going to play Pokemon lately, and I've just started playing it. And I would say that worked out very well at Worlds, so I was carrying that mentality into here, and I had a great time with this team. I literally locked the team because I said it looks fun.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't really care how I do. I mean, like, obviously that's pretty fortunate just because I have the auto invite already, but I was like, I just want to have fun this weekend. If I do well, I do well. So we're already this far, so hopefully I can keep it going.
I do think this team looks like a lot of fun. Lynn and Sierra were calling out a little bit of it, how this is a rain team that does not need rain at all, because you have the Focus Sash, Basculegion, and the Power Herb on the Archaludon.
Yeah.
Like, how did this team come together?
Oh, all right. Well, you may have heard of this person before, everyone on the stream. A friend of mine called Aaron Zhang at Top 16 at a regional not so long ago with a team very similar to mine. And I was like, hey, Aaron, this team looks really fun. Can you give me some advice on it? And he was like, yeah, sure, I'd be happy to. So huge shout out to Aaron. I would say go watch his video about it. It's really like, that was what like sold me on the team, and then I started playing it. I was like, this is really, really fun. I want to play this at the regional just because it looks like a really good time. And Aaron helped me out a ton in terms of just like discussing lines a little bit. And I would say originally there was a Blood Moon Ursaluna on the team. Apparently he didn't bring it to any games. I wasn't bringing it to any of my prep, so we just I was like, I'll put an instant over it. The instant's been super magnificent the entire tournament, so really happy with the team so far. It's been a lot of fun, and obviously something I've been keeping track of. It's like a little thing. I was like, I've now cut like a major with all 4 weathers in Scarlet Valley, and it was like that's like a very specific little like, wow, look at my little nice medal. I have all 4 weathers, but I was
put
like
that in the stats.
Yeah,
box.
exactly. But I was really happy to take the team this far because I would say I've been trying to find new ways to experience the game and enjoy the game, and that comes with trying new teams that you wouldn't normally before. And I've always been like a very big like anti-Pelipper guy, but after this tournament, Pelipper has been so good to me, dude. I gotta fill out the Pelipper apology form.
Yeah, fill out that Pelipper apology form. And I think some of casters here are gonna fill that out too, because we were talking about Rain being really good, but no one wants to use Pelipper because like, maybe we should be looking at Politoed again.
I was considering it too. I was like, Politoed seems like fun, like to have a Kingdra, but I was like, I'm not Wolf. I'm like, I'm not gonna play Perish, but I can try something close.
Yeah, you could do something. Is this so you mentioned you were never bringing the Ursaluna in practice matches. Aaron wasn't either. Is this sort of a default? If you have a team where you're not bringing a Pokemon and Incineroar isn't already on the team, is it just, let me grab that Incineroar, come on over, buddy?
I'm not sure, because if you asked me before Worlds, I would be like, I feel like Incin's always like my go-to last mon if I have nothing else to run. Just for reference, I didn't run Incin at all in Gen 9 before that, like, last Worlds. And the last time I played it was 2022 Worlds. I'm now starting to understand that maybe I should be running this Pokemon more.
Incin at the World Championships, huh? How about that?
Well, it was like, nothing really filled out the slot, and side spam actually was an issue. I was like noticing in my games, I was like, this is really tough because Golden Goat can kind of get through it, but because of your Terra and like the way you have to play it, especially if it's like Throat Chop on Sneasler or something like that, it's kind of hard to dodge around. Incin gives you a little more wiggle room. It gives you a pivot. It gives you just a way to disarm the opponent, get rid of things like Assault Vest on our Udons, things like just pivot around a U-turn, cause problems. It just gives the team more leverage, I find. And like Aaron discusses it, he's like, Ursaluna is kind of like the flex slot. Incin is just very, very flexible. It's a lot more flexible than Ursaluna because it doesn't really have to worry about, I would say it's got similar weaknesses, but Intimidate's so useful, and its Terra oftentimes comes into play a lot more. At least I found. So like overall, I'd probably say like, yeah, maybe if you're figuring out like a Pokemon that obviously you're like, man, I really don't know like what fits in this last. Maybe try Incineroar. He might be good. He might be really good.
Maybe try. That'll fix up. That's the duct tape that fixes all your problems. Well, James, it's been incredible to watch you play all of last season and here again, making it to the top cut in the first regional back. You know, you've already got your Worlds invite locked up. You say you're trying to just have fun playing. What are do you have any goals for this season? Do you have any aspirations right now?
I mean, it's always been about being the best me I can be. And I would say, whatever results I get along the way, whatever friends I make, whatever people I make happy doing it, that's always just been the goal. Getting second at Worlds does kind of light a fire in your soul a little bit, though. I just want to be the best at what I do. And if that means being the best me, then I'm happy to do it.
Absolutely, and you're definitely well on your way to being the best you. And I'm really curious about this because we haven't gotten a chance to really talk since you became the finalist at the World Championships. How have things changed for you since becoming a finalist at the World Championships in our biggest stage that we've ever had at Worlds?
It's so weird. It feels surreal still. Like, part of me kind of doesn't feel like the event happened, if that makes sense. Like, I pulled up.
It's a dream.
Yeah, I pulled up today. Like, people are still congratulating me about this event. And first of all, thank you so much to everyone who did that. It's so kind of you. But like, part of me is like, wait, who am I again? Like, I don't like, why are people coming up to me and like asking for signatures and photos? Like, I'm just playing the game, bro. It still feels really weird. Because obviously, like, I've already been in a World Championships once. I won that time. I would say, like, in being finals and losing anyway, it doesn't feel any different. It still feels incredible. It feels surreal. But after this, like, that tournament, again, like, kind of realized I stopped worrying about how I was going to play Pokemon. I just started playing it, and I found that I enjoyed it a lot more. I'm having fun doing it, and I'm a lot less stressed about it. I'm very, like, I would say, if you've ever seen me before, like, probably before the last two tournaments, I'm a very, like, paranoid person. Like, especially when it comes to, like, playing and team building, and, like, performances and stuff like that. But lately, I've been just taking it very easy, and obviously that may be because I have an auto-invite buffer, but I like to think I've grown a lot over these past few months, and I'm very happy that I just get to play the game that I love and play it with all my friends.
Absolutely, and all of that growth is totally on display and was totally on display during that stream set. And I am so excited to watch you in our top cut. I'm going to go ahead and let you get a little bit of a break before we start our bracket portion. I could talk to you for an hour, but I know that you've got things to do. But before I let you go, is anyone in particular you'd like to shout out who's helped you along your Pokemon journey?
First off, like I already mentioned, shout out to Aaron Zhang. Huge help and inspired me to run the team. Shout out to all my friends, Matthias, Kareem, Alfredo, everyone who helped me like decide to run the team as well. And shout out to all my friends at school, always supporting me. They drew like this awesome Koraidon photo when I got back from Worlds. It was so cool. I hope it's still up there. Fingers crossed. But shout out to all of them. And obviously, of course, shout out to my family, always supporting me wherever I am. My mom, my dad, my sister, my grandmother, my dog. And shout out to my grandfather, Papa Tony. I love you very much.
Awesome. Well, James, thank you so much for taking some time to talk with
me.
Always love talking with you, and congratulations on making Top Cut once again at the Regional Championships. We're going to take a quick break. That's it for Phase 2. Up next is the bracket stage. It's time for Top Cut. You are not going to want to miss a single match, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with even more Pokemon action from the Pittsburgh Regional Championships.
Alrighty. James, let me open it for you. That's good etiquette.
Good luck, have fun, man.
You as well.
Thank you.
Woo! No, dude, good luck in Top Cut. You.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Good set.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win Game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, plus 3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense plus 3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the Fighting-type Buzzwole faced off against a Fairy-type and a Flying-type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z-move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think, a Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The heavy slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit!
Critical hit!
It does it at the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and then crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
The best way to test your team is to get a group of friends together and hold a tournament, check your show 6, pick 3, and learn how to work your way out of situations, tough situations, easy situations.
So when I'm preparing for a regional, what I usually do is I play a lot of live, and I have a spreadsheet next to me with like every single deck I play, what deck I'm playing against, whether I went first or second, and then every single mistake I made, and whether just like everything that I could get from a single game, and that helps me just like condense all my knowledge and get better at my deck as quickly as possible.
I think it's very important that you never cut out your team or a team member too early. You need a few games to determine, okay, this isn't going to work. You know, just testing so many games over the past like 2 months. That's how I ended up with the 6 that I have here today. Some unconventional, but sometimes if it fits for your team, that's what you need to go with.
Practice with, I'd say, the Great League or the Ultra League. Go on the app and just like practice. Learn some strategies and just practice, basically. Practice makes perfect, so.
Personally, live and going to locals, I go once or twice a week as best as I can. You know, and going against people, it's different from live, but like it's good to get the reps in.
I think that there are a few good ways to test your team. Some of the best include just competing at locals and going out and getting real experience with other players, because sometimes what looks good on paper doesn't always do well in practice, so that's always good. But also working with friends and other people who are interested in the same Pokemon and archetypes that you are, because a lot of times we all see the game differently, and you never know what you can learn from those people, even though they want to use the same things as you. So.
Welcome back, everyone. The stage is currently empty, but there will be players filling them in as we are ready for our top cut here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. There is so much Pokemon action left to come as we are about to crown a champion. And boy, howdy, do we have a good top cut for y'all at home. And I'm so happy to be previewing it with my good friends Jake Muller and Rosemary Kelly. Guys, did y'all expect it to be this good, our first regional out?
Well, yeah.
Obviously.
Come on now. Every Pokemon event has been getting so much hype, whether it's the top cut, the matches that we have on stream. I mean, the way that Frankfurt kicked things off, I feel like, of course, North America has got to follow that. We got this.
We're the defending world champions, after all.
Exactly.
I mean, of course, the first season, or the first regional of a new format, even though this isn't a new old format, I think it's always really fun, too, to see what players come up with in terms of new team building, especially looking back at the old regulation age, what carries over, what's been created from the ashes of it, and it's been a really fun experience so far.
Absolutely, and we have an incredible lineup for our top cut, which is about to begin. Our final round of Phase 2 Swiss has ended, and our players are currently being seeded into the top cut bracket. We will have 15 total players in our asymmetric top cut, which means there is only one bye available for this top cut. So 14 people are going to have to battle it out to make it into the top 8. The only one who doesn't have to Chuppa across the 4th.
Well, congratulations to Chuppa on the top 8 already at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. That's definitely got to feel pretty good.
For sure. Great way to start out a season. Of course, getting that buy-in to top 8 means that you get a little bit of chance to relax, maybe grab some lunch, maybe do some game planning for the rest of your matches. And Chuppa has to win 3 more rounds to claim a second regional championship, while everyone else has to win 4. And I don't know about you, but that's 1 fewer, and that's better odds.
That is so much better odds.
I would much rather win 3 rather than 4. And take a look at the bracket here on your screen. Chuppa will be playing the winner of Kalen Brown versus Joshua Lorsey. We also have Daniel Yu versus James Evans, who we just saw make it into the top cut by winning that last round. Regional champion Rajan Ball is going to be playing up against Justin Tang for an invite into that top 8 position. Ofamezi Email versus Matt Tidd, 2 players we have seen on stream, both incredible competitors. Vincenzo Chicho and Yichun Wu will also be competing to make it into the top 8. Zachary Weed, who had a great early debut Masters season a few years ago, and is still competing at the highest level up against Dylan Matthews. And then, of course, Rashil Sakar and Jeremy Cote, who dropped 1 game in the Swiss rounds and unfortunately just got pipped for the bye by Chuppa Cross at the end of this tournament.
A bit of an unfortunate swing there for Jeremy. Had a really strong start yesterday and did only just lose the 1, but when we only have 1 bye, it comes down to those very small margins, and Chuppa just edged him out there. I think Jeremy, of all trainers, though, has had such a great weekend that he hopefully will be able to continue that momentum forward into top 8 too.
We got a chance to look at Chuppa's team, but I'd love to talk about it a little bit more. After Chuppa's match on stream yesterday, it was kind of wild to see just how quickly he'd actually lost that match, and then he finds himself with the bye in the top cut. So I feel like a little bit of karmic balance has come through for him, but
yeah, so special. We got to see the only loss that Chuppa had in the entire tournament.
I know. Well, it's so funny how that works sometimes.
But this is an incredible, cool team, and it has one of those techs that we've been seeing a lot of players use, which is that Focus Sash Basculegion.
Really cool adaptation here that uses the adaptability to boost up the damage of the water and ghost type attacks. Instead of Swift Swim, of course on Chuppa's team there is no rain setter, so you won't get too much mileage out of that. But instead you have the Focus Sash to make sure you're surviving at least 1 attack, and then you have the option to fire off some very powerful liquidations, and of course Last Respects as a move that gets really, really strong late game too.
Dude, it's also great support. I mean, we saw the Super Fang mouse hold, not a 100% accurate move, but it's a really great way to make sure that you can secure a knockout onto something by taking away a lot of a bulky Pokemon's health. So Super Fang can definitely do some work there. And then the Dragonite has been kind of the standards that we've started to see crop up. Scale shot only, but with the supportive moves of Tailwind and Haze.
Yeah, but we also saw the problem with that Dragonite set in the match that we saw Chuppa lose against Ofamezi, which is that a Terra Fairy on a rogue Pokemon like the Mousehold that Mezi was running means that that Dragonite is kind of useless and just has to sit there offering, maybe some Tailwind support, maybe Haze, try to make something happen, or you're wasting your momentum by switching it out.
It is tough. It's a very strong set, obviously. It's the most popular for a reason, but it does leave itself open to be exploited a little bit, and it's cool to see trainers going for something like those rogue Terra Fairies that otherwise may not be the best. I guess on Mousehold you resist fighting, so a nice little added bonus, but it truly is just to make sure Dragonite is not getting that speed boost with Scale Shot and doing any kind of damage at all.
Yeah, and I also love the adaptation to include the Mousehold as support outside of just alongside the Annihilate. Having the Mousehold here with the Friend Guard, with the support for all of these other Pokemon is really adding up to some of the bulk on Chuppa's team, including the Assault Vest Blood Moon Ursaluna, which, we've been seeing the Ursalunas drop Life Orb in favor of Leftovers and Yawn, as we've been seeing, as was in the Frankfurt winning team, and now the Assault Vest as well. So very excited to see how this team is going to match up against the rest of the Pokemon in this top cut.
Yeah, the Assault Vest opens you up to having a 4th move option that we otherwise don't get a chance to see for Blood Moon or Ursaluna. Typically looking at Hyper Voice, Blood Moon, Earth Power, but on these Assault Vest sets, you've got Vacuum Wave, which is a priority fighting type attack. Not only is it nice to have, since Blood Moon or Ursaluna is usually one of the slower Pokemon on the field, unless you put it under Trick Room or Tailwind, the priority move gives you opportunities to break Focus Sash or even break Multiscale on a Dragonite, and allows your rest of your team to kind of pick up from there.
The Assault Vest 2 combos very well with Friend Guard. You're making it even more bulky. You can usually run a defensive Terra type, often on the more offensive ones like we saw on Ben Grismer's team. It is Terra normal, but something like Terra Water means you can stick around for a long time. And I love the inclusion of Super Fang too, because you're supplementing some of that damage you lose from the Life Orb, from the normal Terra. You can do 50% to any Pokemon and then finish it off with a slightly weaker Blood Moon, whereas you don't need to just do all the damage with the Ursaluna itself.
Yeah, and then the other defensive Ursaluna Blood Moon is seen on Jeremy Cote's team. Of course, the number 2 seed in our bracket dropped only 1 round in Swiss. I take full responsibility for this. I believe I said you only had to win 11 to make it to end the Phase 2 undefeated. My bad, I did the math wrong.
Well, he did win 11.
He did win 11,
but he can hear you.
but he wanted to win all 12, and I take full responsibility, Jeremy, my bad. But here is the same team that Emanuele did use to win the Frankfurt Regional Championship. And it does feature that Leftovers and Terra Electric Blood Moon Ursaluna with the Yawn attached to it. And Yawn has been huge in forcing switches and slowing down the pace of some of these Regulation H games, which, you know, I remember them being much more fast-paced than some of the matches that we've seen on stream.
Interesting, too, that the Ursaluna is slowing things down, but the Sneasler, in this case, is actually the Swords Dance set. It wants to speed things up. As soon as you get that one Swords Dance set up, you are threatening huge damage with very high base power, close combat, and acrobatics. Some really cool combination of typing there that I think hits most Pokemon in the format for at least neutral damage, which is really impressive.
You have the setup on the Sneasler, but you also have the setup on the Golden Go Nasty Plot as another viable option for you to make sure your Golden Go is going for some really big make it rains. I feel like Wide Guard has dropped off in popularity for a lot of our teams. Even on Pelipper teams, I feel like we're not seeing Wide Guard at all. We're seeing Choice Scarf on Pelipper and 4 different attacking options. So I feel like having the Golden Go, it's so nice just for the make it rains, but also really want to hit a Shadow Ball is going to be doing a lot of damage to opposing Golden Go too.
Yeah, well, we don't have Calyrex anymore. Calyrex is gone. Who needs to Wide Guard? Well, it turns out
still a lot of people.
There's still a lot of you still need it for some of these Pokemon, including the Pokemon that for me has been the standout star of this tournament, that Alolan Ninetales. It has felt so impactful in basically every game that we've seen it come to, and we've seen it do so many different things. We've seen more offensive Ninetales that are just focused on firing off blizzards in the snow. We've also seen the Aurora Veil Ninetales that want to try to add those screens. And we've seen both Disable and we've seen Encore on Ninetales. We've seen Icy Wind.
Yeah.
Is there anything this Pokemon can't do?
Well,
I'm not sure.
I mean, it can't like use Heat Wave.
Well, yeah, just regular, just Cantonian Ninetales.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't set the sun. I mean, who needs all that when you can just get a couple Blizzard Freezers, right?
Oh, jeez. I was actually just thinking about that. So I know a lot of people were looking at Covert Cloak as a way to deal with Poison, Touch, and Dire Claw Sneasler. Can you use Covert Cloak to block a Blizzard Freeze?
Yeah, it would.
Totally.
More Covert Cloak. Covert Cloak stocks are rising. Go buy yours now.
Well, I do think that that's interesting, even just mentioning Dire Claw, in that a lot of Sneasler have been dropping Dire Claw, which has opened up a lot of space for the Alolan Ninetales. Of course, this Swords Dance variant does not use Dire Claw at all. Instead, it is using the Acrobatics and the Terra Flying. So seeing that adaptation on Sneasler is opening up a lot of space for Alolan Ninetales now to, you know, spend a little bit more time on the field. Isn't as afraid of just getting popped by a Dire Claw immediately. And if it survives, maybe it gets put to sleep and then you're out of luck.
I love those like meta adaptations. You know, people notice Sneaslers aren't running Dire Claw as much anymore, so Alolan Ninetales becomes a lot better because that's one of the main threats to it. People notice that Amoonguss usage is very, very low, so people stop running Safety Goggles. You can run a Citrus Berry or an Assault Vest on your Incineroar to give it a little bit more potency. And then, you know, Dire Claw comes back, Alolan Ninetales goes down, Amoonguss comes back, Safety Goggles comes back up. It's always this constant give and take throughout the course of a metagame, and it makes it really fun to kind of track throughout the year.
I also have been paying attention to the Dragonite sets. I mean, Alolan Ninetales also serves the purpose of walling something like a Scale Shot only Dragonite. With its fairy typing, it's so nice to be able to pop that in front of a Dragonite and then just Blizzard it.
I see when it first and then Blizzard, it doesn't really matter. It's going to drop anyway.
If you're naturally fairy, you don't have to Terra.
Yeah, that's also very nice. It leaves the Terra open for something else, for sure.
And I would love to talk through every single person on our top 15, but even better than talking through it is watching them battle. And we already have our players ready to go for our first round in the asymmetric top cut. So I'm just going to toss it straight over to our casters so we can just get right into more Pokemon action. Y'all take it away.
Oh, I'm so excited to get into more Pokemon action, so I'm glad we can hop right into it. I mean, the top cut of the first regional of the season here in NA. This is so exciting.
It's time for Top Cut. This is the best part. This is where the most intense matches happen. This is where people are trying to make that extra step from top 16 into top 8. This match is actually worth the most championship points of the entire tournament. You win more for winning from top 16 to top 8 than you do for going from top 8 all the way to the finals.
And two familiar trainers here, two people that we've gotten to showcase on the broadcast so far. Opamezi, of course, we got to see yesterday with such a strong team. And Matt Tid, who had a little bit of misfortune earlier on the broadcast, thanks to some free shenanigans, but still able to make his way into top cut with winning out his next match. So I'm excited to see now, hopefully a little bit more of the team this time around going up against Opamezi.
That can be hard to do sometimes. It takes some real, mental sturdiness to be able to deal with a freeze like that, come back, win the next round, get into top cut.
So I have good news for Matt, which is there is no freeze on this team, but again, a really strong team that we got to see yesterday. That mouse hold was something that was highlighted top of day as being able to redirect some big hits, and I mean, to keep this Dragonite safe, because this Giga Impact, this Choice Band, there is damage.
This is damage everywhere. Choice Band, Dragonite, Basket Legion with adaptability, Golden Go, Life Orb. Even the mouse hold is in on the damage with wide winds of population. Bomb. The Incineroar is in on the damage. If the King Gambit ends up on the other side with Mirror Herb, that means it can boost its own attack. This is damage all across the board. And Tailwind to support it with Whimsicott as well. Some priority options from extreme speed on Dragonite, just the potential to move through teams quickly. The other side, also a very offensive team, but offensive with pretty unusual pieces. These are some of the more normal offensive pieces. Of course, Dragonite with a moveset kind of lost to time. We only see the multi-scale and scale shot now, but this is a Dragonite that has been a very consistent offensive threat throughout this generation, holding Choice Band and extreme speed. The other side's going to have a lot more unusual offense. Has the Choice Specs Primarina that we saw earlier when it got frozen, has the Sinestcha with Trick Room, but also Calm Mind, Matcha Gotcha, kind of a bit of both, can play inside of Trick Room or inside of Tailwind. We saw once Tailwind was up, it was outspeeding things like Annihilate, so definitely not an especially slow version of Sinestcha. And this team is that kind of picture of both sides. The Hariyama going to play much better in Trick Room. King Gambit can do either because of the priority with Sucker Punch. And I think that's really important because there kind of feels to me like there's two ways this match can play out. It can be an arms race of Tailwind with both players just firing off huge offense. Terra Electric, Electro Shots in Tailwind, Choice Specs, Hyper Voices. Or Matt has the option to slow it back down to Trick Room and then be one-sided in the speed advantage. But that can come with downsides, right? Trick Room may be a little bit harder to get up. Sinestcha can be vulnerable in some situations. And so I think this is a really key decision in what Pokemon you bring. Do you try to match speeds or do you go the other way?
And I love that we'll be able to get a bit of a different look for Tid's team that we got to see earlier on in this match, going up against such a strong team like Opamezi's. Let's get into it. Our first round of our Swiss here at Pittsburgh. Right away, it's going to be that mouse hold hitting the field for Opamezi next to the Incineroar. Where's our Archaludon and the Sinestcha here for Matt?
So a little bit of both sides for both players. We have fake out pressure from Incineroar and some nice bulkiness. And then Archaludon is on the field, threatening quite a bit of damage. Does have to worry about just taking a fake out, though. It would also break Sturdy on the Archaludon, so some extra value there. Meanwhile, Mousehold doesn't really have a great target if it wants to go out on the offensive here. Of course, Sinestcha immune to Population Bomb. Archaludon resists it, so no stamina, so it's not going to be taking defense boost as it goes, so it might still do some significant damage. And actually, I think that's what we just saw locked in. So without stamina, at least an option on the table, but doesn't have as juicy of a Population Bomb target as it might like.
Yeah, just to get a respectable hit to start off on this turn, especially when the other target is just not really that good. The Population Bomb, oh, we can see how little damage this is, so Everybody, please hold for a second as we get all these hits through. This is not nearly as exciting when a population bomb is about to take a big KO, but we can still pretend to get hyped about it, as it will take our Chaladon to half, which, the significance there is another population bomb could potentially take that out if you do get that 10 hit. But Sinisha, of course, being completely left alone, as there's really not much that Okamezi could have done into that T Pokemon, will get a free Trick Room.
Right, could have thrown a knockoff there. Would have been pretty significant damage, but opted to make sure that Electroshock didn't come out on this turn anyway. Instead, used Fake Out to suppress our Chaladon. It means Trick Room goes up for free. Now, that doesn't fully gain him the speed advantage, right? Incineroar probably going to move before Chaladon on this next turn. Sinestro may be moving first, but Incineroar might even move before Sinestro. So a little bit of mixed speed advantage here. Mousehold, though, just going to protect itself. It is definitely the last thing moving inside of this Trick Room.
Yeah, so Mousehold stays safe, and a little bit more information about the speed tierings ahead. Sinisha, that's the Calm Mind, so something too for the Sinisha where it can start getting set up, so something like Machigachas down the line can, well, actually get someone. For the Incineroar, though, that's where we get to see this item of choice, the Mental Herb. I don't think for the special attack that one too much, but the special defense could be interesting. Flare Blitz now into the Archaladon. The population bomb did a lot of work, but not enough for the KO. But the burn will mean that Archaladon is on a timer and will be gone after this turn. Does mean it can go out with a party and Electro Shot, though. And of course, when you are looking at this Archaladon set, it is this Power Herb. So you get your special attack once, and you will be able to fire off a powerful hit, assuming into this Incineroar. Sure enough, target of choice. Incineroar, decent amount of damage, will bring it down to about half, but that burn, that hurts.
I'm not sure it does. I mean, our Chaladon would have been moving after the Incineroar, might have just been a vulnerable target on the next turn. Maybe if you have Hariyama or King Gambit, something slower in the back, you're ready to just take advantage of the Trick Room, especially if our Chaladon was unlikely to get another attack out in the future. Primarina, a great thing to bring in here. Might move before both of these Pokemon and threaten just a massive Hyper Voice. The Mirror Herb for the Calm Mind, a little bit interesting there. Definitely lessened the Electroshot damage that came out later in the turn because of the +1 special defense that Incineroar gained. But of course, Incineroar's running that item hoping to get a Defiant boost off of King Gambit instead. So a little bit less value getting just the +1 special defense. And yeah, not quite enough damage from Population Bomb. You can imagine that Okamezi was hoping for a Fake Out Population Bomb Flare Blitz, that combination to be enough to prevent even the Electroshot. And it's not. Our Chaladon gets that one key Electroshot off.
Ooh, a little bit of information about the last two Pokemon for Okamezi. We got to see the Whimsicott and the Dragonite hidden in the back. So a little bit of a switch now. Whimsicott will be hitting the field. Of course, something that doesn't fare quite in the situation quite as well as maybe a couple of other Pokemon, but when you're looking at a preservation game, the Mousehold wasn't doing quite the most either. Terastallization on the turn. That's going to be the Incineroar into these Bug type to try and take it just a little bit better when you are eyeing up the Primarina on the opposing end. Hyper Voice, though, so impactful as Terra Grass, sorry. They look so similar sometimes. Machigachas now into the Pokemon. And yeah, look how well the hit is going to be taken. Ooh, and look at that knockoff as well. That is some good damage.
Yeah, that's some good damage. Really valuable Terastallization there to make sure that Incineroar can stay on the field, take both that Hyper Voice and Machigacha. Again, both being helped by the +1 special defense from the Calm Mind, actually getting quite a bit of Mirror Herb value to make sure Incineroar is on the field to have 3 attacks it's now taken with an extra stage of special defense. That means it can land that really key knockoff into Sinistcha that makes it so much lower. On the other side, Terastallization being preserved. Sinistcha could have become a Dark type on that turn and taken much less from knockoff, but opts to just stay as a Ghost.
Yeah, you keep that Ghost typing now, so you're good up against Population Bomb and just not needing to use it quite on this turn. Whimsicott did take a lot of damage last turn, so it does get this option to just protect now, make it past this turn. Incineroar, not quite as fortunate, but Incineroar going down, opportunity for a different Pokemon to come in, and Trick Room turn slowly but surely dwindling away.
Sinistcha looking for a full heal off of Strength Sap. Strength Sap, one of the best healing moves in the game, often provides more than even a 50% recovery move does, and then maybe some extra advantage if you can drop the attack of a Pokemon like Dragonite or Mousehold that wants to use that. Meanwhile, Primarina continues to stay safe. Whimsicott protects itself on the turn to not go down, can threaten an Encore on this turn to lock things into Strength Sap, but is unlikely to actually be able to get any damage off this turn. So yeah, Trick Room's starting to run out of time, but it just feels like the damage is coming in consistently from that side.
Especially with the Primarina, Pokemon that Yeah, definitely has a place in Regulation H, but it's definitely been a vie for the top water spot and which one people want to use. But this Primarina has been putting in work with this choice specs. Now on this turn with Mousehold being forced back onto the field, has to protect his Whimsicott Encore now into this Shinja. As you said, we're not going to be looking at attacking moves going on forward. It's going to be locked into that Strength Sap. Hyper Voice, yep, nothing into the Mousehold slot. The Whimsicott, not quite as lucky, so that Encore is going to be the last thing it gets to do.
Maybe provide some value, though. Make sure the second Trick Room isn't easy to get. Make sure that Machagacha isn't extra damage. Oh, but the attack stage doesn't matter there. Pretty good heal.
Yeah, if you
little
think,
side target.
Yeah, if you think that, yeah, there's going to be a protect on the other end, it's not like Primarina needs its attack anyways, right? So get a bit of health, have that longevity going on forward, and that's going to be nice.
So one key thing here, if this had been a normal Scale Shot Dragonite, maybe even one with nothing but Scale Shot for offense, it would be in a really difficult spot against Primarina. But the Choice Band helping a lot here. It means it could try to lock into Extreme Speed. Of course, that's a risk. You'd never be able to touch Sinistcha, but you can also lock into Outrage maybe, Giga Impact. I mean, there's no great option for both of these Pokemon. You're definitely going to rely on Mousehold to be part of this puzzle.
And going now into this turn with the Sinistcha being locked into that Strength Sap. Sure, the last turn was cute, but you do need to make some momentum out where we are going to see a little bit of a switch. Population Bomb into the Primarina, definitely more significant damage than we saw into the crowd chanting 6, 7, 8, and that is enough for the KO. The Population Bomb dream lives on with the crowd. I'd love to hear that, and Mousehold to take some more momentum within this match. Now eyeing up this Dragonite. With this being the choice band, of course, Outrage is going to be the lock. A lot better post with that Primarina being gone. Kingambit gonna take the hit quite well, though, all things considered.
Yeah, Kingambit comes in and takes Outrage fairly well, but like you said, very key. The Population Bomb eliminates Primarina, makes that Outrage safe to lock into. Now pretty good value of damage against both Pokemon. Population Bomb can also probably add enough damage to Kingambit that the two of them are a KO together. You have to worry about what the Sinistcha is going to do, though. Kingambit on the other side doesn't have Protect, so it is fairly vulnerable. Sucker Punch not going to be able to pick up a KO on either of those. So the problem is you can't control where Outrage is going. If you could choose now, you'd probably just pick Outrage, Population Bomb, let's get Kingambit on the field, I'll deal with off the field, I can deal with the rest later. Sinistcha never going to really be much of a threat to Dragonite, but you don't know where Outrage is going, so instead it's Taunt here to make sure the Trick Room doesn't go up on this turn.
Yeah, that could definitely be a way for this match to go sideways. Speed not quite being in your favor. It will be the Outrage into the Kingambit, though, so that one could have potentially been good there, but of course, you just don't know. Machagacha now into the other two Pokemon. Not really much damage at all. Sure, you get a little bit of recovery, but still not too much significance there. You will get the burn on the Mousehold, though, so the Population Bomb won't be doing too much, but into the Kingambit, I feel like a lot of the damage has already just been done. Oh, the double burn!
Double burn is big. I'm interested to see where this Kingambit targets.
Yeah, Kowtow Cleave coming out into the Dragonite, bring it down to half health. The double burn from the Machagacha is quite interesting on this turn because, yeah, you're looking at a choice band Dragonite, you would want to do the most.
It was looking like it's going to be difficult to get rid of Sinistcha now. Mousehold obviously can't do any damage to it itself because it's a ghost type. Dragonite Burnt is going to be doing far less damage. Can't for now control where that targeting is going either. And Dragonite can go down pretty soon here. You know, Sucker Punch is safe to lock into this turn. You know that Dragonite can't switch attack. It's going to be clicking Outrage again. And by turning Kingambit into a ghost type, you don't have to worry about the Population Bomb going there either. So if the Outrage goes into Sinistcha, Kingambit will get 2 turns out of this.
No more accounting for the crowd with the Population Bomb. It is immune into both of these Pokemon. Of course, Outrage, no immunity there, so that is going to find its mark into the Kingambit. It does mean it's not just auto-targeting into another slot as the Population Bomb had taken down the Kingambit. So now, it is just one cup of tea up against these two beasts, but Dragonite now, it is burned. With being locked into Outrage for multiple turns, it is now confused, and again, the health bars are slowly but surely drifting away for Opomezi here. So, yeah, again, this Sinistcha is just immune. Since we didn't see the Terastallization early on, those Population Bombs can't do much, and the Dragonite has a lot to get through.
Yeah, the burn is meaningful damage too, right? Because Machagacha is going to do so little damage, being 4 times resisted by Dragonite, you're really relying on Sinistcha being able to stay healthy. And once Mousehold goes down, Taunt can expire, you can start Strength Sapping back too.
a Mousehold protect since, yeah, you got to make sure that you are good going on forward. Dragonite, it does have the confusion. Is it going to break through and fire off an attack on the turn? It will. Outrage into the opposing end of Sinisha. It's been able to get so much of its health back. Machagacha, of course, nothing into the family of mice. Into the Dragonite, it hasn't been the most damage, but it has been significant turn after turn. And Dragonite slowly but surely just pulling away with this damage and that burn.
Dragonite just going away, like you say. Mousehold won't be able to take another Machagacha. Dragonite only has a couple more turns on the field. If it hits itself in confusion, that's meaningful damage too, because Dragonite's attack stat is so high. But Mousehold does live long enough to get another taunt off if it wants, but no, just protect this turn.
Yeah, try and go for the double protect. It is going to fail. Dragonite, another opportunity. Will it break through the confusion once again? It will. Hitting itself could have been just the end of the match there, but still trying to make its way through. Sinisha slowly but surely being taken down, but now Mousehold not getting the double protect will get KO'd on this turn. Sinisha have to see if that's going to be just enough health that's gained back through this. It's going to be close. And again, this Dragonite, it's whether you get to connect this outrage and whether it's going to do enough on this turn, because you still have another turn left in this.
It looks like it would be enough damage, but it's got to come through right now. A hit in confusion is just the end of the game. It's all about this outrage with a snap. Out! Dragonite's going to get to outrage.
It gets to attack into the Sinisha and going, it's not enough healed from the Sinisha, so Ovamesi to take the first game in the set. What an intense end game as well. That was absolutely crazy. So many things could have gone wrong, and I mean, did go wrong when you're looking at things like the burn. But wow, what a match. The crowd's fired up for very good reason. That was incredible.
Gets the double burn, but it's not quite enough. Doesn't go for a sucker punch onto Dragonite. Was probably worried about follow me from Mousehold on the other side, but the follow me didn't come out. Could have landed a sucker punch into Dragonite that would have been that extra damage, but instead never can quite find the damage into Dragonite with those 4 times resisted. Machagacha is just not adding up fast enough.
And even just getting to that end game, that outrage, there was obviously the opportunity for the Dragonite to hit itself in confusion, and that just would have been the game right there, considered like the damage, but...
Yeah, it's significant damage, right? Confusion uses your own attack stat against you, and so Dragonite with such a high attack stat would do quite a bit of damage to itself, but manages to dodge that, hits through confusion twice, snaps out of it, lands 3 outrages in a row, and takes the T off the field.
That was such a crazy match. So I cannot wait to see where this game number 2 will go. And Matt is going to be making an adjustment into the game too. Volcarona was something that you highlighted going into this match. Could be a really big piece to the puzzle, and it's going to hit the field right away.
Yeah, it can provide a lot of value because of redirection, flame body. You can see how impactful burns are, so more chances at them is helpful, but also is the key if you want to play with Tailwind. If you want to shift from the Trick Room mode to the Tailwind mode, then that's what you need. And Mousehold doesn't want any of that. Throwing a taunt at Volcarona right away.
Makes a lot of sense here when you are seeing that there is the setup potential for this Volcarona. Instead, just going on the offense with the Flamethrower, a lot of damage, and right away a knockoff into that Sinisha. Mental Herb is gone, and a good amount of damage, 2/3, but looking to just get this health back. Strength Sap into the Incineroar is going to drop the attack, and Sinisha is going to get a lot of heal from that. Back up to full, just notably without an item going on forward.
Without an item does mean Mousehold can now taunt Sinisha. Taunt on Sinisha ended up being pretty impactful in that last game because it prevented Strength Saps into Dragonite, so helpful to be able to threaten that now, but otherwise no damage back. The knockoff fully healed, and the next knockoff, of course, weaker now that there is no item to knock off. And Sinisha continues to not Terastallize into a Dark type, recognizing that staying a Ghost and being immune to normal attacks from Dragonite, normal attacks from Mousehold is really valuable in this matchup, and so willing to take one super effective knockoff, get the health back, and then feel very comfortable as a Ghost.
Something with the Mousehold as well, if it does eye up this taunt into the Sinisha, that Volcarona did so much damage on the first turn that will be the last opportunity for that Mousehold to do anything. And it's been so good with redirection, so good with the taunts, and so good with that population bomb. And Sinisha, even if it is feeling in a little bit of a dangerous spot here, going into something like this Primarina would mean that, yeah, taunt's not going to mean anything. This Primarina is attacking only with this choice specs that's wasted essentially from that Mousehold. Now Flamethrower, that was the last stand for that Mousehold, and the KO from the Volcarona means that's a really big piece for Ovamesi that's just gone for the rest of the match. At least now, Parting Shot will try and keep this Volcarona in check a little bit, and Ovamesi can bring another Pokemon onto the field, and could even just bring the Incineroar back in the other slot to have an available fake out.
Primarina really gets away free here. Of course, doesn't mind the taunt at all, only has damaging attacks, and doesn't even take a parting shot for it. Volcarona maybe has done its job with the flamethrowers. You can see the Pokemon in the back. It's not going to be Flamethrower and Dragonite or Incineroar anyway, and so doesn't mind the parting shot nearly as much as Primarina would have. And it could be really impactful that Sinistcha is now in the back at full health, and the taunt missing from Mousehold on the other side. There is no taunt on Whimsicott, so there's no opportunity to taunt the Sinistcha. That means it has unlimited strength saps into these Pokemon to stay healthy. That was what was missing in the end game of Game 1.
Now going onto the field, we get to see what Pokemon Ophimesia has available, and it is going to be the same Pokemon that we saw before. Dragonite is going to be one to hit the field. A debate between the Whimsicott and the Incineroar, but going into it, it will be the Incineroar once again to hit the field. So you do have an available Takeout at this point, and a Dragonite that can off-put a lot of pressure.
Dragonite is definitely threatening a lot of damage here. Has to worry about, again, what it locks into. Can't walk into Outrage while Primarina is comfortably on the field. Walking into a normal attack just gives Sinistcha a free switch in onto the field if that's what it wants. And high horsepower, while it might feel like there's no losing out of that one, there's not much winning out of that one either. You're just not going to pick up enough damage, I think, across the board. So, really important decision here that could Outrage, you can't switch. Looks like eyeing the extreme speed, but that just means Sinistcha is going to love it.
Yeah, it's so tough because either you lock into a move that's okay against the Primarina and the Sinistcha walls you, or if you go into the Outrage, the Mousehold was a really big part of getting rid of that Primarina in the way it did so that the Outrage had available targets. Now a switch as well, if you're anticipating it is going to be a normal type move into that slot, you can try and catch that and make sure that no momentum's taken for Ophimesia on this turn with Sinistcha hitting the field once again. Now, Terastallization, the Dragonite, it is going to be the Terra Normal. As you said, the blast from the past. You get to see the big diamond on its head. You have the choice bin. And normally, this says that there's a lot of damage on the horizon, but such a great call-out with that switch. Nothing into the Sinistcha. Flamethrower from the Incineroar also feels like it's not quite doing anything, but just slowly but surely. But Flare Blitz is going to be a bit more of a significant catch into that slot.
Flare Blitz catches that, but the heat proof on Sinistcha lowering that damage, meaning that Flare Blitz doesn't quite do as much as this map probably would have liked. And yeah, the Dragonite, maybe even a little bit easier to guess where that extreme speed is going, because Dragonite doesn't want to extreme speed into Flame Body on the other side, and if Volcarona stays there, that's the risk of burn. And so now it's going to have to, though, with only the Sinistcha on the other side and not wanting to switch.
Oh, that is so much damage, though. The Volcarona doesn't go down, but it also notably doesn't burn with that Flame Body, so that's going to be something that is a bit more significant. Incineroar isn't going to follow up for the KO, though. Instead, just this parting shot, a chance to bring this Whimsicott onto the field for free and be able to try and, either go for some Whimsicott shenanigans or just try and fire off some sort of attack to take care of that Volcarona once and for all. Ooh, we do get the Sinistcha, so Strength Sap into the other slot. The Whimsicott is not going to be quite the same sort of heal, but with the fact that it was at about half, it still will be just enough, at least in this case.
Yeah, Sinistcha continues to stay healthy, stay a thorn in Ophimesia's side, and Ophimesia's got to be careful. You have to preserve a way to take care of the Primarina. If it ends up with just Whimsicott and Incineroar, Primarina will just win that. And so Dragonite has to be preserved, has to at some point land one of these extreme speeds into Primarina, and not into Kingambit.
With another extreme speed, and again, of course, not going into the one slot. Another opportunity for Flame Body. You needed to get that hit into the Volcarona, and it will come on through, so Dragonite's damage is going to be significantly reduced for the rest of the match. And when you're eyeing that up as needed to take care of the Primarina, that has to hurt. Whimsicott as well, trying to catch the Sinistcha with that Strength Sap with an Encore, is not going to hit its mark with the Kingambit going onto the field. So great turn coming out from that, even if you are losing a Pokemon.
Yeah, great turn. I think Volcarona did its job, right? It was already down -1 special attack, then -2 special attack. It was staying on the field to draw extreme speeds that way and fish for this burn. And it gets this burn. And now I'm not sure Primarina hasn't already won this game. I'm not sure there is the damage on the other side to stop a series of Hyper Voices from just closing this out. With Terastallization used on Dragonite, it now doesn't resist water, and Incineroar has no way out of that water weakness.
And looking into that extreme speed, even with the Terastallization thanks to the burn, it's just not quite the damage there. Moonblast, you will get the special attack drop, and when you're looking at the damage you want with the Primarina, that one does hurt a little bit. Kingambit does get the chance to follow up, though, and of course, into a Whimsicott. Just looks so strong. Another KO for Matt.
Another KO for Matt, takes the easy one, gets Whimsicott off the field. I think the Moonblast special attack drop is pretty meaningful. Getting both hits into Primarina is pretty meaningful. But the other thing that's happened now is that Dragonite is stuck on the field forever. No way to switch moves. And that just means that Primarina can kind of freely leave the field, again, get Sinestro in. But first, we're going to get a bit of Defiant games and a bit of Mirror Herb games. Incineroar now going to have to carry some of the weight of the offense. I do think because Primarina took that extreme speed and the Moonblast on the last turn, probably vulnerable to an Incineroar attack. So maybe not all the burden on Dragonite anymore.
Yeah, eyeing it up, this extreme speed too. It might even be within the range to take this KO. It could be close, but that double up was pretty significant. So, and you are still Terastallized and the Choice Band, right? So even still, could have that damage there.
If Sinestro does come in, so that's what's going to happen. Primarina does not want to get extreme speed, so Sinestro is going to come in immune to the extreme speed. We saw the Flare Blitz damage earlier. It wasn't quite a 2-hit KO, so even at +2 attack, no, it's still a little bit damaged. Didn't quite fully heal from that last Strength Sap.
Yeah, not quite, since it did go for the Strength Trap into that Whimsicott. But going into this turn too, Terastallization hadn't been spent for Matt. And again, when you're staring down an Extreme Speed Dragonite on the opposing end, this Terastallization seems better than ever. So this Dragonite now officially, at least with the 2 Pokemon ahead of it, can do absolutely nothing. Good damage considering not super effective into the Incineroar. Flare Blitz coming on out. That one will get the KO into the
so much
Sinisha.
recoil though.
That is.
Yeah, I mean, Dragonite just has no targets left for it with the extreme speed going to 2 Ghosts on the other side, and now Incineroar takes so much recoil out of that. Is Sucker Punch going to be enough to pick up that KO?
It might. That was decent damage, all things considered, from that previous Sucker Punch. So yeah, if you just get rid of that Incineroar once and for all, it looks so good. Of course, Primarina coming out onto the field, that was going to hurt a bit more.
Did you see the lock here? Incineroar intentionally failing Fake Out to dodge Sucker Punches on the other side. Wants to not yet lose it on this turn. Extreme Speed going to go next. Should be able enough to pick up the KO on Primarina. Does.
Yeah, so that'll be 1 target taken down. And now a Dragonite that doesn't really get to do much. So looking at this, kind of like a 1v1, but the Fake Out lock-in, like you said, now Sucker Punch not doing much on this turn, so we can start to get a really funky end game between these.
This is ultimately just a Sucker Punch mind game with a bystander. Dragonite does not matter here. Dragonite will not do anything. Dragonite will eventually go down to... So this is just a 1v1. This with the Sucker Punch. If it's enough damage to KO the Incineroar, then this is just, can Sucker Punch PP be run out with enough failed Fake Outs? There's another Fake Out.
And it's going to be whether Matt calls it or goes for a different move. And you always have the suspense because of the Dragonite going first, but now is it going to be the Sucker Punch? It is, so another one of those points for Sucker Punch gone. At what point, these Sucker Punch endgames are absolutely nasty. At what point do you deviate away? We're going to see a deviation right away. So does Matt stay true to the trend? That is going to be the question. Now you get to see the confirmation. The Sucker Punch is going to land. It is enough for the KO. So great job in this end game. He's going to win the Sucker Punch end game this time around. And even if a Dragonite is still on the field, Matt is going to be taking this game and take it into a game 3.
I think Dragonite did just run out of extreme speed, so would have struggled on the next turn, but not going to be enough damage. So yeah, Matt manages to win the Sucker Punch my game, just sticks to it. 1, 2, 3 Sucker Punches. The third one comes through and gets the KO onto Incineroar. Matt really just feeling like he's using the type chart against Ofemezi on the other side. These 2 normal-only attackers, Mousehold and Dragonite, getting shut down by Ghosts on the other side and causing problems because there just isn't enough damage once Dragonite isn't finding real targets or once Mousehold isn't finding real targets.
That was so tough too because Mousehold in the lead when you are looking at a Volcarona on the opposing end that has stuff like this Tailwind for Matt to win, then a Speed War if you're looking at that way, or to try and shut down the Sinisha after that knockoff to make sure that you're not losing. And like there's so many things that you want that Mousehold for, but with it being so preoccupied with things like those taunts, it was a Volcarona that was able to take it down essentially for free. And then as you said, we just got into a weird type chart end game where a big piece of taking care of part of the type chart, which made it so Dragonite had to lock into a normal type move instead of Dragon, kind of forced Ofemezi's hand. So that was really, really well done. It makes me really intrigued on how a game 3 could play out now knowing all of this information.
Yeah, I wonder if Dragonite just gets left at home because it's causing too many problems. When it hits the field, that decision of what to lock into, well, if you choose the right thing, it looks so good for a moment as it takes some big KO. It then quickly starts to look bad once you can't find future targets. So maybe something like Golden Go provides other damage that is less reliant on the type chart, but you know, you're still going to have King Gambit problems. Your other two Pokemon that are getting left at home are Basculegion and Golden Go, the two that both start out weak to Sucker Punch. You can see Ophimezy just wanting to avoid that problem, but it's walking into other ones.
It's going to be an intense game number 3 here to determine who is going to make their way into top 8, one step closer to taking down the championships. Going into it, that is where we'll see the adjustment. Basculegion from the get-go. Notably, another choice item Pokemon, this one being the Choice Scarf, but a way to offset a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and a lot of pressure that's safer. You know, you might end up with resisted wave crashes or last respects that are only finding neutral hits, but you're not going to find a lot of immunities on the other side. Makes it a little bit easier for Basculegion. The problem for Basculegion will be Sucker Punch if King Gambit's lurking on the other side. But so far, we see an adjustment and we find a little bit safer damage in this early game. Sinistcha might even have to watch out for its life, might force a Rage Powder here because there's so much damage potential from the other side.
Yeah, and this Sinistcha too, if we are eyeing up the Terastallization, because obviously when you're staring down 2 Pokemon with these Dark-type moves, that kind of looks a little bit dangerous. So you do have Terastallization, but again, if you anticipate a Mousehold, that could be a dangerous one. So no Terastallization on the turn. It will be the Volcarona with the Rage Powder to keep the Sinistcha safe as last respects the first. It's definitely not as dangerous when the Basculegion's last Pokemon around. Double up, not enough quite to take care of that Volcarona, and Sinistcha now Trick Room to make sure Matt has the speed dimensions in his favor for the next few turns.
Yeah, Choice Scarf all of a sudden hurting Basculegion will be the last thing moving on the field. Probably valuable for Matt that Volcarona manages to hang on. Those 2 big attacks, the knockoff and the last respects, but only a weak last respects with no KOs taken so far isn't enough to pick up the KO onto Volcarona. Basculegion doesn't get burnt, though. We haven't gotten the Flame Body value yet in this turn, but so far doesn't really have a lot of offense inside of this Trick Room. You know, Machagacha, while it threatens Basculegion, does nothing to Incineroar. Basculegion's pretty easy to switch out to something that might resist Machagacha in the back, and Volcarona also really just not offering any offense, so it's going to switch out in the back, try to find something that can take better advantage of those 4, now 3 future turns of Trick Room after this one.
And that'll be the Primarina with full health to hit the field, something that can take advantage of the current speed as well, just be able to survive past a turn. It would only maybe be just a single hit though, as it will be Basculegion to switch out, bring this Mousehold in its place. The Machagacha to double target into the opposing end. Incineroar, of course, resist the hit. Critical, even though it was a critical hit, and notably no burn either. Knockoff into the Primarina. The significance of that is that Choice Specs is gone, so that's a lot less damage coming out from this Primarina.
Yeah, Primarina was really relying on that to power through some of these Pokemon. Does mean you have the flexibility to change attacks. Might make it easier to use a Fairy attack for the moment against Incineroar if you're expecting the Terastallization, which I think we saw locked. We saw a lot of value out of that in Game 1 when Incineroar got that Grass Terastallization up, took Machagacha and Hyper Voice, no problem. It also might mean that Hyper Voice isn't a threat to KO Mousehold anymore. So if you're not sure that you can take Mousehold off the field, that changes things for Matt, because you can't allow a Population Bomb to just take Primarina off the field on this turn.
Yeah, as fun as the Population Bombs are, you definitely would like to try and suppress that as much as possible, as sure enough, Grass Terastallization into this Incineroar to make sure any Water-type moves from this Primarina aren't going to be doing quite the most. Mousehold, knowing that it could potentially be a target, just a very safe protect at this point. Hyper Voice, of course, the move of choice, nothing into the mouse, and Incineroar, a hit that's going to be taken so much better considering the Terastallization and the lack of the choice specs. Sinistcha, though, it will be able to just go for this Calm Mind, so that's going to be the boost to the special attack, to the special defense, and can make a little bit more impact later on. But of course, Incineroar to just steal that away. Again, no significance for the special attack, but we did get to see the special defense play a little bit more play in that Game 1. Now knockoff, ooh, that's a lot of damage into the Sinistcha there.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Going to probably force a Strength Sap on the next turn because Sinistcha, now that it's got that boost, is just an important part of Matt's game plans. We've seen that throughout the match so far. Mousehold, if it was out of Hyper Voice KO range, maybe had the opportunity for a Population Bomb that turn because Sinistcha went for Calm Mind, but it just protects itself. And meanwhile, Incineroar takes very little out of that. We saw all the value from the Grass Terastallization in Game 1, looking like it's going to provide a lot of value again here in Game 3, but without the choice specs, Moonblast is an option not locked into Hyper Voice, and Moonblast picks up that Mousehold KO.
You called it, the option to be able to switch those moves around, and Population Bomb could have been so crucial into that Primarina. Now the Sinistcha having take so much damage back up to full. And again, now that you no longer have the item, taking so much less damage from the Incineroar. And now Mousehold is gone, and you have 2 choice Pokemon in the back, so you have to make a decision. The first one, which one hits the field? The second, what move is it locking into? Of course, you still have 3 Pokemon, so you can go for the switch, but you're still in a tricky situation round with Trick Room still around.
Yeah. Basculegion will be the last thing moving because Trick Room is still around. Terrestrialization has been spent, so it's staying a water type. And you now have a Sinistcha on the other side that's at +1 special attack with Machagacha. I'm not sure that Basculegion isn't safe from just being KO'd here, and definitely if there's a double up with Hyper Voice or Dazzling Gleam, Basculegion is at risk here. And so hits the field, but in a pretty dire spot. You know, Machagacha not the most accurate move. If it misses, then things open up for Basculegion. Could be a lot of damage coming back the other way. Last Respect's now 100 base power, and so a real threat into both of these Pokemon. And then when you see that it's Dragonite in the back, so there's going to be that same future targeting decision problem. You got a Fairy and a Ghost. Which one are you going to lock it into against?
Especially with the conversation being like, ooh, the Dragonite's been causing issues with the lock-ins. You want to leave it at home, but now having just not 1 but 2 choice item Pokemon is getting a little funky. But of course, if you can make your way past the Trick Room, it will help at least a little bit. But ooh, that one's not going to help. I don't know if Dragonite's going to make its way out. Moonblast, so much damage. Machagacha, that's going to be the double up, and Dragonite just completely eliminated from this match. 2 Pokemon gone from Ophimezy, and only 2 more in Matt's way to make his way 1 step further in this competition.
Yeah, this has just been such a productive Trick Room, and it's amazing how much of the production comes from the knockoff into Primarina. Switching up from Hyper Voice into Moonblast, probably wasn't even predicting the Dragonite coming in there, but was just looking for as much damage into Basculegion as possible, but finds an amazing target for it. No multi-scale on that Dragonite means so much Moonblast damage.
So now a parting shot, Incineroar, you get a pivot, you can have a fake out into the Primarina, but again, so much momentum has been taken at this point. At least the one nice thing is the Trick Room is gone, so Basculegion with the Choice Scarf is at least in a better position, and Last Respect is going to be doing more damage with Pokemon being taken down.
Yeah, I mean, that's the angle for Ophimezy at this point. With 2 Pokemon down, Last Respect is a huge hit. Clearly going to KO Sinistcha if it doesn't Terrestrialize. Now, Terrestrialization is still available. Sinistcha can still become a Dark type and resist that hit. But meanwhile, we know that Volcarona is in the back weekend. We don't yet know what the 4th Pokemon is. The danger is there is if it is King Gambit, well, you both don't have the damage with Last Respects, but also you're going to be really vulnerable to Sucker Punch. And Matt has consistently shown King Gambit in this match, and for a reason. It's valuable against so many of these Pokemon. With 2 Ghosts on the other side and 2 normal primary attackers on the other side, King Gambit provides so much value. So if it is that 4th spot, Ophimezy has to be thinking it's that 4th spot. You got to be preparing for what is the plan to deal with King Gambit in this endgame.
And knowing that Sinistcha is in a bit of a vulnerable position at this point is just the swap out. The Volcarona rehits the field. It had taken so much damage, but feels like just fodder that's thrown out. You take the hit. Now Ophimezy no longer has that fake out going on forward, and you can try and take advantage there. Last Respect, so Primarina, that is the double KO. So all of a sudden this Pokemon score is tied up real quick.
Yep, it is 2-2. We're going to have to see that 4th Pokemon. It's going to come down to this end. Volcarona switches in, probably just fishing for Flame Body once again. Doesn't get it. Could have burnt the now Grass-type Incineroar on that turn. Sinistcha, we knew it was in the back. It hits the field, but it is the King Gambit, that 4th Pokemon, that's now just threatening a Sucker Punch into Basculegion. Now, I think there's some chance that the Basculegion takes a Sucker Punch here. It's not Black Glasses on the other side. It is just safety goggles. There's no boost on this King Gambit. If it could take a Sucker Punch, things definitely shift.
Yeah, that'll be the weird one as well, especially too, since it's a defensive Terrestrialization, so you don't have any extra damage output other than a setup, which you're not clicking in this spot. So whether you get the damage or not is going to be the big thing. There is Terrestrialization in the moment of the match, though, and into the Sinistcha to make sure that at least it can try and make it through this turn, not being able to take super effective damage from something like the Last Respect. This is going to be big, though. Sucker Punch. Is it going to get the KO into the Basculegion? It will! Super effective! And Basculegion goes down. I think that was Ophimezy's last stand in this match. It's Incineroar now. This 1v2 into the King Gambit. A lot of damage, no KO, and that is so much recoil now into the slot. Sinistcha, that is the Trick Room now, and just that closing little bit into this match.
Yeah, you don't have to play Sucker Punch mind games. If you have Trick Room up, King Gambit can just freely kowtow cleave into Incineroar. Ophimezy sees the writing on the wall.
And Matt Tidd, after an intense 3-game set, is going to be moving on to top 8 here in the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. Such a unique team, one that wasn't done some justice earlier on, and now being able to showcase that true strength that it has against such a skilled player. All three of those games were just so intense and so well played from both. So being able to get that victory says so much. And big congratulations to Matt for an intense run, getting this top 8, getting this top cut. That is significant.
Yeah, you can see the value of those unusual Pokemon. Pokemon that have plenty of stats, Primarina, Heatproof Sinestro, but Pokemon that we don't see all that often. But that little bit of shift to the types on the other side can just make teams that otherwise all day feel like they're fine. You're not running into problems with fairies and ghosts everywhere. Then, with a new team up against it, they just cause wrinkles that shift matchups and lets a Pokemon like Sinestro have such a massive impact across 3 games.
And it was crazy, just crazy how many things could have gone right or wrong for these players throughout. When you are looking at things like the game 1 with the burns, you're looking at things like, I mean, the Dragonite breaking through the confusions that it caused with those outrages. There was so many different variables in the matches, and I think both players played so well. I feel like that was just a roller coaster of a match the entire way through. Like that, I think that's probably my favorite set of the entire weekend so
Yeah,
far.
that was really fun to watch. There were so many impactful decisions. There was like, is it going to be Rage Powder? Is it going to be Trick Room? What move are we locking into with our choice Pokemon? Is there still a path back to it?
Yeah, that was crazy. And I have to say, too, for Matt, after that population bomb from that Mousehold in Game 1 took care of the Primarina, something that was a really big win condition in, I mean, forcing the Dragonite's hand, right? It couldn't go into Outrage Game 2 or 3 because the Primarina was still around. Matt really quickly targeted down that Mousehold in Games 2 and 3, just eyeing up that, yeah, once this is gone, this match gets to be kind of weird with this Dragonite, and I feel like that was just such a big piece of the puzzle, and I have to really applaud him for that too.
Yeah, it means that the Primarina has so much staying power, especially with the Pokemon that Ofumezi was bringing in Game 1 and Game 2. The adjustment to have Masculegion meant that even once without Mousehold on the field, you still had a big threat of Last Respects that ended up taking care of Primarina, but you then were just vulnerable to Sucker Punch. The reason those 2 ghosts had been left at home, presumably in Game 1 and Game 2.
Yeah, I loved seeing the adjustments coming out, but in the end, I mean, choice locked Pokemon, that's the price you pay, right? You trade the speed or the damage for just a lack of flexibility. It was the flexibility with the Primarina that we saw really make a lot of impact. Maybe not necessarily by Primarina's choice, with the knockoff, but it still had a lot of merit in the match, and it was something that was never available for Ofumezi, and getting through the Trick Room, having to pivot, even like that one catch was so much. So big congratulations to Matt for taking down that match, and I'm excited now to be able to hear more from him as he's standing by for our interview.
Thanks, Sierra. I am here with Matt Tidd, who just had probably the most fun set of the weekend so far. Incredible 3-game set there that came down to the wire on basically every single game. How did it feel being up there on stage in your first top cut and then to play so well?
It was a roller coaster of emotions. Like, I lost the stream set around 11, so I wanted revenge or something. I wanted to make my mark, and especially my first top cut at the regional.
Yeah, you definitely made your mark in that set. I have to call out one of my favorite Pokemon is the setup Sinistcha. I've tried to make it work so many times, and you did it. What is it about setup Sinistcha with the heat proof that's been doing so much work for you this weekend?
To me, it just fits my playstyle. I love Trick Room, and when I set Trick Room up, it's either you do damage or you try and set up. And then I love the combination of healing and damage and setup that it provides. As well as heat proof, it helps a lot against Incineroar, like you saw.
Absolutely, it was doing so much work against Incineroar, made him afraid to click that Flare Blitz button to try to do damage to the Sinistcha. Wouldn't get enough damage out of it, had to keep going for the knockoff, just wasn't doing enough damage. And I don't know how you stayed cool and calm and collected in all of those end games. They came down through the wire.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think that's my specialty with Sinistcha. I know the end game's gonna go long, but even Game 1 where he was locked into Outrage, it's okay. If he can hit himself once, I've won the set, but that one, that's how it goes sometimes.
That is how it goes sometimes, and it goes right now for you for a top 8 appearance in the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. Only a few more games away from the championship title. What are your goals and aspirations now that you're here in the top 8? Are you going to win it all?
I'm here to win it all. I think I've got the best team in the format, so let's do it.
Let's
Bring
do
me
it.
the next round.
All right, well, we're going to get you ready for your next round. Before we let you go prep for that, anyone you'd like to shout out and thank who's been a part of your Pokemon journey?
Just shout out to all the Canadians, people from Montreal and Toronto. Thanks for all the support.
Awesome. Well, Matt, let me go ahead and congratulate you once again. We'll get you back out there so you can start prepping for your top 8 match. Everyone at home, don't go anywhere. We've got our next match coming right up.
I've never won on stream before.
Oh, don't say that. Hey, we're just going to have fun.
Pressure,
we're going to play.
Man.
Nah, don't say that. Just play as you normally would play.
Marco Silva, he is just one step away. So it would be so amazing to see Marco be able to get the first 3-time international championship glory.
I got into competitive play in 2016. I just stumbled upon like a YouTube video. From there, I saw that there was tournaments near my area. I did really well, and the organizers actually told me, yeah, you could probably play like a major events and you would probably do well, and that's what I did. My earliest memory from this game is definitely building my first team, trying out like new stats, and learning new things about the game. It was really, really good. One moment in my career in which I wanted to quit was after the 2018 World Championship. It was my last year in the senior division, and I wasn't planning on playing anymore in the master division. I got really, really unlucky in my top 16 match, and it kind of made me like try way harder. I think one of the reasons that keeps me getting back to tournaments is definitely my competitive nature.
There's a pretty good special attack, and it's just a one hit. No way.
Since I first started playing, there's definitely way more people. It's really hard to keep up because, of course, you have to practice a lot. I feel like it's also way more fun because there's more competition. At first, I feel like I was living the tournaments kind of in a different way. Like every time I was going to a tournament, I was like stressing out a lot about the teams that I was supposed to bring. Right now, going to a tournament, I tend to test way less, and I focus more on something that I know that I'm able to play well. My strategy going to this tournament was based on having a lot of different modes. I had the Sun mode with Charizard, the Torkoal, and Jumpluff. I also had a really, really slow core with Incineroar, Porygon2, and Ursaluna, and Torkoal as well. So I think the flexibility of my team was probably the strongest point of it.
Heavy is the crown as Marco Silva makes history as the first 3-time international champion in the Masters division.
This was a dream of mine that I tried to accomplish for a lot of years, and I'm really grateful that it finally happened. Once I will stop playing competitive Pokemon, I'll definitely remember the time in which I was able to defend my title. In the senior division, my brother was also able to win it all, so I'm extremely proud of him. My overall goal is to improve as much as I can, and of course, being able to win the World Championship one day. Hopefully, this will be the year. I feel like at this point, probably my results speak for themselves, so yeah. My greatest memory from the World Championship was definitely when my really, really close friend, Luca Civelli, was able to win it all. I think playing my brother in the World Final would definitely be a possibility because of the level he's been playing at has been really, really high. One of the advice I would give to somebody that's starting out with the competitive Pokemon would definitely be try to get some friends involved into it, because if you all test together, it'll definitely be more fun.
Are you guys ready for the Pokemon Center? Yeah, so excited! What are you gonna get at the Pokemon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited! Okay, let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Yeah, let's go! Yes, we need to get these.
Oh, this one. Oh, Psyduck. Tatsugiri! Oh! It's a Pikachu!
Tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
Pikachus do you think you have? Too many, can't count. What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff? Probably Iggly Biggly Bop.
What a great way to kick off our top cut here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships for the 2026 competitive Pokemon season. We are well underway and about to get started with our top 8. And so can't wait to see what is in store for us. My name is Rosemary Kelly and I'm joined by Jake Muller for our first top 8 match of our top cut.
And what a great top 8 match it's going to be. This is the quarterfinals. All these trainers left have to win 3 more matches to make it to that title of regional champion. And the first stumbling block is right here in top 8. We have Chuppa Cross versus Joshua Lorsey, which we will be bringing you. The next match after that, Daniel Yu, Justin Tang, they will be facing the winner. And that's another matchup between 2 regional champions. There's no easy path to the finals here for anyone just yet.
Yeah, and Matt Tidd put on a great performance in that first match of our top cut and is awaiting whichever opponent will be in that Vincenzo Chicho match versus Si-Chun Wu. And of course, we have our 4th top 8 match. We have to decide which of those opponents will be there. But first and foremost, we gotta take another look at our player that came in as the first seed. Chuppa Cross was able to get a regional championship title in Toronto, and that was after getting a 2nd place at one of the regionals just prior to that.
Yeah.
So finally able to get that regional championship title after so long, and Lorsey looking for his first.
Chuppa was always one of the players that was one of the best to have not won a major. And now that he has won one, he has continued that momentum as much as he can. And it's still a fantastic player that will do very well at most events he enters. This one clearly being no exception, because top 8 is a fantastic achievement. Of course, both trainers wanting a little bit more. Joshua Lorsey has been to this stage a couple times at regionals. We see the top 8 at Orlando last year, and of course the top 4 at Philadelphia regionals back in 2017. So already has some success in the state of Pennsylvania. We're just on the other side, maybe the other corner, and hopefully that still translates well for him.
Yeah, the western part of the state for us right now, but has also found that success in Toronto, getting that 2nd place as well. And so both of these trainers, you know, they're also friends. Like, these are players that have friendship with each other, history. They've definitely faced off before at their local scenes, and now they have such a high stakes match ahead of them in order to find themselves into the top 4 of Pittsburgh.
We've seen both of these teams before. Of course, Chuppa has been on stream, and Joshua has the Frankfurt winning team, at least in the 6 Pokemon that he's brought. There are a couple little changes that I think are pretty cool that we will get to in just a moment. But let's take one more look at Chuppa's team. He is using that Focus Sash, Adaptability Basket Legion with the Liquidation over Wave Crash. And of course, that Friend Guard Mass Hold, Dragonite Incineroar, Blood Moon Ursaluna, and Golden Go. And that Terra Fire Ursaluna, again, not something we see super often. It's just a different look at some defensive matchups that you can take. Maybe some trainers are preparing more for that Terra Water, and you are able to more heavily punish grass type attackers, for example, like Rillaboom into the Fire Ursaluna will have a little bit of a harder time. But other than that, this is a really cool team. Again, that Choice Specs trick on Golden Go, something I think is really valuable. Of course, the power from Make It Rain, complemented by the disruption of Trick, can give a lot of teams a lot of trouble.
I am loving that Terra Fire Selfless Ursaluna, though. Looking at Lorsey's team, there are a couple of really key Pokemon that the Blood Moon Ursaluna would match up better into with that Terra. Alolan Ninetales, you've got Blood Moon Ursaluna on Lorsey's side, as well as the Golden Go. So 3 very hefty special attackers that I think the Assault Vest would go quite nicely for.
It's going to be fun to see how Chuppa approaches this matchup. We did see him on stream against Ofamezi yesterday, and that match didn't go super well for him, but that was his only loss of the tournament so far. Joshua is looking to make it a 2nd loss in this top 8 match. He is using, again, that Incineroar, Golden Go, Blood Moon Ursaluna, Rillaboom, Sneasler, and Alolan Ninetales. The 2 big things that jump out to me, it's that Blood Moon Earth Power Yawn set, but it's Terra Water instead of Electric. And that Ninetales, we're getting to add another move to the list of attacks that all the Ninetales has used with the Terra Ground Terra Blast.
There have been quite a few unique terrestrializations amongst our field that have paired with Terra Blast.
Yeah.
And Alolan Ninetales here is no exception. Ground type damage is just so effective. You've seen how many King Gambit, Golden Go, Incineroar, Sneasler that are in the meta right now, that having that ground Terra Blast is going to be perfect for. Paired with the Focus Sash, you're always guaranteed to get an attack off, and that's why we see a lot of the same items across these two teams, but different Pokemon. Like Rillaboom is going to have the Assault Vest, you've got Golden Go that still has a damage boosting item, and then the Ninetales taking the Focus Sash instead of the Basculegion on Choppa's team.
I really like the Terra Blast here on a Ninetales, because if you look at Josh's team, I wouldn't say it's at all a negative into Golden Go, but there are certainly a few Pokemon that might have a little bit of a tougher time into it, especially that Rillaboom and Sneasler. And giving your Ninetales a chance to damage Golden Go with that super effective Terra Blast means that it will be on the field for a lot more uses into a lot of different Pokemon.
Our first top 8 match in our North American regional circuit is upon us. Joshua Lorsey and Chuppa Cross facing off against each other. Lorsey will have the Blood Moon Ursaluna next to the Ninetales as it sets the snow across the way from Chuppa Cross's own Incineroar and Ursaluna.
This is an Aurora Veil Ninetales. We could get that set up right off the bat. Chuppa does not have a way to set up a different kind of weather. Of course, he does have the possibility of the Fake Out to not only prevent the Aurora Veil, but break the Focus Sash. You have to imagine Josh doesn't want to let that happen just yet. But these two Ursalunas still in a pretty solid spot. They both have a lot of bulk to them. They have the chance to start firing off some damage, or we could go for some Yawns to start getting some disruption going from Josh. This lead is very much, I'm not going to let you do what you want because I can put you to sleep and I can set up that Aurora Veil.
Choppa's going to be the only one that actually has access to speed control. You've got the Tailwind on the Dragonite if that's something that you can actually bring into this match. And Lorsey doesn't actually have the Icy Wind on the Ninetales, so it's not really a good way to offset that. There is no Dragonite right now, and there's also not going to be any damage since this Fake Out from the Incineroar goes into the protected Blood Moon Ursaluna, and it's just going to be a pretty neutral turn. But you got to start thinking ahead. How are you going to win this? What Pokemon do you need in right now? Not only for the immediate threats that are here, but what you think is going to be in the back.
I like that Golden Go swap a lot. It means that now this Ninetales has to consider whether it wants to use that Terrestrialization immediately, if it wants to go for an Aurora Veil to try and mitigate some damage, or if it wants to go on the offensive, or if it wants to just swap out entirely, not wanting to face down this Golden Go and give up that Terrestrialization immediately. Again, this is not the Assault Vest Blood Moon for Joshua, it is the Leftovers Yawn set, and Yawn will not be effective into Golden Go thanks to that Good as Gold ability, so this is not the best spot to be in for that Ursaluna, considering it will not be able to take Make It Rains super well.
But it's still going to be able to do a lot of damage, and it's got that water terrestrialization, so there's at least a way for you to be able to neutralize some of the damage coming through from Chuppa's team. So it makes a lot of sense to try to commit into this Blood Moon Ursaluna. You've got the Aurora Veil to keep it even more safe with the heft that it has, on top of the Leftovers recovery that it's going to get at the end of every turn. But this Incineroar has something to say about that. With the Parting Shot into the Ursaluna, you will be able to drop its special attack by 1 stage, and that will help out a lot as well to keep your own Pokemon safe. So there is no Dragonite in the back, and so that's something that Chuppa's going to not have. No Tailwind. The Scale Shot might have also been a little bit tough based on what we've seen so far, but you're playing a little risky here. Having to switch anything in right now feels like a detriment.
Yeah, it's tough. You don't want to have anything take a Blood Moon accidentally. The Golden Go will go for the Make It Rain, do it not really no chunk of damage at all to that Ursaluna, thanks to that combination of the Water-type Terrestrialization and the Aurora Veil being set up from Ninetales, which is brought down to its Focus Sash, will remain at 1 HP as Ursaluna gets to fire off an Earth Power. Thanks to the Parting Shot and the Friend Guard, does less than half HP to the Golden Go. It's funny, these two trainers have different ways of mitigating damage. That Aurora Veil gets set up, will last for 5 turns and cut down both physical and special damage, but that Parting Shot and Mousehold combo is deadly. Well, I guess the opposite of deadly. It's preventing things from being knocked out, and this Golden Go is still in a very strong spot. Ninetales unable to Terrestrialize, get that super effective Terra Blast. Your Ursaluna could have its Earth Power redirected away. Even so, the Golden Go won't take too much damage anyway. One thing we also saw, that Incineroar moved before the Golden Go. That is either a very fast Incineroar, a very slow Golden Go, or some combination of both, because their natural speed stats are a good ways apart. So it gives a little bit of info about how they're trained.
Golden Go is going to be making a rotation in for another Pokemon. The Blood Moon Ursaluna of Chuppa is not going to be staring across its counterpart. But Lorsi's going to play it safe. Notice that there is that Super Fang in threat, and the Ursaluna gets switched in for the Blizzard. Are there any freezes?
Ooh.
There is a critical hit, and that's actually going to make it much easier to touch the KO onto this Mousehold in a little bit, especially since you do subvert this Super Fang, Ursaluna is able to keep so much of its HP, you're probably going to get the pickup with something like a combination of Blizzard and Hyper Voice.
Really great turn for Josh there. That's important damage on both Mousehold and Ursaluna. When you have something like Friend Guard and Parting Shot in play, you want to find the chance to do damage as much as you can. Chuppa did have the option to prevent damage from that Ninetales with a feint from Mousehold on this turn, instead opting to go for Super Fang, which would have bypassed the damage reduction of the Aurora Veil and just do a clean half to that Ursaluna. But to protect there, keeping it safe, making sure that it sticks around and it remains very healthy, the combination of the leftovers and the Assault and the Aurora Veil should keep it around another turn too.
But the feint from the Mousehold is good to get that final HP of this Alolan Ninetales, so Lorsi loses a Pokemon. But his Blood Moon is also going to move second. Chuppa's moves with the Blood Moon first, and look at how well Lorsi's Ursaluna is going to take that. Firing one back, this Salt Vest of Chuppa's Ursaluna is going to keep it safe as well. And this is the least amount of damage I've ever seen a Blood Moon do from an Ursaluna.
I was about to say that exact same thing. That's like Hyper Voice damage
Yeah,
to me,
I know.
but we're getting it out of a Blood Moon instead. The Rillaboom does come in. It is revealed by Joshua as a third Pokemon brought to this match. Great place for this Rillaboom to be. Threatens a lot of damage into the Ursaluna and the Mousehold. I imagine a Wood Hammer easily cleans up the Mousehold from here, and a Grassy Glide might even KO the Ursaluna without a Follow Me in play. The Ursalunas on both sides dealing as much damage as they can to each other, but the effects of Friend Guard and Parting Shot are very much being felt by Joshua's Ursaluna. That Blood Moon should have done a lot more damage, but there's two different things keeping that damage down. So the Ursaluna is not getting too much out of its time on the field just yet. We haven't even seen a Yawn get thrown out. Thankfully, the leftovers and now the grassy terrain will be keeping it healthy on top of that Aurora Veil. But once that Aurora Veil goes down in a couple turns, it will be gone for the rest of the game.
Ursaluna makes another rotation, so Chuppa brings back out the Incineroar and will be able to get an Intimidate drop more critically onto the Rillaboom. Will help for a little bit later. If the Rillaboom stays on the field, then Ursaluna might be taking less damage when it comes back out. Similarly with that Golden Go that's still there. Mousehold's going to flinch. Rillaboom takes a little bit of recoil from the Rocky Helmet as the Incineroar takes that Earth Power. And it still takes it like a champ. Snow is gone now.
Yep, Snow does go away, so there's no more defense boost for Ice types that may find themselves on the field.
Sorry,
not really.
Ninetales.
Exactly. Not really the most impactful of weather after that Aurora Veil gets set up for these teams, so no big loss for
But it was
Joshua in that
festive.
case. It's true. It does look nice. It's very pretty.
Very pretty.
The Incineroar coming in on that Earth Power, again, just really not doing the damage you expect from a Blood Moon Ursaluna. Yeah, that Parting Shot and Friend Guard combination is really difficult to break through. And now that this Incineroar is back on the field, we could just see another Parting Shot to mitigate the damage even further.
We are going to see the fourth Pokemon that Lorsi has brought, and it is the Sneasler to this game number 1. Grassy Seed is going to give it a nice defense boost and also activate its Unburden ability so it can be the fastest thing on the field. Ursaluna protecting next to it is going to keep itself safe for the next turn, and that means that Chuppa has an opportunity here to get some damage down onto the Sneasler, but it's a matter of whether or not that was the target. And so does Lorsi get it in for free? No! Super Fang connects, and Sneasler's going to lose half of its HP immediately.
Nice chunk of damage there into Sneasler with that Grassy Seed boost and of course the Aurora Veil. It will be a little bit more bulkier than players are used to, but with that Super Fang it gets cut down to half of its remaining HP right off the bat, and especially if it wants to go for an attack like the Close Combat, it will be losing that defense boost. Aurora Veil did just wear off as well, so that bit of damage mitigation is gone from Joshua. Now Chuppa has the only remaining ways to get rid of some damage coming out from the opposing side. Again, that Friend Guard will be protecting anything next to the Mousehold, and Incineroar is still very capable of firing off some Parting Shots and Intimidates if it comes back on to the field. Sneasler, I think, though, is still in a pretty decent spot here. If you want to opt to go for something like that Swords Dance, you do kind of have the room to do so, and you can maybe start putting out some Yawns with Ursaluna, buy yourself a little bit more space. I do worry a little bit about the potential for Joshua to damage Chuppa's Golden Go. Without that Aurora Veil, you won't have as much room to be taking those Make It Rains. Your Ursaluna is starting to get a little bit low. That Earth Power is one of the main ways you have to damage it, especially with that Friend Guard.
That's why Lorsi is actually going to withdraw it. Keep it safer when you are in front of that Golden Go. Again, you're also shedding that special attack drop that you took from the parting shot way earlier on. We're going to see the mouse hold now redirect away this acrobatics, but the damage just isn't quite there for the Sneasler, and it gets knocked out without getting the KO onto the mouse hold. Great Flare Blitz, and now we have the Blood Moon Ursaluna that can come back in, but the fact that this mouse hold has still not been felled is a big problem for Lorsi.
You would have to respect the acrobatics there. Wanting to knock out the mouse hold is a really important goal here. In close combat, clearly would have done it. But if the mouse hold does go for the Terrestrialization into a poison type, then it would have resisted the close combat. At the same time, close combat would have removed your own defense boost, and maybe you think that's kind of the difference maker in Incineroar being able to KO the Sneasler with that Flare Blitz. So it makes sense to go for that acrobatics, but unfortunately, without the power boost from the Terra Flying, just barely wasn't enough to knock out that mouse hold. And now Choppa has a 4-2 Pokemon advantage. If Incineroar gets to fire off any more Intimidates or parting shots, those will have to stick for the remainder of the game. Most importantly, too, once Grassy Terrain goes down, that's no more healing for the Rillaboom, and the healing from the Ursaluna is cut in half.
Grassy Glide will finally finish the job as his mouse hold has stuck around past its welcome. And first KO going Lorsi's way. You still have this Incineroar, and as we kind of looked at everything else, there's still quite a bit of damage that is stacked up, but the fact that the Incineroar can fire off a super effective Flare Blitz, it's a physical attack. The Assault Vest is not going to help save that Pokemon, and Lorsi now just has this Ursaluna left. The Earth Power is good to get a second KO, but this Blood Moon Ursaluna now has to get through Choppa's Golden Go and Blood Moon Ursaluna with the Assault Vest.
I don't know if this Ursaluna for Josh has enough in the tank. The double Pokemon left for Choppa in the Golden Go and his own Blood Moon Ursaluna. And I believe we've already seen Choppa's Ursaluna be the faster of the two. Means that he will have more chances to go for damage into this opposing Ursaluna. And there's no more Aurora Veil to protect it. It does have the leftovers, so you have the chance to take advantage of these last few turns of Grassy Terrain, get that double recovery going, and maybe try and stall out some of these Pokemon that Choppa has left. Of course, the Protect's coming through, wanting to make sure this Ursaluna is as healthy as possible before it starts taking damage.
This is actually a cool interaction. Because the Ursaluna has terrestrialized, we will see the Shadow Ball actually be able to hit it, which is something that would normally not be the case. Protect for now, there's going to be a good spread of HP recovery across the board. But you're still getting ganged up on if you're this Blood Moon Ursaluna. You've got two bullies in front of you.
The nice part about the Shadow Ball option there, too, is that if the Ursaluna had not terrestrialized, the Golden Go most likely would have had to lock in to make it rain, which would have meant any subsequent attacks would be lowered in power. But because Shadow Ball is the option here, this damage will be very consistent.
Now the Choice Specs as well is going to bring that Ursaluna well below half, and the Blood Moon to follow it up gets the KO. Choppa Cross wins the first game of this top 8 set.
Really well played by Choppa. Both trainers early on in that game going for some of their options to prevent their Pokemon from taking too much damage, but the options that Choppa had available to him in that Parting Shot, in that Intimidate, in that Friend Guard just lasted too long for Joshua to deal with. Once that Aurora Veil went down, his Pokemon became very vulnerable, and that's when Choppa went on the offensive with his Golden Go and with his own Ursaluna Blood Moon.
I really like the Pokemon that both of them brought, but I feel like the Ninetales did not end up getting enough done. Never got the I think the KO on the Mouse Hold didn't come fast enough, and it didn't onto the Incineroar either. So unfortunately, I feel like maybe on Lorsi's side, maybe set up the Aurora Veil sooner, or maybe you gotta actually get some damage done with the Ninetales. But like missing the KO onto the Mouse Hold with Acrobatics, it feels so bad.
I don't know. I think the Ninetales is good if you can get 2 Aurora Veils up. That first Aurora Veil was obviously very good for those first 5 turns of the match, but because it did expire and Ninetales was knocked out, after that, that was all that Josh had from that Ninetales, and it didn't really make much of an impact beyond those first few turns. The Blizzard damage wasn't super great. You know, you had that 1 Aurora Veil, and then it kind of just stuck around waiting to be knocked out to bring in another Pokemon. If Joshua wants to bring that Ninetales again, I think it's a fine bring. You just have to maybe play a little bit smarter with it, maybe get more out of it on those first couple turns of the game, just to make sure that you're kind of matching Choppa's ability to prevent damage coming into his Pokemon.
Leading Incineroar is also just so safe. Even if it's not
Truly.
actually going to get an Intimidate drop onto... Like, the Sneasler would be the big thing that the Intimidate drop would be there for. But you just have so many different tools with the Incineroar specifically. Knock off Flare Blitz. If you really thought that the Ursaluna was a problem, with the leftovers, you could go for the knockoff there. Lorsius also taking a page out of Choppa's book and decided to bring his own Incineroar out at the very get-go. And so we have the two cats. Claws out.
Choppa's Incineroar's Intimidate going first. I think since it outsped the Golden Go, it's probably safe to assume it's just a very fast Incineroar, and we'll have the faster Fake Out on this first turn as well. That gives him a lot more freedom to attack with this Golden Go. If you weren't sure which Incineroar went first, and maybe you didn't want to risk that, you maybe have to swap out this Golden Go, make sure it doesn't take a big Flare Blitz or anything. But now you can pretty safely Fake Out Joshua's Incineroar. It is not Terra Ghost, it is Terra Grass, which gives it no way to prevent that flinch. And the big Make It Rain here could immediately bring Ninetales down to its sash, leave it vulnerable to be knocked out by something like that Feint from the Maushold.
Florzy has to protect the Ninetales here. Because of exactly what you said, you don't want to take that damage from the Golden Go's Make It Rain, and with this Make It Rain, Golden Go's dropping its own special attack by one stage. Maybe that gives you a fighting chance with this Ninetales, especially when your Incineroar is going to take that hit so well. It gives you that opportunity for the future turns to also keep that Focus Sash intact.
The nice part about the speed interaction between Choppa's Incineroar and Golden Go as well is the knockoff from Choppa's Incineroar will go before Golden Go attacks. If you want, you can knock off the opposing Incineroar's Citrus Berry before the Golden Go can deal damage to knock it down below 50% and have that Citrus Berry activate. By doing that, you're not only removing an item from Incineroar, but you're removing a good chunk of its possible HP pool. The Citrus Berry on Incineroar is very good, because Incineroar is very hard to it's very difficult to KO from full. If you have to chip it down, it gets gradually brought under 50, heals back up. But if you take away that option entirely, that could be really useful.
Well, the Alolan Ninetales is going to receive the Terrestrialization for this game. And it has been a long time since I think I have seen a ground Terra hat on this Pokemon.
On any
but it's
Pokemon.
able to go for the Terra Blast right into the Golden Go. Its special attack is pretty big, but not enough to pick up the knockout. Still going to do a sizable amount of damage, as the knockoff does get rid of that Citrus Berry. But at -1, even with the choice specs, this Incineroar should be able to take that attack pretty comfortably. And the Ninetales, even better now that it is not in Ice and Fairy type anymore. With the Flare Blitz from the Incineroar, it finishes up the job that this Ninetales started. Critical hit definitely didn't matter to get the knockout here, but that's a huge threat that Joshua had a tough time dealing with in that game number 1. Off the board now so early in this game too.
It is a threat off the board, but I think you're very happy with this trade if you're Choppa. Getting that Incineroar down so low and breaking the Focus Sash on the Ninetales means that breaking through these two Pokemon that can give you a little bit of trouble with their bulk, with that access to Aurora Veil, will be much, much easier. The Incineroar, again, knocking off that Citrus Berry means that Incineroar on Joshua's side will no longer be able to recover HP unless we see a potential Rillaboom come in to set up that grassy terrain. Ninetales being low enough means that we have a potential for a Hyper Voice double KO on this turn. Possibly that Ursaluna could be faster than Joshua's Incineroar too. I'm not sure if we've seen that interaction yet, but if it is, this is a very strong spot for Choppa to be in, especially with this Terra Fire, which will remove the Ice type weakness.
Lorsi still has other Pokemon to depend on though, and so we will see another one of them hit the field. The Rillaboom going to take that Incineroar's place. Assault Vest going to be a much better matchup into this Blood Moon Ursaluna. Would have been nice maybe if you were able to get the knockoff onto Choppa's Blood Moon Ursaluna to get rid of that Assault Vest, but this Ninetales does not have too much longer left in this game based on the amount of HP it has. Terrestrialization finally committed from Choppa in this set onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and it is going to change into that Fire type. But as its last stand, Ninetales is going to set this Aurora Veil to give that Reflect and Light Screen over to Lorsi's team. Doesn't really get punished for that outside of the parting shot from the Incineroar. So nice rotation from Choppa again to just keep cycling through with that Incineroar and also now get the Maushold out in a prime position to help its partner.
Yeah, Mousehold comes in without taking any damage. Always a great spot to be in here. Ursaluna will get this Hyper Voice off, and thanks to the Aurora Veil, the Ninetales will barely hang on. That Rillaboom taking very little damage from Hyper Voice as well. But now Rillaboom and Ninetales are going to be forced to use their maybe less optimal attacks in High Horsepower and Terra Blast now that this Ursaluna has turned into a Fire type. Probably the move you want to be using the least percentage of the time with those two Pokemon, just because all of their other attacks are so much more useful. But this Fire Terra is forcing a little bit of an awkward position here for Joshua.
It's actually quite safe though. If Lorcy wants to go for the Terra Ground Terra Blast into the Ursaluna slot, you know it's going to be the Incineroar that is the only other pivoting move that you have left. Fake Out does connect with the Incineroar and the Terra Blast to follow. This is going to be safe, super effective damage no matter what into that position on the board. But it's tough. After taking the parting shot, it's not going to be doing nearly as much. At least you do get the same type attack bonus as the Ninetales, but you're right about the Rillaboom not having access to that same type of damage boost.
It's a nice super thing into Rillaboom. That means one more Flare Blitz should be able to knock it out pretty cleanly. The Terra Blast from the Ninetales, thanks to the parting shot and Friend Guard, once again, not doing nearly enough damage to Incineroar, to the point where maybe even a combination of Terra Blast and High Horsepower just might miss out on the KO. Of course, you have the option to use Follow Me with your mouse hold and make sure that Incineroar takes no damage other than a possible Blizzard, which won't do too much either. This mouse hold has been such an important piece of Chuppa's team here, not necessarily because of the damage it outputs, although Super Fang has been important, just because that Friend Guard ability is really giving Joshua a hard time.
Definitely helped out Chuppa's survivability on this team. It's also forced Lorcy to have to pivot a lot more than maybe he would have liked to. Every single time you pivot means it's going to be less damage that you do. But can we get a freeze? There's a freeze onto the mouse hold. That's one good one for Lorcy. And you can't get one onto the Incineroar, but the mouse hold being frozen is going to help reduce some of the damage that you're going to take for this turn. Incineroar also the perfect defensive switch in to take that Flare Blitz instead of that Rillaboom.
The freezes coming through on stream today. Really important there for Josh just to make sure that mouse hold doesn't make any progress here. That's probably a Super Fang that would have come through, so I guess the damage you lost on that turn isn't super relevant, but the fact that this mouse hold is now frozen may not have the chance to use Follow Me for the rest of the game. We might make it a little bit more awkward for Chuppa here. Luckily for Chuppa, Friend Guard is still active. You don't have to be awake. You can be frozen, burned, asleep. Like, everything is fine for that Friend Guard. So again, I don't know that this Incineroar on Chuppa's side will be knocked out on this turn, but you're starting to take a little bit more damage every single turn, and Chuppa has a Pokemon disadvantage, and not only that, the information disadvantage, not even knowing what Joshua's fourth Pokemon is.
If you're thinking back to that first game, you kind of have to imagine that there is going to be a Sneasler back there, but maybe there was that adjustment to bring in something else like the Golden Go. Another Terra Blast into the mouse hold, and the mouse hold is still going to stay frozen. Incineroar using the Flare Blitz, and the Ninetales actually doesn't even get the KO. That is the power of the Reflect for you set by that Aurora Veil. As the knockoff into the mouse hold gets rid of that Rocky Helmet, it's going to make it a lot more free to attack into this mouse hold and finish it off on the next turn.
That will be nice for the Rillaboom. You know, any damage that it can do to that mouse hold would have been met by the Rocky Helmet for a little bit more chip. Unfortunately for Chuppa, again, that mouse hold not able to thaw. Both of Joshua's Pokemon are very low. You have to imagine a Feint may be able to pick up the knockout on this Ninetales. That Aurora Veil does so much work. Thanks to the Intimidate and the defense boost from the Aurora Veil, that Ninetales barely hangs on and preserves Joshua's 4-3 Pokemon lead for the time being. Terra Blast still threatening a little bit of damage into Incineroar, and of course, probably, I guess I can't even say of course, most likely a knockout into that mouse hold based on how that last Terra Blast went.
Mouse hold is going to be frozen, and the poor thing will probably fall to this Terra Blast. And the Terra Blast connects, and yeah, the poor mouse. the poor mouse, the mouse popsicle.
Incineroar probably gets a KO here for its trouble, but that just means Chuppa is down to his final two Pokemon. Knockoff finally finishes off this Ninetales. As Joshua's Incineroar gets a chance to attack here, you have to wonder if it's going to be a parting shot to even further mitigate damage from this Incineroar for the rest of the game, or if he wants to just try and get more damage on the board.
I mean, more damage is always good, and removing the safety goggles is just, well, actually there's no reason for that, but yeah, it's just extra damage
but we'll
for sure.
take it.
Lorsi, though, I mean, the way that these turns have played out, the grass is expired, Rillaboom gets to come back in and reset it, and you'll also have a fresh fake out on the field if you want it. What did Lorsi actually bring as that fourth Pokemon? Is it going to be enough to short up the game? It is the Sneasler, so you can actually get the Rillaboom to switch in on the Incineroar side and get the Grassy Seed up that way.
You can. The Grassy Seed can be easily reset by that Rillaboom. I think that's probably the best play Joshua can make, not only to get the Grassy Seed activated, return that grassy terrain to the field, but switch out that Incineroar so you have another fake out for later on in the game. You have another Intimidate for later on in the game if this Incineroar for Chuppa sticks around any longer. I'm not sure what Sneasler's best options are here. You could just go straight for the KO into Incineroar, but if you do that, you're leaving yourself open to just be knocked out by Earth Power, and I don't know if you can necessarily afford that. Like, if Sneasler goes down, I think there possibly is a world where Ursaluna can take out the Incineroar and Rillaboom.
Lorsi's gonna miss an opportunity here. With the Protect onto the Sneasler and Incineroar taking the Vacuum Wave, Sneasler would have had a chance to move. Yes, it would have had to take an attack from this Incineroar, but you would have loved to be able to just get some damage down when you had the Pokemon advantage. Rillaboom will take this extra open space that the Incineroar has left, resets the grassy terrain. You're also going to have Fake Out now to pick your poison. And this Sneasler, I think, really missed an opportunity there to get a knockout either onto the, I really think onto the Incineroar.
I think maybe Joshua's thought was, I need to make sure that I can get a high horsepower off into Ursaluna if I want a chance at winning this game. And if you swap in Rillaboom, that could possibly be met with a Flare Blitz from that Incineroar. So this was the safest way to make sure that the high horsepower will be able to be targeted into that Ursaluna. Of course, the Fake Out, always nice here as well. And now you can go for that close combat. Guarantee that you're not taking an Earth Power at the same time, and you have your full HP Sneasler and this Rillaboom with a little bit more HP recovery to try and take down Chuppa's Blood Moon Ursaluna. Again, close combat, high horsepower, probably your best two options going forward here. And if you're Chuppa, you just gotta hope that Ursaluna is bulky enough to survive.
Does have the Assault Vest, which tends to make us believe that it is going to be on the bulkier side in terms of its defensive capabilities. But, and this is kind of awkward too. You need to be able to get a KO onto something. And the Assault Vest from the opposing Rillaboom is going to help out with a lot of this damage. Close Combat is going to bring this Blood Moon Ursaluna for Chuppa below half HP. And Sneasler is going to drop its special defenses again. With the high horsepower, it's actually enough by itself to get the rest of that damage. And so the double up there onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna is going to get Lorsi the second game win. We are tied 1-1 apiece. Game 3 will decide it all. Who will move forward into the top 4?
Really smart endgame from Josh there, making sure that you're not swapping that Rillaboom in accidentally on a Flare Blitz. We know his Incineroar is slower than Chuppa's. If you go for that Parting Shot, you can possibly, Parting Shot the Ursaluna, lower its special attack, swap in your Rillaboom, and there's no way it gets KO'd by any attack from there. And then you can go for that exact play he did afterwards. Fake out Ursaluna, make sure it can't Earth Power your Sneasler while it close combats the Incineroar for a knockout. And then that combination of close combat and high horsepower is enough to finish the job. Terra Fire, I think, is really cool on Ursaluna. Just unfortunately for Chuppa, Joshua does have the ability to counteract it. We saw the Terra Ground from the Ninetales, of course the high horsepower from Rillaboom. Usually an adaptation to give it away to damage Golden Go, but in this case, you'll take the chance to hit the Ursaluna as well.
The freeze onto the mouse hold was super influential in the mid-game of the game number 2, but the Ninetales also ended up doing way more damage than what we saw in that first game. So the Blizzards are nice, the Terra Blast even better, and Lorsi found a way to make this Ninetales a much better supportive piece for this game.
Yeah, it didn't get the second Aurora Veil up like I was talking about earlier, but it did make much better use of its time on the field, which is just, that's even better in some cases too, because once the Ninetales went down, that's when you could bring in that Sneasler and start threatening a lot of damage. And at the same time, Josh was doing a really good job, getting damage in where he could, despite the Intimidates and the Parting Shots and the Friend Guard. That Ninetales was able to start chipping away to the point where the Sneasler and Rillaboom could just come in and clean up. The Incineroar, just really important for both of these trainers. Even though the Citrus Berry got knocked off before it could be used, that Incineroar stuck around long enough to, again, be a little bit disruptive with its own knockoff, have the potential to go for those Parting Shots. We're going to see if these trainers are able to kind of mix up their game plans in a way that'll give them an advantage in Game 3.
Lorsi is running back the leads that he used in game number 2 to get him the win, and Chuppa is going to be the one that makes the adjustment. Golden Go and Mouse Hold hitting the field together to start it off.
could be a rare scenario where Power Gem might actually be one of your better options. It is super effective into both of these Pokemon. Not sure that it's typically going to be like a great thing to lock into, except maybe endgame scenarios, but Make It Rain here could also just be nice for getting some damage onto that Incineroar. Maybe prime it for another like knockoff combination later on in this game. And of course, breaking that Focus Sash on Ninetales is always really nice. It's naturally a very fast Pokemon. I believe we saw it act before Chuppa's Mousehold a few times. So it's going to be one of the faster things on the field, and if it has its Focus Sash intact still, it's a little bit difficult to take down, especially on a turn when maybe you need it to be knocked out before it can Aurora Veil again, before it can Blizzard again.
Mousehold just goes for Follow Me, wants to redirect away any funny business from this Golden Go, especially if it was something like a Flare Blitz from Lorcy's opposing Incineroar. But this Aurora Veil goes off without a hitch. There's no way to change the weather. So Ninetales gets away with the Aurora Veil to help make this Incineroar just a bit bulkier. Fortunately, it gets brought down to its own Focus Sash, but it's still around for another turn.
Will be around to possibly go for a Blizzard, maybe look for another Freeze or
so.
A critical hit knockoff though. Really bad news for Chuppa, as now this Mousehold might just be in range for a Blizzard KO from this Ninetales. Of course, Feint is an option here for Mousehold. It does have priority, but despite it being slower than Ninetales, it will be able to attack first and break through any possible Protect that could come through Ninetales for a knockout. This Incineroar is in a really solid spot here. We saw it take so little damage from that first Make It Rain. A follow-up Make It Rain this turn will do even less thanks to the -1 special attack. So if you're Chuppa, you got to find a way to reset this Golden Go, make sure that it's able to come back in later in this game and provide a lot more offense. It's kind of your strongest Pokemon in this matchup, or just in these 4 Pokemon he's brought. That's your biggest damage output, and so far it's not going to be in a good spot to do even more.
Lurcy's also going to just get around the Feint entirely by retaining that Ninetales for later on in the game. Rillaboom is now out to take its place and will fare a lot better in front of this special attacking Golden Go. But Golden Go's also going to make a disappearance for now.
Really
as a
nice
returning act.
Yeah, really nice Incineroar swap here. Getting that Intimidate down on Joshua's Incineroar and Rillaboom at the same time, while threatening a Fake Out next turn. Should be a nice way to progress forward through the first turn that wasn't super great. Feint does very little damage here because that Incineroar did give it the Intimidate drop earlier on. The Safety Goggles is knocked off, not super important in this matchup. Of course, there is no Sand, there is no Spore to be dodging. Just a little bit of damage there, which I guess in turn lowers the damage output of knockoff on future turns. So I don't know, I think that's a very fine turn if you're Chuppa.
Now the Golden Go was certainly the bigger threat that Lurcy needed to deal with. So the knockoff makes a lot of sense to go into that slot. And you also remove the item no matter what is going to end up switching in. But now you still have this problem. Well, you got to get some pest control in here. This Mousehold is still around. You can go for the Fake Out onto either of these Pokemon, but the Incineroar definitely needs to actually pick something up now.
This Mousehold, again, if it just sticks around, it doesn't necessarily need to be doing that much while it's on the field. Super Fang is always nice for getting some chip damage down, but as long as it's sitting next to its partner will be protected by that friend card.
Fake Out into the opposing Incineroar, and Lurcy is going to fire one back. So a very null and void turn.
I guess the nice part too, the Mousehold received a knockoff from the Incineroar, so that Fake Out from Rillaboom doesn't get met with any recoil damage from that Rocky Helmet. That might be very helpful for Joshua going forward, because those Rocky Helmet damages can add up. If you do want to target the Mousehold with something like Grassy Glide this turn, that would have been a second Rocky Helmet, then you're getting down to maybe 3/4 or so of your HP remaining, and that can add up, especially against a team like Chuppa's that has a Pokemon that can do big chunks of damage at a time. So nice removal of that Rocky Helmet. Mousehold now maybe in range of a Grassy Glide. I have to imagine it is, just because that one Intimidate might not be enough.
It's going to protect itself though. So no Grassy Glide will connect onto that Pokemon. As we see Lurcy try to go for the KO onto the Mousehold, but it's going to leave this Incineroar wide open. And it's going to be a knockoff first into Lurcy's Incineroar that will remove that Citrus Berry and also get a critical hit. So a little bit of balance with the critical hits that we've seen so far in this series, but another knockoff back. Of course, not going to be doing a whole lot, and I actually think that the terrain is going to heal it right back up, basically.
Now another favorable trade for Chuppa here, protecting that mouse hold, ensuring that Friend Guard stays active, and once again, getting rid of that Citrus Berry on the Incineroar before it can use it, means that now the Incineroar, once it starts losing HP, much harder to recover it as grassy terrain is the only option. Chuppa's Incineroar proving, again, to just be very fast. It did fake out before Joshua's Rillaboom on the prior turn, so if it wants to go for a Flare Blitz, it would be met with a Grass-type Rillaboom that doesn't necessarily want to be taking that much damage.
Chuppa's looking into the future. Knows that Snow and Aurora Veil are going to be expiring at the end of the turn. Is able to get a good amount of damage down into the Rillaboom, but the burn is more critical. So the single attack output of this Rillaboom is going to be neutered quite a bit.
Oh.
It's not going to feel even much better because the Golden Go is taking the Wood Hammer. But regardless, you could have gotten so much more value. The knockoff as another piece of damage into this Golden Go will also remove the choice specs. So it was a really nice read for Lorcy to be able to target the damage into that slot. But the burn for the Rillaboom, you're just not getting as much as you would have hoped for.
That is an unfortunate burn here, and of course taking all that damage and losing the choice specs isn't great for this Golden Go. But at the same time, now the Aurora Veil's gone, now you're not choice specs. Power Gem is actually like a very solid option here. It is super effective into Incineroar. Aurora Veil is no longer going to be boosting its special defense. It doesn't have an Assault Vest or anything. Thanks to that being super effective, it might be enough to KO here, while also not locking yourself into using Power Gem for the rest of the time this Golden Go is on the field. So the damage there you definitely didn't want, but losing the choice specs, I'm not sure was that big of a loss here for Chuppa.
I feel like there have been a couple of situations this weekend where you would actually love to get your choice item knocked off so you're not locked into just one move. Lorcy is going to bring the Ninetales back in, and it's going to get sacrificed here.
Yeah.
You set up the Snow, but if you do get knocked out, then you're not able to set up a second Aurora Veil. The Parting Shot is also going to go into that Ninetales, so your special attack is also going to get a little bit limited. But you can bring your Assault back out, and so even if there was going to be an Earth Power from this Rillaboom into the Golden Go, I actually don't know if it knocks it out anymore because of the Friend Guard boost.
Power Gem does come through, will knock out this 1 HP Ninetales, so guaranteed no more Aurora Veil for the remainder of this game. Now Rillaboom will get a chance to attack. If it is a high horsepower, oh, did that miss?
No,
oh,
it missed.
Oh no! I wonder if that would have even KO'd. The -1 from Intimidate, the burn having the attack, the Friend Guard coming through. That would have been a pretty difficult reach for that KO into the Golden Go. So it's obviously never a good thing to be missing that attack, but I do think this Golden Go would have been able to stick around for at least one more turn and be able to start firing off some and make it rain, especially now that Sneasler is revealed as the final Pokemon. It's not that Ursaluna. It's going to be Sneasler, which, thanks to it only running close combat and acrobatics, will have a pretty hard time damaging this Golden Go, which now actually surprisingly finds itself as kind of in the driver's seat here. Make It Rain will be doing a lot to Sneasler despite losing that choice specs. Probably still enough to KO this Rillaboom through the Assault Vest, and the Incineroar for Joshua is already low enough that it really wants to avoid taking any unnecessary damage on a switch.
You don't necessarily need the Grassy Seed. I was actually just thinking about that. Grass terrain has expired. You don't actually get the Grassy Seed unlocked from this Sneasler, and it's really risky now to bring your Rillaboom out and switch your Incineroar in. You just can't lose another Pokemon here. So I don't know how much that's worth it. We do see the Sneasler get recalled so that the Incineroar can come back out. Still pretty healthy and will be able to take something like a Make It Rain just a little bit better. But Chuppa has so many other options that this Golden Go can go for, and still has so many Pokemon at his disposal, as the Incineroar is going to get another Intimidate drop onto this already burned Rillaboom, and already lowered attack stat, as Golden Go fires off another Power Gem. It's not going to pick up the KO onto the Rillaboom, but it gets so close, and this Grassy Glide is so sad into the Incineroar.
It's so sad it didn't even have the priority. It's just the sad Rillaboom going for that very low power Grassy Glide there. I do kind of like that Power Gem into the Rillaboom there. And you're not choice locked. I would imagine Chuppa knows that. It didn't think he had to select the Power Gem there, but it does mean that you maybe knock out the Rillaboom, didn't get to in this case, but it does do a lot more damage to that Incineroar if you wanted to swap out the Rillaboom, reset that grassy terrain for the grassy seed.
You could have definitely seen Lorsi protect the Sneasler and then bring in the Incineroar, absolutely. And then it gives you that free swap into the Rillaboom later on, but we can forego the grassy seed here if you're Lorsi. The Sneasler's still going to be one of the fastest Pokemon amongst the 8 that both of these players have brought to this game. But with Lorsi down to just a couple of hit points on this Rillaboom and 3 Pokemon remaining, you have to bring in this Sneasler into an attack, and that does not feel good.
Josh has to get these turns perfectly correct here. Like if the Sneasler is hit with a Fake Out and Power Gem on this turn, he's doing great. Unfortunately, obviously right off the bat, that is not what's going to happen. Parting Shot will come through, lower the attack and special attack of the Sneasler, and allow Incineroar to swap out. I imagine into this mouse hole to try and get that friend guard going once again, but even in this case, Ursaluna could be fine. We've seen so much damage mitigation into that Rillaboom that even a stray Wood Hammer would probably not be the end of the world here, and you're immediately able to start threatening some Vacuum Waves, some Earth Powers, some Hyper Voices to finish off the match.
Now, and with the Make It Rain Rillaboom, it gets knocked out. Sneasler gets brought so low. And with Incineroar switching back in, you can fake out the Ursaluna, but you can't for this Ghost-type Golden Go. I think everything is just starting to fall apart here for Lorsi. Choppa has had such strong control this entire game in terms of damage mitigation, as well as preserving key pieces for the final moments. And this Choice Specs has really unleashed this Golden Go.
It's so cool to see this Golden Go be able to swap between these moves. You know, Power Gem is very valuable into this Incineroar, which will resist both of the same type attack bonus attacks from Golden Go. But of course, that Make It Rain, I think that was the right play to make from Chuppa there. It guaranteed the knockout on that Rillaboom. It brings Joshua down to his final 2 Pokemon. And if the Incineroar does swap out, you bring this Sneasler very low as well. There is no grassy terrain for the rest of the game. There is no recovery. There is no defense boost from that grassy seed. And of course, that also means no more boosted damage from Acrobatics. If you're holding on to that item, the base power is quite low, only 55, which is not nearly enough to do much damage to this Golden Go.
And these close combats are going to be even less effective. You had the Parting Shot from earlier, and Intimidate drop now, so Sneasler is at -2 attack. Incineroar from Lorsi could go for something like a knockoff into the Golden Go, but it's healed up so much. And Golden Go is gonna move first, so the Power Gem does a nice little chunk of damage, but Flare Blitz is actually going to be that move of choice. So Golden Go is knocked out since you already removed the item. Flare Blitz is more powerful as a super effective option, but Incineroar is still gonna take some recoil damage, and Lorsi really is hanging on by a thread.
I fear that Flare Blitz knockout is a little bit too little too late for Joshua here. The Sneasler protecting on that prior turn means that you now have a very easy fake out into that slot. You can guarantee Incineroar gets knocked out by this Vacuum Wave, and all of a sudden it is Sneasler versus the world. Very strong Pokemon, but unfortunately won't be able to 1v2 an Ursaluna and a Flare Blitz Incineroar in this endgame.
Vacuum Wave to pick up the KO onto the Incineroar. Sneasler tries to go for the double protect so that it's not felled immediately on this turn, but it was going to get faked out anyway. It's just chipping it away as the Ursaluna brings down this Incineroar. Lorsi just has this Sneasler left, but the writing is on the wall, and Chuppa is 1 Pokemon KO away from making another top 4 at a regional.
So well played by Chuppa in this game, just making sure that he's able to weather the Aurora Veil, weather the onslaught of Intimidate and double Fake Out, make sure that he's getting damage out as consistently as possible, and it's led him to this very commanding position in Game 3.
Lorsi is going to forfeit, and Chuppa cross-wins the 3rd game of this set to move on to the top 4 of the Pittsburgh Regional Championships.
Once again in the semifinals of a regional, a spot Chuppa has found himself many times before. And with that experience of becoming a regional champion in Toronto a couple years ago, has piloted himself to a very commanding performance. And we saw him lose pretty handily to Ophamezi yesterday, but other than that, he has not lost this tournament. And good news for Chuppa is that Ophamezi has been eliminated. So that one person that has had his number all weekend can't stop him anymore. You have to wonder if he's going to make another run to the title.
Right away, Chuppa was able to get down big damage with this Golden Go. So the Make It Rain bringing that Ninetales down to its Focus Sash. You had the Power Gem to be able to pick it up. But it's like, when the games are as slow as this, because I would consider this to be on the slower side of what's offered in Regulation H, it's all about the damage trades. So Chuppa being able to get that big amounts of damage down with the Golden Go right away, and then on this next turn, it was just so masterfully done. That's the control that we're talking about.
One thing that I think should be pointed out here too is the speed on that Incineroar from Chuppa came in handy many, many times. Knowing that your Incineroar is faster and has the first fake out can be very valuable in those early game situations. Not only that, it was attacking before the Rillaboom. If you're able to go for that Flare Blitz before Rillaboom can move, you can maybe even just knock it out. Very fast Incineroar is something that we saw a lot in Regulation G with the single restricted Pokemon. It was very common with the Calyrex Ice Rider, and that's a Pokemon I know that Chuppa enjoys using as well. So maybe he learned a little bit from that Regulation G experience and took that forward into Regulation H, saying, you know, fast Incineroar, if I'm able to fake out first, if I can parting shot first, reposition some of my Pokemon, that can give me a big advantage. That's one of the very few things we actually don't see on our open team sheets, you know, the speed stats. That can give you a bit of an information advantage that your opponents aren't expecting.
Now, like our match yesterday where we had Blood Moon Ursaluna versus the regular Ursaluna, and the speed interaction there was also very exciting. Let's take a look at our bracket as the rest of our top 16 matches have concluded. We will have Dylan Matthews versus Rushiel Thakar as our 4th top 8 match, as we have finally decided Matt Tid's opponent as well. Unfortunately, Yichun Wu, who we got a chance to see win on stream, does lose a very close set there, but congratulations to Vincenzo for moving on to the top 8 of Pittsburgh.
It's funny, looking at the top half of this bracket, the remaining players are Chuppa, Daniel Yu, and Justin Tang, all of whom are regional champions. The bottom half of the bracket, Matt, Vincenzo, Dylan, Rushiel, 0 regional championships. So we're going to have a finals matchup of a prior regional champion versus someone looking for their first regional championship, which will be really fun. But let's not get ahead of ourselves too much. We got another top 8 match to bring you very soon, and I'm excited to see which one it is.
Should I spoil?
Go for it. I don't even
know
know
yet. I'm so excited.
You know before me.
Yeah, well, no. I want to. Oh, okay, because it's so exciting. But what did you think we were going to watch? Just think about it for a second.
Me? Or are we asking them at home?
Yeah, no, people watching at home. Don't worry, we got Daniel Yu versus Justin Tang coming up as our 2nd top 8 match. And we have our winner with our first quarterfinalist decided. So let's go ahead and, or semis, that's how that works. Let's hear from Chuppa Cross about how he's feeling, making another top 4 at a regional championship.
That's right, I am here with Chuppa Cross, the top 4 here at the Lounge Pittsburgh Regional Championships. Another semifinals to your name, well on your way to another regional championship. How does it feel, buddy?
Feels good. I feel like I have to show up for these Northeast regionals. You know, you talked about how you were the host when I got the win in Toronto, and it's so funny to, you know, we'll see if I make it that far, but it's funny to be talking with you again.
Yeah, the blessings of Evan as host to be upon you, Chuppa. That was such a crazy battle. It was such a long, drawn-out 3-game set. How do you feel after playing a game like that?
It feels really good. I love, like, Pokemon sets that are a little drawn out like that have a lot of interactions. There's just so many turns in that set that feel open. It's not like one of these other matchups where it's like, it feels like, oh, I'm playing a 50-50 on turn 1. If I the side that gets it wrong goes down a whole Pokemon. That's not what that is, and that's kind of fun after using an aggressive team and my opponent's using aggressive teams and having to play a lot of those matchups where a Pokemon is liable to explode instantly.
Yeah, I mean, I remember it felt like earlier on in the Regulation Age meta, which is now last season, it felt like things were going so much faster, but this particular set really showed off how much things have kind of slowed down with your Assault Vest Ursaluna Blood Moon. Then in Game 1, when Lorcy was bringing the leftovers Terra Water Ursaluna Blood Moon.
Yep.
And it really felt like this game was all about the positioning of especially your Ursaluna Blood Moon and making sure it could get in safely. It felt like you guys were dancing around that a whole lot. Was that sort of how that was supposed to play out for you?
Definitely. So I'd gone up against a very similar matchup during my Swiss rounds for my win in Top Cut, and I found my opponent like, oh, if you use Golden Go in this matchup, the opponent really has to Terra that Blood Moon or else it's liable to eat Make It Rain. I think another thing that was really interesting is just like once I realized like, oh, Josh doesn't seem to think his Blood Moon is so good, that's really good news for my own Terra Fire Blood Moon, because at that point it's like, it doesn't have any natural predators at that point.
Well, what about the Terra Blast? What about the Terra Ground Terra Blast Ninetales?
That was so funny. I thought he was gonna go after me that turn, but I was sort of like, I think I can live with this. I couldn't. It was Golden Go was not allowed to go down that literally.
Yeah, it definitely took me by surprise as well backstage watching it.
I think that's like one of the really cool things about Josh's version of the team compared to like, let's say, the one that won regionals. I know Josh, it sounded like he talked with a couple of the Spanish players on like the Terra Ground last nine tells is really what differentiated it from what we'll call the Italian version, which has like the Icy Wind set. They're both really like strong sets, obviously, but the Terra Ground Blast just makes the Ninetales like so much more threatening.
Absolutely, you could definitely see that it was putting off a lot of pressure in that second game. But let's talk a little bit about your team and the version that you're running here. And I think what's been sort of one of the standout Pokemon for me has been seeing that Mousehold that is separated from the Annihilate and being able to offer really big supporting options with the Friend Guard and you running the Faint variant of it as well. Picking up those crucial 1 HP chips onto like the Ninetales with the Pokesash.
Sometimes Mousehold can do closer to 5%. You have to watch out for it. Sometimes it really swings for the fences with that Faint.
Yeah, and what was it about Mousehold? Because, you know, I think we all started Scarlet and Violet. We saw Mousehold, we saw its support kit, and we thought, oh, this is going to be a top-tier support option for the entire duration of the generation. But it really fell off, and now it is coming back in a big way. What has led to that resurgence?
I mean, I think, like, oh my gosh, the teams with Mousehold and Annihilate together are so strong. Obviously, I'm not using the Annihilate, but I still love the supportive Mousehold. I'm just pairing it up with a Ghost type that I like even more, known for his strong spread moves. Mousehold and Golden Go is really one of the cruxes of the team, and I have to thank Shiliang for, like, kind of being one of the first people to find out about that, and then other friends like Marcus and Daniele for expanding on it and figuring out, like, how other aspects of the team look.
Well, Chuppa, obviously there is still a lot more Pokemon left in the day for you going into our top 4 and then potentially the finals match as well. So I want to make sure that you have some time to prep for your next matchup and get some time to get some water and rest up for your next game. But before I let you go, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to who's helped you along your Pokemon journey?
Yeah, of course I have to thank Shiliang and Marcus and Daniele for really doing like a lot of the building for the team, and of course Zach and Ian as well for helping during the prep process. Just lucky to have worked with a really good group for this tournament and find a team that feels like super strong for the weekend.
Absolutely, and it is proving to be super strong, at least in that set that we were able to see. So congratulations again, Chuppa. I'm sure we will see more of you. We'll definitely see you in the semifinals.
Yeah, you're not done with me yet.
We can't get rid of you, buddy. Well, we're going to get right back into the action because there is just so much more Pokemon to come here. We have more top 8 matches, and then we're going into our semifinals and our finals. So stay right where you are because there is so much left here in Pittsburgh.
Consistency is key. You know, you don't want to get tilted when stuff happens, but consistency and just trying to be upbeat with everything you're doing.
Some of the fundamentals trainers should learn about is, thinking about speed ties, stats, definitely understanding how abilities work, how they interact with one another. But I also think a big fundamental is also just learning how to have fun with the game, because at the end of the day, this is a video game. You're here to have fun. I feel like it's very important to know.
I think the most basic fundamental for every trainer is going to be just knowing your typings. So always make sure you're throwing the most efficient moves. Maybe start learning your counts. I think that's like the most advanced strategy.
So I think the fundamentals every Pokemon trainer should know is like knowing the ins and outs of your deck and like what are your niche scenarios that do come up in your games. I had like some Briar plays that really worked for me when we were testing. Just knowing those kind of ins and outs of like what does your deck do and what are your win conditions towards the end of the game is really important.
There's a lot of fundamentals that go into competing in VGC. If you've ever played Pokemon, you know that it's essentially a very complex game of rock, paper, scissors. So right off the bat, you have to understand all the type matchups, all the dynamics, when your move's going to be super effective, resisted. I think there's a lot of really important abilities that you need to be familiar with right now. What Pokemon is going to get a boost, what weather effects are going to be in play, what terrain effects. And lastly, I would say that if you're just starting out and you're a little bit overwhelmed by all the different statistics, all the stats that these Pokemon have, the most important one to be familiar with would be speed. That's definitely another very important mechanic that I would try to get some mastery over before competing.
I think a fundamental that every Pokemon trainer should know is at the end of the day that they should have fun, and it's just a game and a hobby for us to enjoy ourselves and not to take it too serious. I think that's the most important thing.
I actually work for a major airline. So we do doubles, so 16-hour shifts. So I'll do a double-double and then have like 2 weeks off, which I'm doing right now. And then I was just playing Pokemon on my time off and then playing with friends.
You just kind of find it within yourself and make sure Pokemon Go is like an outlet. You know, you're really busy and you want to take some time off and just have a nice break instead of like a chore or a liability. And when I find that good balance, when I enjoy the game the most.
I work part-time while I'm also going to college. So usually what I'll do is I'll do all my homework, I'll go to work and all that. And then if I have any extra time, I'll just sit around and play Pokemon for a little bit.
It's a lot harder than it looks, but as long as you focus and just keep your goals in line, you can definitely achieve it. But also don't be afraid that every now and then you can take a break. You can just play some practice matches or just go to locals and take a break from a regional for a month or two. It's okay. There's so much to do, but honestly, as long as you enjoy it, sometimes I might pass out at the end of the day and feel like I just walked 10 miles in a venue, but it's fun. I love it.
It's mostly trying to find direct time in between when I work at night and when I work at my day job. And I've just been trying to at least find little moments here and there to at least practice on live and at least try and get some practice for events like this, or try to find some local leagues, at least on the Pokemon website. It should be all right if you find out time for that.
The balance for me is this is a thing I only do once in a while, and I do it with friends, so it's social and I don't lose my mind over it.
The journey to the top is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない While your passion is a fire, always lighting up a path. It's the greatest who will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strike. While your passion is a fire, always lighting up a path. It's the greatest who will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
Have you got what it takes to win? That is the question heading into the weekend. Pittsburgh, the home of the first regional we have here in North America. For a lot of trainers, the answer was not, at least yet, as we have narrowed our field down to just a few left. Of course, a couple of the top 8 still underway. We still have one more, at least for the broadcast, to get through to find out who our top 4 are. And I cannot wait. I mean, the competition, I don't think any match is disappointed. Like, each has just been so intense. The crowd has been crazy hype. Like, this has been awesome.
Yeah, these matches have been so close. Razor's edge between winning and losing and all the positioning in these games. 2 players already qualified into the semifinals. Of course, we just saw Chuppa win on stream in the last round, Dylan doing it off stream. 2 players left to qualify. One of those will be either Justin or Daniel, and we'll decide that here on stream very soon.
Yeah, I'm so excited to be able to see Dylan later on, since that isn't someone who we've gotten to showcase up until yet. So big congratulations, especially that 2-0 to get into top 4 is exceptionally just exciting. Now there's 2 top 8 still underway. Matt is someone who we saw earlier going up against Vincenzo, and for us to be featuring on the broadcast, we have Justin Tang going up against Daniel Yu, 2 regional champions. I mean, Justin has been someone who's been around for a bit now, multiple time regional champion. And Daniel, I mean, can't forget about that insane Atlanta performance last year. And I love to see that he's made such a deep run in this tournament.
Yeah, this is only his 2nd regional top 8. The last one ended with that championship in Atlanta last year. And Justin, so much success in prior seasons, but also trying to keep success going this season. Had a top 4 in Monterey just last week, trying to make it back-to-back top 4s here today in Pittsburgh.
And the fact that both of these trainers have showed they have what it takes to win, I think this is really exciting as well. And going into this event, let's start talking about the teams. And of course, on Daniel's end, this is something like, yeah, it's got a lot of really strong pieces that we have seen, as well as things like the Sinisha that have just been so great this tournament.
Yeah, it looks familiar until you start to realize it's slightly different. It's feels like we've seen Ursaluna and Sinisha with Rain, but that usually features Dragonite and Golden Go as well for that classic Elizabeth composition. This one drops that Dragonite and Golden Go mode to fit more of the pieces of kind of the typical Rain setup with both Basculegion and Archaludon. So we asked for different looks from Rain. This is a slightly different look, and maybe a matchup Justin won't have quite that muscle memory against like he might have against either other variation of these 6 Pokemon.
What's fun, at least, with this being a composition that's caught on a little bit more, it is a matchup not up against Daniel, but it is something that Justin did face in Swiss, and a matchup that he was able to win. So he does have a little bit of experience, but of course, Daniel is an exceptional player, and you can beat a team, but can you beat it when Daniel's piloting it? That is going to be the question. On the opposing end, though, Justin, this team is familiar. We've seen it before, 10th place at the Toronto Regional Championships last year, and something so comfortable for him. And that was one of those big questions coming into the weekend. Comfort or try and break the mold?
Yeah, is it comfort or is it outdated? Of course, I am always a fan of comfort. Justin, seeing it pay off, earning so many championship points already with this team this season, despite it dating back from last season. So maybe pieces feel like they're not as current, things like the coaching on Sneasler, but other pieces feel like they're right with the metagame, like the surge of Alola Ninetales in this tournament, drum beating Rillaboom being on the rise. Grassy Sea Golden Go or something we're seeing a little bit more often to let you really play for those nasty pots in some positions where you couldn't otherwise.
And something like this Hisuian Arcanine, I mean, having this Intimidate is really nice, but I love just instead this coverage that it has with the Flare Blitz, the Rock Slide, and the Clear Amulet. So this is a Pokemon that can do so much damage, and the stats not drop, so something that can make a great impact in the match, and I cannot wait to see underway.
Yeah, may have a difficult time with Rain Sweepers on the other side. Doesn't love to see Ursaluna and Trick Room either. Ninetales, on the other hand, could be really important for countering weather, depending on the mode that we see from Daniel. But to start off with, it's that Incineroar and Sinisha, so very much the Trick Room mode being put out on this turn 1.
And going into it as well, I mean, right away you get to burn the White Herb on the Sneasler. The White Herb being one of those items we don't see quite as much on the Sneasler in comparison, but as you called out, that Incineroar and Sinisha for Daniel.
Yeah, so Burden already activated because White Herb was used, but doesn't really matter against these 2 Pokemon. That could matter at some point in this set if you're trying to get Sneasler up past Basculegion in the rain, but that's not the situation we're in.
Going right away into this Sinisha, there's definitely a few different modes and things, looks it can have, and it's going to be a Rage Powder, redirect a hit, and right away, spare Incineroar from the damage and the sleep. You hate to see that on this turn, but it kind of looks like it might not matter at this point. The sleep, it's just a cosmetic effect. Sinisha is going to be taking the double up, gets KO'd right on this first turn, so it's done its job. It's kept this Incineroar safe. Knock off into the Golden Go, a lot of damage, and making sure the Grassy Seed is gone, though more so just the damage I think is going to be the impact.
That feels like a turn that demonstrates 2 players with very conflicting priorities of what they thought was important on that turn 1. Justin wants to make sure that Sinisha is gone, that there's no chance for Trick Room, so he fires an easy double target into it, Dire Claw and Shadow Ball. Meanwhile, Daniel doesn't want to take a close combat into Incineroar and leave Golden Go unopposed, and so it's important for him to Rage Powder and get that knockoff off.
And now going into this turn with the Ursaluna hitting the field. Again, the Ursaluna is normally one of those Pokemon that you would like to have a turn, so it gets that Flame Orb, it gets the activation, and it's able to off-put the damage. But sometimes you're not quite afforded that time. On the opposing end, Golden Go had taken so much damage, so it's going to be Rillaboom to hit the field instead, and with it, bring the Grassy Surge and the Grassy Terrain. Incineroar is going to be pivoting out as well, so we already did get a peek at the 2 Pokemon Daniel had in the back, so going to see the Pelipper sure enough hit the field. Now going on into this, after the rain, we'll get to see where the Sneasler is targeting down into. After, of course, a Terrestrialization as well.
Close combat, terrifying on the other side. Terrifying enough to force a Ghost Terrestrialization from Ursaluna and to switch out from Incineroar to get Pelipper in. It does at least resist fighting, even if it's not a bulky Pokemon. So Sneasler, a little bit of that damage potential mitigated for the moment, just a close combat into Pelipper.
It will be into the other slot, but love to just make sure the options are safe. And of course, with the close combat, it will be the defense and the special defense dropped. Earthquake on this turn, but something that isn't going to be doing the most damage with the Grassy Terrain, but still so much into the Sneasler.
Ooh, but Sneasler hangs on. Remember, there's no Focus Sash there. White Herb already consumed, so if that had been enough damage, it would have been the KO. But Grassy Terrain lowering the base power of Earthquake to 50, and meaning that Sneasler is able to take that hit.
Yeah, so Sneasler gets to stick around for just one more turn. Now, what can Daniel do? We brought the Pelipper in. You don't speed quite there, but your Sash has already been broken if you try and go for something like the Tailwind.
Yeah, it's maybe harder to find the Tailwind now. Of course, Fake Out Pressure also up from Rillaboom. Sneasler doesn't have a great target, but Dire Claw, based on that last damage, is probably enough to pick up the Pelipper KO. So really a back-footed position in either slot for Daniel. Doesn't like Ursaluna on the field at the moment. Wants to get Intimidate down to maybe be able to take a Dire Claw, so Incineroar out on the field.
That definitely makes a lot of sense. Try and mitigate this damage a little bit. Be able to go for this Tailwind. Close combat, of course, into the Pelipper. Not going to be nearly quite that damage, but we'll have to see if the follow-up is going to be enough to try and get rid of that bird while you can. Drum beating. Time to see how much work the Intimidate has put in. Pelipper cannot hang on.
Pelipper goes down. Really just safe coverage from Justin because he covers all of the options there. If Incineroar had come into the Pelipper slot to get the Intimidate, well, then it takes a massive close combat. But then when Pelipper stays in, the drum beating close combat is enough to deal with that. And now Justin goes up even further, 4-2, locking Incineroar on the field. You know, that's the last Intimidate. This will be the last Fake Out. And Ursaluna will never have speed control. The Trick Room is gone. The Tailwind is gone. Ursaluna going to just be moving slowly the rest of this match.
Sneasler and Golden Go have been so strong within this regulation, and it's been a lead that's been so difficult for Daniel to deal with. Sneasler in particular, even though it's so low on health, has just been a complete thorn in Daniel's side, and now the Terrestrialization well, and making sure that if it wasn't Fake Out from the Incineroar, it could get past that as well if it is Facade coming out from this Ursaluna. High horsepower, double up into Incineroar, so real quickly, Daniel is brought down to just one Pokemon left. The Ursaluna, another powerhouse Pokemon within this regulation, but definitely not set up to succeed in any sort of capacity. Facade can kind of even the score a little bit. One hit KO, it seems nice on paper, but too many Pokemon on Justin's side to still get through.
Right, Justin does a great job there of identifying, often when you're ahead in a game of Pokemon, you just want to simplify it further. And Justin identifies a way to guarantee himself a KO, even if it means a KO back, because now, of course, you see Golden Go hit the field, there's just no chance for Ursaluna in this position. And so close combat with the Ghost Terrestrialization means Fake Out can't land there. The high horsepower can finish up that KO, and, you know, it's all but finished here.
Yeah, that'll be the Dire Claw for the first bit of damage, but with the Terrestrialization already out, Shadow Ball from the Golden Go is going to be good as gold. And Daniel, that Ursaluna is out. And Justin Tang up one in the set. And honestly, such a commanding lead from the get-go. You had talked about the different prioritizations from both of these trainers, and seems like Justin's was just miles ahead at this point and kind of quickly took Daniel out of any possibility of having a chance in that match.
Yeah, Justin took the easy KOs, took the vulnerable Pokemon, and took away the speed control, meaning that Ursaluna stuck by itself really wasn't much of a threat. But none of these plays were completely safe. You know, that turn one could have been a Fake Out into Sneasler. There was the risk of the Ghost Terrestrialization, but that might have meant Trick Room could go up if the priority wasn't Rage Powder. Meanwhile, Pelipper could have protected itself on this turn where the close combat and drum beating went in. So while these plays were mitigating what could come out from Daniel's side, they weren't guaranteeing advantages. And so maybe Daniel can find just a safer path, change up his own move inputs and find another path through it. But definitely looks like such a clean game one. You have to be thinking about adjustments, thinking about how do I make sure that game two doesn't look so strong in Justin's favor like that game one.
surely there has to be an adjustment. From Justin, of course, surely not. This lead was so strong, but on the opposing end, this is where we'll get to see the switch. Sinister yet again on the field, but Basque Legion is his partner this time.
Yeah, this makes it so much more of a guessing game for Justin, because now with the white herb burnt, the Basque Legion, if Pelipper were to switch in, would be the first thing to move, and it could just threaten a KO against either of these Pokemon. Meanwhile, it could just be Basque Legion going out to Ursaluna and Sinistra setting up a Trick Room, so you really have to try to understand what's happening. If you play too passively here, trying to be afraid of the Basque Legion offense, you could give up a ton to Sinistra. If you actually just go out and attack in this turn, you could give up so much to Basque Legion. It makes it a really difficult position to try to find a safe play in.
And that's one of the things as well on that very, just for that first match in the first turn, Daniel wasn't able to quite define the speed, and the Sinistra was more in that supporting role to just divert attention away from that Incineroar. And now with Golden Go, the Sneasler maybe just not being in too good of a situation, that is going to be the switch out of Rillaboom to be able to have some pressure next turn. And of course, next to that Golden Go, with it being that Grassy Seed, that defense is going to be raised if we are going a bit more on the attack. For next turn, right now, we'll get to see a Protect. This is, of course, where Daniel can take advantage, though. Flip turn, you get a little bit of pivoting, and with Sinistra not going for something like that Rage Powder or anything else, it looks like such a passive turn to be able to set that Trick Room and have this Ursaluna go crazy.
This is exactly what I was talking about, right? Justin is worried about Pelipper plus Wave Crash, so he plays defensive. Puts a Grass type in one slot, protects the other slot. Wave Crash is not going to do much on that turn, but it's not Wave Crash. It's Flip turn to Ursaluna and Trick Room, and suddenly Daniel has a commanding position here. Now, it's not an easy position to find instant offense in. Rillaboom did switch in, meaning it has fake out pressure to Ursaluna. You can try to eliminate that with a Ghost Terastallization to find damage right now. Golden Go also got a defense boost on that last turn, so you have to worry that if it were to Terastallize, maybe you can't find the damage onto it with Ursaluna. So some options for Justin, but he's definitely now playing from behind, playing from the reactive position of trying to figure out how to stay alive, not how to press offense like he was in game one.
So much impact from that turn number one, and Daniel really going to make sure to press forward with that Ursaluna into the Ghost Terastallization where you're staring down a fake out from the Rillaboom on the other end. That just makes so much sense to make sure that you can go ahead and get an attack on this turn. Not the only Terastallization though, when there is this Golden Go on the other end that could be susceptible to a hit, of course it makes a lot of sense to see the Terastallization into the water type. Not going to be a resistant hit from this Ursaluna, but not going to be a super effective one either. So we can see how much impact that Terastallization has with the impact of that Grassy Seed, and look how well it takes the hit. Now Ursaluna, the defense and the special defense is going to be dropped. The Sinistra, the follow-up, the Magic Gotcha. This one is going to be the super effective hit though. How much is it going to do? Enough! Golden Go goes down after spending the Terastallization to no effect.
Yeah, the combination of the Headlong Rush and Matcha Gotcha is enough. Grassy Seed can't save you from that, but it means Rillaboom did not fake out into the Ghost Terastallization, gets the attack this turn, but just Drum Beating, no Wood Hammer on this Rillaboom makes it a little bit harder to capitalize on this position.
Especially too, seeing the amount of damage that was done there, it's still respectable, but it's just not that same impact that maybe a Wood Hammer would have had.
Right, Wood Hammer probably could have picked up that KO, or at least would have put it in Grassy Glide KO range. Keep in mind there was a Headlong Rush, so it's -1 defense on Ursaluna, making those attacks do more damage. But Drum Beating, while it's so helpful in so many other positions, not as strong here. And now Ninetales hits the field, another fast Pokemon that doesn't like being in against this Trick Room. You can see why Justin made that prioritization in game one to just eliminate the Sinistra and make sure there wasn't Trick Room to deal with. Couldn't find that same play now, and has to be pretty weary. Might be enough for Grassy Glide to pick up the KO. We're going to go for it.
You have to, but Ursaluna is going to hold on. It was that Grassy Terrain recovery that really put dividends in, and the Facade in return. Rillaboom goes down. Now just going to be the Ninetales on the field, but of course the Sinistra has this opportunity to go for an attack first. Single target, Matcha Gotcha. It isn't known for its offensive capabilities at most points, but still a great amount of damage and will break the Sage. It is going to be Encore locked though, so it is going to be Matcha Gotcha as long as it's on the field, but it could be okay, all things considered, considering the speed tiering.
Yeah, that's a pretty bleak bit of optimism to just Encore into Matcha Gotcha, already down 2 to 4. Still turns a Trick Room left, and you have to imagine even once Trick Room expires, probably a Basque Legion and a Pelipper to contend with. And the Grassy Terrain helping keep Ursaluna around as well would have just gone down to burn over the course of this time, but because Grassy Terrain is helping keep it healthy, it can still fire off more damage. No priority on the other side, so yeah, just a concession. Justin finds no way to deal with these Pokemon, and it all comes down to the strength of that turn one.
Wow, that was... It was incredible how commanding both of the games in the set were, and being able to see a game 3 is amazing. And as you called out during the match, that Sinisha on that turn number 1. It was a Pokemon that Rage Powder turn 1 in game 1, and I mean, all of a sudden the win con for Daniel just seemed to be gone. In game 2, a little bit of passive from Justin, understandably so, considering the Bastion Legion lead, just means Daniel is quickly able to set up that Trick Room, and it was just done from there. So then this game 3 is going to be intense.
Yeah, both games feel like they were decided by really impactful turn ones. I wonder if either player sees an option to find a lower variance turn 1 if they think they can just push a lead without having to risk so much, or if we're going to be back to 50-50s.
It's been a series of big calls and getting into the game 3 to see who's going to make their way into top 4 between Justin Tang and Daniel Yu. We get to see this switch up coming out from both trainers here. So it's going to be Rillaboom and this Golden Go right away in the lead for Justin. That's going to be, of course, the Grassy Train, the defense for the Golden Go, and Incineroar and the Sinisha for Daniel.
It feels like Daniel gets the better side of this, right? This is what he led in game 1 that ended up losing that game because it was Sneasler on the other side being a big threat. No Sneasler this time. Just a pretty valuable Intimidate into Rillaboom. Now, that doesn't mean things are easy. The Shadow Ball on the other side still a threat into the Sinestcha if it doesn't Terastallize. If it doesn't have a Fake Out support next to it, it can just be double targeted once again.
Is Justin going to go for a safer player, try and call something out on this turn? Getting into his Drum Beating does come out as the Ursaluna swaps in, but instead hits into the Sinisha slot. Of course, speed drop, not too impactful, but look at this double up. Sinisha, I mean, it's not going to appreciate something like a Shadow Ball, but it will be able to hold on past the turn. 18 HP, and the barrier to stick around even longer. So that is going to be devastating. The Ursaluna gets in absolutely for free. Trick Room is now set up for Daniel, and with the Ursaluna switching in now, you're going to be able to instantly get that Flame Orb and be able to offput so much pressure.
Right, the damage is ready to go. Justin saw his future. He saw the Trick Room from Sinestcha. He wanted to stop it. He wanted to find the double target with Drum Beating and Shadow Ball, but it just wasn't enough damage. This more defensive Golden Go doesn't have the punch behind it, and once again, Drum Beating rather than Woodhammer means just a little bit less damage. The Intimidate from Incineroar meaning a little bit less damage, and Sinestcha hangs on, gets a very, very important Trick Room up on turn 1.
And we saw just how much impact Daniel had with that Trick Room in game number 2. Now it's Justin to try and fight his way through this with a big adjustment into the game 3. Arcanine seems, as you called, a bit difficult maybe sometimes in the match and going into the rain, but going to be the adjustment and hitting the field.
Yeah, if you want to deal with Ursaluna and you're less focused on the rain mode, and it feels like Daniel has been pushing the Ursaluna the entire set, the Incineroar is a great adjustment to get an Intimidate out, and then maybe you can take a combination of attacks into Golden Go.
Now it's going to be Terastallization that Ursaluna Gotcha first into these two Pokemon. Arcanine taking just so much damage. And of course, some of the healing for the Sinisha. Remember, it had 18 HP at one point, and it's already over half, like 2/3 of its health back. It has been such a pain to deal with. Headlong Rush into the Golden Go. That is going to be a KO easily claimed here for Daniel and this Ursaluna. Of course, at the downfall of dropping that defense and that special defense. Now for the Arcanine. I mean, this Arcanine, the adjustment for this game 3, it'll have to make so much impact, but again, it's a Pokemon that doesn't really necessarily have the speed in its favor.
Right, might be able to use extreme speed in some matchups, but not with the Ghost Terastallization used onto the Ursaluna. And Justin may be hoping that Daniel would get ahead of himself, try to call a Water Terastallization and just go for a Facade, or be more worried about the Rillaboom and throw a Facade there. But the Headlong Rush lands true into Golden Go and takes that Pokemon off the field, and once again, we're in a simplifying position where Daniel still has 3 turns of Trick Room to work with and already a 4-3 lead and some more Gotcha damage on its way.
And sometimes you see Protects to try and get through these turns, but Justin instead, counting on maybe survivability, maybe a call to try and take some momentum back in this match. The Gotcha, we're now at a Sinisha that's back at full health here. Headlong Rush, the follow-up as well. Ninetales Sash has been broken. Another KO claimed, another KO claimed in this Trick Room.
Yeah, of course, Ninetales to fit all those different moves it'd like to have has no Protect, so it's the vulnerable thing, the thing that's easy to get rid of in this Trick Room.
And now Flare Blitz Ursaluna. I mean, with the bird, it's like, this is just crazy. That's going to be an Arcanine. It had taken so much. It's going to get KO'd from the recoil, so a double KO on the turn. And then it's so, like the Ursaluna, there is the burn damage, but with the Grassy Train coming in first, it survives the hit, and it still will be able to stick around.
Yeah, some insult to injury. I think this game was wrapped up one way or another. Either Rillaboom isn't fighting it back, but with Grassy Train going before burn, Justin's own Grassy Train keeps Ursaluna on the field.
At this point, it's just clicking the buttons to make it official for Daniel. The momentum has only been his within this match, and only one Pokemon in his way from moving on into top 4 here at Pittsburgh. You got to make sure to just, dot the I's, cross the T's, intimidate onto the Rillaboom, protect. But yeah, I think it's just, yeah, you can see even the smiles. We're, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to really seal it up. Fake out on Facade with no Protect available on Rillaboom and no chance to Grassy Glide will just fully wrap it up on this next turn. Just a nice safe play from Daniel in a position that was already decisively ahead.
And with that, Daniel Yu 2-1 to make his way into top 4 here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. A regional champion last year after such an impressive run at Atlanta. And what an impressive set here as well, especially after that game 1 and just how he was able to play out. And just that Trick Room just had so much impact. And that game 3 at all from that first turn just kind of seemed done.
Yeah, I mean, what a good call out, the bounce back from game 1 to lose so badly in game 1, but then see that you still have the path, have the mental fortitude, follow through on it, and then in this game 3 to have just enough bulk on the Sinestro, 18 HP, that meant Trick Room went up, and then Ursaluna is outrunning inside of that Trick Room.
Yeah, and that was an Ursaluna that in that game 1 without the Trick Room was one of maybe the saddest Ursalunas around, and I think it feels like it took that personally, right? Because the game 2 and 3 and the impact that it had, and yeah, Justin trying to switch something up in this game 3. I mean, seems like a game of kind of just some calls here, and it was Daniel to get them right, and a clutch survival helps too. Now, moving on into the top 4, and we have our bracket filled up. Daniel next is going to be facing up against none other than Chuffa Cross. On the opposing end, Matt Tidd going up against Dylan Matthews. This is such an exciting bracket. I can't wait to see how it shakes out.
Yeah, it should be 2 very fun matches. We saw Daniel play very quickly here, and we saw Chuffa play very slowly in our other top 8 match. So it'll be interesting to see them run up against each other in the semifinals. And of course, we saw Matt earlier in the day with a really interesting offensive team that I can't wait to see more of in the semifinals.
Yeah, I feel like this is really, really exciting, and be able to see that there is teams that have been standard, but maybe like with a little bit of a tweak, or teams that completely try and break the mold. This is, again, the topic that we've been talking about all throughout the tournament for Regulation H, and it's really exciting to see a top 4 that is turning out exactly like that.
Yeah, lots of mix of new sets, kind of interesting variations of things we already know. And Chuffa's team is full of them. This team that just won was full of them. It's going to be fun to see which of those can come out on top.
And of course, for the trainers, they're getting so close, finding themselves in the finals and maybe a regional champion to start off the 2026 season. So I cannot wait. But for now, we got to hear some words from the winner of the last round himself. So let's head over to the lounge for the interview.
Don't worry, Sierra. I do have some words for you from our final semifinalist here in Pittsburgh, Daniel Yu. What an incredible adjustment after that first game of the set to just completely dominate in games 2 and 3. Congratulations, first of all, of joining the semifinals here in Pittsburgh. What happened in game 1, and then how did you decide to make those adjustments for games 2 and 3?
Well, honestly, most of it comes down to the lead. Like, the scary thing is the Rilla and the Golden Go. If the Golden Go gets too set up, then I'm just too scared. I'll maybe get blown away by it. However, in game 2, I just threatened the Golden Go with an immediate wave crash, and then to try and get my Trick Room up, because that's how I win, is I get my Ursaluna, and I just pin the Golden Go with Headlong plus Matcha Gotcha. And then in game 3, I figured he'd adjust by bringing the Rillaboom up front and doing the same thing. Because he's, he gives up something by going the Seed, which is the damage to Oko my Sinestro with Life Orb, but with the Incineroar pressure up front, it's very hard to get that Ursaluna on the switch in.
Absolutely, but you were able to make that happen super well in games 2 and 3, and I did love how you were threatening that huge damage from Basculegion, always threatening the potential Pelipper switch in to activate the multipliers on that, but it was all just bait to get the Trick Room up. Did you know both games, once you got Trick Room up, that it was over?
Not when I got Trick Room up, but when the Golden Go went down, I thought that this is my way into the game. It's if the Golden Go doesn't go down, then a lot of things could go wrong.
Well, I loved watching that set, mostly because I love Sinistcha, and that really showed off how great Sinistcha could be. What drew you to this team and this particular style of Trick Room and Rain?
So I have been on Trick Room and Rain for a while. It's what I brought to Louisville last year. So my friend Dylan found this team. I forget where it's from. I believe that he stole it from Noah Gardner and then added some EVs to it. And then I picked up the team after that because he's honestly a lot better at picking up the teams than I am. I usually make boring teams like this one, and then don't do great with them. But this is, you know, a fun team. Both Dylan and I thought this was going to be like not a great meta call, but I've gotten some great matchups, and Dylan's been fighting really hard.
Well, obviously, it's looking really good for you right now heading into the semifinals. Congratulations once again. I want to make sure that you have plenty of time to prepare and get your head right for your semifinal matchup coming up. But before I let you go, is there anyone you'd like to thank or shout out for who's helped you along your Pokemon journey?
Not all Pokemon related, but I'm going to do a couple quick shout outs. So my brother's birthday was yesterday, so I got to shout him out.
Oh, happy birthday.
And then I got to shout out my girlfriend Sylvie, and then Triangle Area Trading Cards helped pay for our trip here and is honest and gave us, you know, a space to practice in and has hosted some of the biggest cups in our region. So I got to shout out them because they've been making it a lot easier to practice.
Yeah, absolutely, and paying off with a semifinals appearance. Pretty good. Well, Daniel, we'll go ahead and let you get ready for your top 4 matchup. Congratulations once again. I can't wait to see your next matchup on stream. And for those of you at home who want to see Daniel's next matchup, you know what you got to do. You got to just park it and stay right here because we've got both our semifinals coming right up. So don't go anywhere. So much more Pokemon to come.
Hello, Pokemon fans. I'm joined here with Kyle Sablehouse. We've got a little fun Who's That Pokemon game for you. Are you ready, Kyle?
Let's give it a shot.
All right. So what we're going to do is I have zoomed in pictures of different Pokemon cards. Kyle, these are meta cards, by the way. And you just have to tell me who's that Pokemon, and you'll get a point. You know, if you don't get everything, I don't know if you're just look at me here. I'm just kidding.
I'm nervous.
You got this. All right, help me out, Kyle.
All right. Yeah, that doesn't do anything for me. Star looks like a wing. Pikachu.
What? It's Gardevoir EX.
I rarely see that art. There's like 5 other arts you could have went with.
Kyle, this is the most popular Pokemon in our metagame right now. Winner of multiple regional championships, and you got it wrong.
Is that the one they use?
Maybe, who knows?
All right, give me redemption.
All right. Okay, this one.
Yeah, that's a Dragapult EX. We got that. Okay, that's an art I'm used to. Min rare. Why do I want to say Raging Bolt? Raging Bolt. Yeah. I have no confidence. What do you mean? What? Alolan Executor.
Got Raging Bolt.
I don't. You can't give me like a little bit of his head or something. I just get his chest.
I gave you Raging Bolt.
All right, fair enough. That's familiar. That's Charizard. That's his. Yeah. Okay. Yep. I'm a little too confident on this, so it's probably gonna be wrong now. It's Enzorark EX. Okay. Yes. Let's go. I shouldn't. All right. I don't love this. Purple. Fun. Miraidon. Yes!
Good job. You got more than I thought you would.
That was so much better than I thought I was gonna do.
To be fair, I gave you Raging Bolt and you didn't get knocked out. It was a little, but good job.
Maybe I didn't have a Terra in play. Okay, I was just prepping.
That's right. There's no Terra in play, so knocked out. There's no Jewel Seeker, obviously. Just making the correct plays. Anyway, thank you so much for playing, Kyle. That was a ton of fun. With that, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships.
Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test.
Hello world. Hello. My name is Daniel, and I'm from North Carolina. If I was a Pokemon, I would definitely be a Steel type. I like to play somewhat defensively. I have been playing since late 2022, but my first regional was in early 2023 at Charlotte because it's local to me in North Carolina. I got to it mostly a little bit like some YouTube over the pandemic, stuff like Wolfie generally. At Charlotte Regionals 2024, I got my day 2 by beating Chuppa Cross, and it was just unbelievable because it's like, I pulled Chuppa, and at the end of it, I get to be like, oh my gosh, I did it! For the first couple tournaments, I'd sometimes go in with a great record and then have a horrible day 2 because I just can't deal with the pressure. I see a name that I know, and I'm super scared about playing them. I'm getting to the point where I can finally say that, there's no person that I say I will 100% lose to them. So I can start to just play my own game. I got top 32 at World last year. This was my biggest achievement so far. It was just unbelievable. I got to group myself with the people who could have won Worlds. I had a chance. I brought a Sun offense team with Koraidon, Chi-Yu, Fluttermane, Brute Bonnet, Iron Crown, and Indeedee. There's a ton of options to use with this team, and it just felt like it was something that I was able to pilot. I don't normally play with headphones on. It's very different because there's not all this stuff going on around you that you can actually hear. It's crazy how much you just have to focus on the game in front of you. It did not feel like I played 4 matches up there. It felt like I played a game or 2. And it was unreal meeting my friend in the finals and playing against a mirror like that. After turn 3 or so, I flame charged his Fluttermane on the switch-in, and I saw the line to win. I was like, I don't think there's anything he can do to stop me from getting away with this game. I've had good teams, I've had good runs, I just had to put it together and get a good placement. And here we are.
Daniel Yu becomes your Atlanta Regional Champion!
I'm feeling very surprised. I haven't even won a smaller event, so this is pretty crazy to win a regional. After this, all I really want is to see how I can do at Worlds. I absolutely can see myself top cutting the World Championship. I don't know if I could win it. I believe that I have the ability to win the World Championships this year. I love spending time doing this with my friends. I get to meet people from all around the world. It's great to find all these like-minded individuals and spend time, playing games for a weekend with them. I play competitive Pokemon because I'm good enough to compete at it. So I keep playing it.
Welcome back, everybody, to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for the 2026 competitive season for Pokemon VGC. We are well underway with our top cut, and we are now looking forward to our top 4s to see which of our semifinalists can move on to the finals and maybe find themselves as the first regional champion in our North American VGC circuit. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Jake Muller, and we are so stoked to bring you this next match.
We're all the way down from hundreds and hundreds of trainers to just 4 left. We just saw Daniel and Chuppa win their top 8 matches to book a spot in the semifinals, and now we'll get to see Matt Tidd face off against Dylan Matthews to see who our first trainer qualifying for the finals will be.
And then after that, we will be featuring Chuppa Cross versus Daniel Yu to see which of those regional champions can make it to the finals. But as we were talking about before, Jake, we will have a regional champion versus a new champion for the finals.
I love that. It's kind of the old guard versus the new guard. I mean, Daniel Yu, a very recent regional champion, but someone with that experience as compared to Matt and Dylan, who so far, this is their best tournament ever. Having a great run so far through this tournament, but wanting to take it at least 1 or 2 more steps further. And also, I mean, one thing that we were just talking about backstage before this match, Rosemary, we have 3 Sinistra in top 4 here. I don't know that I ever would have expected that.
And Dylan Matthews and Daniel, you were running the exact same team. So it's going to be Matt, that's going to be the other Sinistra, a little bit different in terms of that Hariyama on the team. And definitely one of the best performances we've seen from Hariyama in a while.
Yeah.
But yes, Dylan Matthews and Daniel Yu will share the same 6 Pokemon as well as the same sets. And so very exciting to see both of them do so well at this tournament. After Daniel Yu made it to the finals of Atlanta to face his friend in a mirror as well.
That could happen again, but Matt Tidd will be doing his best to make sure it doesn't. Again, he's running that heat-proof Sinistra alongside King Gambit, Haryana, Volcarona, Archaludon, and Primarina. That Calm Mind, Mental Herb, heat-proof Sinistra was doing a lot of work in that last round. It was really cool to see that Machagacha being not only just a way to do a little bit of damage, but also keep that Sinistra healthy. That Dark Terra can come in very handy against a lot of different teams as well. And heat-proof being a really cool adaptation that most trainers, I think, wouldn't even consider on a Pokemon that has a really good ability like Hospitality.
Exactly, and that's what Dylan has. Dylan and Daniel both have Hospitality as the ability on their own Sinistras, so Heatproof definitely helping out with some of the more defensive capabilities, not just on the Sinistra, but you got the Thick Fat on the Hariyama to half the damage of fire and ice type attacks, and you also just have other ways to make sure that you are helping mitigate damage, like Struggle Bug on the Volcarona, as well as just, the Calm Mind and just a couple of other nice supportive pieces.
I hope we get to see that Hariyama in this match. I don't know if it's showed up on stream in either of Matt's matches so far. But Dylan, if you just saw Daniel's team in our last match, it will look very familiar to you. It is the Hospitality Sinistra alongside Basculegion Male, Archaludon, Pelipper, Ursaluna, and Incineroar. A very potent Trick Room mode is how we saw Daniel take down Justin Tang. You have to wonder if Dylan is thinking the same thing for this match too.
You also just have that fast rain mode. With Swift Swim on the Basculegion, you can have the Pelipper set the rain. You've got the Archaludon to take advantage of the rain as well with those Electro shots. And Stamina could also prove to be quite beneficial in this matchup. You've got two very powerful physical attackers. I guess you can count the Archaludon if you're looking at something like Body Press, but Matt's actually doesn't even have that. So you're really just looking at the Hariyama and the King Gambit as the 2 physical attackers that maybe you want to have that Archaludon in front of. But you have to expect that there will be speed involved, whether it is like the Tailwind on the Pelipper, the Trick Room on the Sinistra, or even just the rain activating the Swift Swim ability on the Basculegion.
Interestingly enough, both trainers have access to both Trick Room and Tailwind, so we could see some pretty funky speed interactions coming through here. If one trainer opts to set up Tailwind, the other could try to go for a Trick Room with their Sinistra, hopefully reverse that speed interaction. So maybe you find yourself not wanting to set up that Tailwind immediately. Dylan, though, going straight for that fast mode. Pelipper Basculegion with the Swift Swim, and the Hariyama makes an appearance alongside the Sinistra. This might be a prime time for that first Trick Room here.
Really easy to just go for the fake out with the Hariyama as well as the Trick Room setup on the Sinistra. But there are ways that Dylan can actually punish this. Even if you get the fake out into the Pelipper, this Basculegion is still threatening you with something like a Last Respect. It's still going to be super effective damage into the Sinistra.
And of course, a rain-boosted Choice Band Wave Crash will do a lot of damage to this Hariyama as well. Pelipper protects itself, not wanting to have its Focus Sash broken by a fake out, which will go straight into that Protect, and now Basculegion has a chance to attack.
Basculegion is still going to be doing a lot with Wave Crash as well. We've seen what it can do, even if it is going to be a resisted hit. And Hariyama gets knocked out in one blow. That is the power of Basculegion with that rain active and getting a same type attack bonus from the Wave Crash. It has to take a little recoil for its troubles, but it's such a big target out of the way that Assault Vest could have proved to be quite pesky into things like Dylan's own Archaludon.
Trick Room does go up though, so now Matt will have the chance to retaliate. This Primarina coming in here with the Choice Specs will be able to fire off some very powerful attacks. Dylan's Pelipper does not have wide guards, so you will not be able to block anything like Machagacha or Dazzling Gleam. I wonder if Machagacha is enough for a KO on this Basculegion after that recoil damage. Given the Calm Mind, it might be a little bit more offensively oriented than some trainers are used to. So if you are able to connect a Machagacha into both targets here and fire off an attack with Primarina, you could very quickly turn the tide.
But Dylan has supportive options here that you can switch in as defense, and that's going to be the Archaludon. You have the Assault Vest, so you will be taking these Moonblasts or these special attacks from this Primarina a little bit better, but that was single target damage into the Pelipper. Bringing it down to its Focus Dash, the Machagacha can pick up the rest. So 1 KO for Matt so far, as Dylan is going to see that score even. 3-3.
It's another instance of Pokemon getting knocked out before it can use an attack into a target that actually takes damage. So we're back to an even Pokemon count here. It's a nice turn from Matt. That Pelipper was threatening a big Hurricane into his own Sinistra, but now that Sinistra hits the field for Dylan, the Archelodon will return to full HP. The Primarina, since it locked into Moonblast, will not be able to damage the Archelodon on this coming turn unless it goes for this Terastallization. It is a Grass type, would be very useful for getting around a possible Rage Powder, and of course, making an Electro Shot resisted. And thanks to Archelodon's a little bit lower special defense, this Moonblast will still do a lot despite that Assault Vest.
A lot of damage on the table for both of our trainers as the Primarina undergoes Terastallization. With the Moonblast into this Archelodon, it does take it below half of its health. Stamina boost not going to be super pertinent versus either of these special attackers on the field for Matt. And the Calm Mind is going to make this even more difficult. Dylan's able to go for the Electro Shot now under these Trick Room conditions with his own Archelodon. And so, depending on the target, I mean, at least you're getting the special attack boost, but into this Primarina that has freshly Terastallized to the Grass type, look at how well it's going to be able to take that damage. You're going to see these Electro Shots start to stack up, but Dylan's able to reverse the tides. Trick Room has now been undone with his own Sinistra.
This Archelodon now, all of a sudden in a pretty good spot. Thanks to Primarina using that Terastallization, it is no longer a Fairy type, will be very vulnerable to a Dragon type attack from this Archelodon, in this case the Dragon Pulse. If it was Draco Meteor, I would confidently say it would knock out this Primarina, but it might be a little bit close.
Rage Powder from this Sinistra is not actually going to redirect away anything since both of these Pokemon are Grass types, but the Dragon Pulse does not actually get the knockout onto the Primarina. And so this is going to be another Calm Mind boost that the Sinistra is able to get from Matt. So really reinforced Teacup as Archelodon is going to be the one that falls. Another Moonblast from this Primarina is plenty to finish it off. And so Dylan is going to be down to his final 2 Pokemon. The Basculegion gets to come back out, and these Blaster Specs will be quite powerful.
With the info that we are privy to, we believe we see that King Gambit as Matt's final Pokemon, so I believe this is a really good spot to be in if you're Matt. It is that Safety Goggles variant, which will be able to damage the opposing Basculegion around Rage Powder. Last Respects, with that boosted base power from 2 knocked out teammates, and of course that Choice Band will easily be enough to KO Matt's Sinistra before Trick Room can go up. The Machagacha is dodged. Thanks to that Grass typing, likely would not have KO'd anyway. And now Primarina can knock out that Basculegion and bring Dylan down to just his Sinistra remaining.
This game is definitely over with the King Gambit being able to come in and also just get a powerful Kowtow Cleave. Maybe there's a way that Dylan can get through this if you can actually like Strength Sap the King Gambit.
Well, that'll just raise its attack.
Well. Yeah, I know.
To Defiant. I think this one might just be a little bit over for Dylan, unfortunately. Yeah. Really well done from Matt there. That Grass type Primarina put Dylan in a really rough spot because that Grass typing protected it from that Machagacha, from that Electro Shot. And it's also really nice to know from Matt that you can very comfortably survive Electro Shot and a +1 Dragon Pulse from that Archelodon. That gives you a lot more space to attack with that Primarina in front of something that could otherwise threaten some really heavy damage.
Matt did an amazing job of making sure you also had 2 Grass types on the field next to each other.
Yeah.
Really limited the damage output of something like the Basculegion. We also saw the impact that had in the Sinistra matchup in general. After the 1-hit knockout, what an explosive start for Dylan in that game number 1. A Basculegion just couldn't get enough damage down after that point. Sinistra was so pesky. And then the King Gambit at the very end. Dylan just didn't preserve enough damage to deal with that Pokemon.
That Hariyama, its plight in that game might be a little bit indicative of its overall usefulness so far throughout this regulation. Hariyama got knocked out. End of list. And I guess it threatened the fake out there, but that was a pretty easy protect to dodge it. But really, that's kind of all you needed, right? The Wave Crash did a lot of damage to the Basculegion in recoil. You forced the Pelipper to protect so it couldn't Hurricane your Sinistra, so it could get Trick Room up pretty comfortably. And once that Trick Room went up, Matt found himself in a really solid spot.
As we get into this game number 2, Matt is leading the series 1-0. One more win and he will find himself into the finals of the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. Dylan needs to win a game to claw back in here. Matt's going to make an adjustment after that game number 1. Despite the fact that he won with a different lead, he will be changing things to the Archaludon and the Volcarona, and his owner Archaludon is going to be able to take advantage of this beautiful rainy day that Dylan has set.
Volcarona doesn't necessarily love this position, though. It is the Terra Steel, so you don't have the option to terrestrialize into a water resistance. Even though Steel is neutral, the Choice Band rain-boosted attacks from this Basculegion will likely be enough to just knock it out with that Steel typing anyway. We do have the option for Flip Turn, though, if you're Dylan. That's something that Ofamezi was talking about. You know, I love being able to just go for that Choice Scarf Flip Turn with my Basculegion, and a Swift Swim Flip Turn is just about the same.
Be a nice pivot. Dylan has a lot of other tools that we saw in that very first game. And if you are able to pivot into your own Archaludon or something like that, that's going to have the Assault Vest. It'll help you out versus what you've already seen Matt reveal in this game number 2. But Dylan's just going for it. Goes for the Flip Turn with the Terra Water attached, which is going to do a nice chunk of damage to the Sinistra. Maybe even get it into a position where Pelipper can actually follow that up with something like a Hurricane. But Dylan also has the ability here to just set a Tailwind and try to go from there. Give his own Archaludon the speed control in the next couple of turns. Electroshot's going to move first, though, from Matt's Archaludon. Doesn't even need to consume the Power Herb that it's holding on to since the rain is active from Dylan's Pelipper. So gets to use that Archaludon Electroshot right away, bringing the Pelipper down to its Focus Sash and preserves that Power Herb for when the rain isn't active for a little bit later on in the game.
Smart targeting there from Matt as well. I think getting rid of that Focus Sash on Pelipper is really nice. You do somewhat risk the Pelipper protecting itself and not being able to do damage that turn, but knowing that, I think Flip Turn was probably the most likely option for that Basculegion. You want to be able to get some damage down into a target that you can be pretty sure is going to remain on the field. Tailwind does go up, which means that the Trick Room advantage will be set, or the speed advantage rather, will be set for Dylan for the next few turns. Sinistra might want to set up Trick Room here, but thanks to the damage it took from that Flip Turn, I'm not sure it's going to have enough to survive a combination of Electroshot and Hurricane.
Maybe even just the Hurricane by itself, but I think Dylan at the start will use this Electroshot to go towards Matt's own Archaludon, start getting some damage down onto it. You can see the Assault Vest there. Archaludon's going to take about a third, and the Hurricane into the Sinistra is plenty to pick it off. So Dylan definitely knows this damage calcs there. Doesn't need to double up in order to ensure the KO onto the Sinistra thanks to that Flip Turn damage it already took on the previous turn. But Matt's not down for the count. This Archaludon can still get some work done. With another Electroshot, it's going to be at +2 special attack and hit even harder with these Electroshots. Luckily for this Pelipper, it's kind of already done its job. It got a KO onto the Sinistra and also set the Tailwind for Dylan. And you've got a free Tailwind turn for whatever Dylan decides to bring out in its place.
Kingambit and Volcarona, the last 2 Pokemon for Matt. It might be a little bit difficult to deal with this Basculegion, especially now that it has terrestrialized into a water type and will not be weak to Sucker Punch from that Kingambit. It is still at full HP as well, so one Sucker Punch almost certainly not able to knock it out unless you're able to set up something like a Swords Dance, but I'm not sure you'll ever have the room to against a Body Press Archaludon, and of course this Basculegion threatening really heavy damage with these Terra Water rain-boosted wave crashes. That's something that I could very easily see knocking out the Archaludon on Matt's side of the field as well. A very bulky Pokemon on the defensive side, but I don't know how much bulk you need to protect yourself from all those multipliers. It's probably a lot more than you got.
It's kind of too bad because the Archaludon would love to utilize this +2 special attack it's got from those chained Electroshots. It also needs to keep itself safe since Dylan still has advantage in Tailwind. Both of these Pokemon, the Basculegion and Dylan's Archaludon, will be moving first outside of the priority Sucker Punch that brings this Basculegion down about 50% of its HP. But a Wave Crash targets correctly into the open Kingambit. That's a one-hit knockout with the Terra Water in the rain.
Unfortunately for Matt, this might be curtains as this Basculegion now has free reign to fire off one more Wave Crash on the next turn. The Dragon Pulse will come through here from Dylan's Archaludon, trying to finish off Matt's. But since the Tailwind is still up, the Volcarona and the Archaludon are in dire straits. This Basculegion, again, the terrestrialization still available for Matt, and you could try and go for the Terra Steel and hope that that's enough to hang on for this Volcarona, but I'm not convinced it will be. Basculegion is very, very strong with the Rain and the Terra and the Choice Band, and a Wave Crash should be able to finish off either of these 2 targets.
Yeah, with 2 turns of rain left, it's going to be very difficult to try to get through that. This Volcarona doesn't have Protect, so there's no way to actually block any incoming damage outside of going for the Terrestrialization and hoping that it's enough. But the power of Wave Crash, especially when this Basculegion has also gone for the Terra Water, there are very few Pokemon that can actually stand up to that. But Volcarona is still going to try its best. Now that it is a Steel type, it will go for the Rage Powder and redirect away these attacks from the Basculegion as well as this Archaludon. So let's find out just how powerful this Basculegion is. Another Wave Crash, and that's another one-hit knockout for the Basculegion.
Unfortunately for Matt, just not enough to handle this very powerful Basculegion. Dylan went on the offensive much more much more quickly in this second game of this semifinal match, and it's paying off very well. His own Archaludon should have the chance to fire off a Dragon Pulse here, which after an Electro Shot boost should be more than enough to seal up game number 2 and send us to a decider.
Dylan really quickly evens up the score here in this match, 1 apiece, as we need to go to another game 3 to decide who will move on to the finals.
We absolutely love to see it. Dylan, a really impressive turnaround there after what was a pretty shaky game 1. It felt like Matt controlled game 1 very, very well, especially with that Primarina that was able to fire off those very powerful Moonblasts. But after Matt decided not to bring Primarina to game 2, he lost his water resist, especially since that Sinistra went down so fast. None of his Pokemon remaining are going to be able to take a Wave Crash. And again, something like Basculegion, if it is attacking with Wave Crash and not taking a KO, that's kind of the only way you're going to be able to beat it.
Jeez, King Gambit, Sinistra, Terrasteel, Volcarona. Oh my goodness.
Can't save you.
There's very few things that can be saved in front of Basculegion, who is avenging all of its friends to the very end.
I mean, the good news is you do have Sinistra, you do have Primarina, you do have Archaludon. If they're near full health, and they haven't kind of Terrestrialized away from one of their resistances, they should be able to tank at least 1 Wave Crash, even with that Rain and the Terra Water and the Choice Band. And thanks to resisting it, I don't know that the Wave Crash is going to do enough damage for a 1 big knockout. You just have to position them well enough to afford that damage, right? The first turn of game 1, Matt did lose that Hariyama right off the bat to the Wave Crash, but he was very much okay with that because that meant he got the Trick Room up and could start swinging with that Primarina, and Dylan just didn't have a response to it. Game 2, he just didn't have that chance to go for those offensive attacks.
Matt and Dylan are both hoping that they can get to the finals of the Pittsburgh Regional Championships after already achieving one of their best tournament results ever. But they stand in front of each other as the final hurdle to get to Unbetter Metal. Dylan, at this point of the road, will be going with the Pelipper and the Basculegion as Matt runs back the Hariyama next to that Sinistra, hoping that this Trick Room will be able to get him the win.
This is identical to game number 1. If we see a fake out into the Pelipper from Hariyama, we will get to see Trick Room go up. Depending on how Dylan plays this, we might get to see a little bit of a different look at how he looks into handling that Trick Room.
Well, Dylan's going to just remove the Pelipper right away, recognizes that the Rain could be very valuable later on, and so will this Fake Out. Archaludon is going to be the one on the receiving end of that and gets a nice stamina boost for its troubles. Another Wave Crash from Dylan, doesn't Terrestrialize the Basculegion because he knows he doesn't need to, and it's a one-hit knockout onto the Hariyama. But that leaves the Sinistra alone to be able to go for that Trick Room and make sure that Matt is going to have that speed control. But is the Archaludon from Dylan in a better position now, as we saw from that first game?
I think much better. Coming in immediately with that stamina boost, being able to take advantage of Trick Room right off the bat without having to swap something out, leaving the Pelipper behind, not leaving it behind, retreating it back to preserve that Focus Sash for a later time, I think is a much better way to start off this game with this set of leads for Dylan. Again, we're in a similar spot to the beginning of game 1, where Machagacha most likely will be able to knock out Basculegion after that recoil from Wave Crash, but I think Dylan's probably okay with that. With Trick Room going up, you're going to need to find a way to get your own Sinistra back in to reverse it if you want to be able to attack with Basculegion again, and that might just be a little bit too difficult.
Running back that game number 1, Matt is steadfast in the strategy of terrestrializing this Primarina to the grass type. Primarina uses the Moonblast into the Archaludon and is able to chunk it down quite a bit, and then these stamina boosts are just not paying off in front of these 2 special attackers. Sinistra gets away with a Calm Mind boost, raising its special attack as well as its special defense. Will not matter in the face of this Basculegion, but it certainly does for this Archaludon. Still enough HP to allow it to get one attack off, and it has opted into the Electro Shot to raise its special attack and deal some damage to this Primarina, but the Terrestrialization keeps it so safe. But is that enough trip damage to get the KO?
Wow.
So close, but yet so far.
Really great read from Dylan there. That's a really risky wave crash to go for. Of course, you could just lose that Basculegion, but the grass typing does save Primarina thanks to resisting that Electro Shot. Again, I think the right call from Dylan to make there, just unfortunately barely not enough. And now the +1 Machagacha, certainly enough to knock out Basculegion. We saw Moonblast do enough to KO this Archaludon after another attack. And now, again, Matt has made great use of this Trick Room so far, especially considering after this Basculegion goes down, that's one of his last physical attackers that we're going to be able to see get through this calm-minded Sinistra.
Dylan's able to bring in his own Sinistra, though, and make use of that hospitality ability. It gives over just a bit more HP to this Archaludon, and it's just going to do the job to keep Dylan's Archaludon in this, but the Machagacha connects onto both Pokemon. So Archaludon goes down without being able to get off a second attack, and the Sinistra is also going to switch into just a bit of damage. A couple more turns of Trick Room we are going to have here between Matt and Dylan, and the Pelipper has to come back out.
Pelipper now, again, vulnerable to a combination of attacks here. Sinistra does not carry Protect for Dylan, so a Moonblast and Machagacha might be enough to confirm a KO there. Though it is holding that Citrus Berry, so I think that may be able to keep it around for at least one more turn. And if Pelipper's able to go for a Hurricane, that could be a big difference maker.
The Pelipper also has to Protect, so what is Dylan going to prioritize here? Trying to get a knockout and hoping that Matt doesn't target down the Pelipper? And hoping that maybe his own Sinistra is faster to actually get that KO onto the Primarina first? There's a lot banking on this turn here for Dylan.
It really is. Of course, the King Gambit in the back is ready to come in and Sucker Punch that Basculegion at a moment's notice as well. So Pelipper might be a very important piece here. Dylan recognizes that and keeps it safe this turn.
But Primarina reads the Protect and uses the Moonblast into the Sinistra instead. Drops the special attack, but that's not going to be hugely necessary with just how much HP this Primarina has left. With the Citrus Berry, you get a little bit of recovery. And the Machagacha from Matt Sinistra is going to move first in Trick Room. But the opposing Sinistra avoids the attack. So Dylan is able to reverse the tides, reset the Trick Room, and Pelipper will now be the fastest thing on the field.
All right, that's exactly what you needed if you're Dylan there. You do reverse the Trick Room, you're able to get your Pelipper and Sinistra attacking first. You almost definitely have to go straight for a Hurricane into Sinistra here. Hope that in combination with a Machagacha is able to KO that Sinistra with that Calm Mind boost, though I don't know if that's enough. Stellar Terra, though.
Stellar Terra is going to push some of this damage a little bit further. Hurricane going to get a nice boost with this Stellar Terrestrialization, but with the +1 to the special defense of the Sinistra, might be able to keep it from getting knocked out, and it does! Sinistra has a critical survival here, but Dylan Sinistra is hoping to finish up the job. If it's able to get the Machagacha damage, it would be able to stop this Trick Room from getting reversed, but it's at least able to secure the knockout onto the Primarina, but you can see how well the Sinistra is able to hang on. The burn is quite nice, though. It puts the Sinistra on a timer, but not before the end of this turn.
Yeah, we'll have at least a couple more turns to be attacking. Primarina does go down, though. So Matt is down to just his Sinistra and King Gambit. Sinistra yet to attack has set up the Trick Room, so now the speeds are flipped once again. Dylan's Basculegion will be struggling with that Swift Swim, but actually no, the rain did just stop. Probably not enough to allow it to be attacking first. Should be trained a bit in speed if I have to imagine. But that Pelipper with the Stellar Terrestrialization I thought might be enough. Without that Calm Mind boost, it certainly would have been.
But this is actually a good thing for Dylan, I think. You still have the Sinistra. Safety Goggles on the King Gambit is going to make it difficult to redirect away the attacks from this King Gambit, but the Focus Sash being intact from the Pelipper may allow it to stick around for another turn. But Dylan has to bank on something missing, and it's going to have to be the Machagacha from the opposing Sinistra. King Gambit moves first, though, gets the knockout onto Dylan Sinistra, bringing him down to his final two Pokemon. Basculegion has to come in and be susceptible to the Sucker Punch. But with Machagacha now breaking Focus Sash on this Pelipper, Actually still brings it down quite low. Sinistra's going to get a lot of HP recovery from that. And Pelipper has its work cut out for it. Hurricane in the rain does have a chance to miss, and Sinistra is going to avoid it. Looks like it's starting to get very tight here, but Matt is in the lead.
Unfortunate miss there, but I do think this King Gambit would have been able to finish off this game regardless, especially because that Focus Sash was broken on Pelipper by the Matcha Gotcha. There is no more rain. Pelipper's only 2 attacks are Hurricane and a normal type Weather Ball, which will not be able to deal much damage to King Gambit.
So we see the forfeit locked in, and congratulations to Matt Tid in his top 4, has moved on to his first finals.
Unfortunately, we deny the Daniel Yu and Friend Mirror match in the finals here, but Matt Tid showing that this really creative team, this really cool Sinistra that I don't think anyone else has been looking into for the entire Regulation H format, is very powerful. This Choice Specs Primarina, another set that's taken people by surprise. It puts out so much damage.
Yeah, and after such a great start from this Basket Legion, I think Matt being able to return back to what won him the game in that game number 1 was perfect. Trick Room, even though Dylan actually got a chance to reverse it, was still something that Matt took full advantage of while the speeds were in his favor, and eventually ended up getting a second Trick Room up to finish out the game.
And a couple of very clutch survivals from Matt's Grass-type Pokemon in that last game. Of course, the Grass Terror Primarina barely hanging on from that Wave Crash to be able to fire off a Moonblast. And then the Sinistra taking that Terra Stellar Hurricane to set up that final game-winning Trick Room, lands Matt in his very first Regional Championships Finals.
I hope Dylan Matthews is still proud of himself, though. The fact you were able to make it to top 4 in the first event of the season, and alongside your friend Daniel Yu, I hope they were at least able to cheer each other on. And
Absolutely.
Daniel Yu still gets to step up to the plate against Choppa Cross in that other semifinals.
Daniel will have the chance to carry the torch for this Basket Legion Rain team. We'll have the dueling Basket Legions in this match, too. I believe Choppa is on the Adaptability Basket Legion train, so it's going to be fun to see how that plays out. But again, congrats to Matt. That was a really well-played match. All of his matches on stream so far this tournament have been so fun. I love what he's done with this team. It's a bunch of Pokemon that you don't necessarily see much of individually, and especially not together, and just really creative takes on them as well. Again, that Heat-Proof Sinistra with the Hospitality right there is very hard to justify using, but he's made great use of it.
Congratulations to Matt Tid. We look forward to his finals coming up in just a little bit. Before that, we have to figure out who his opponent is going to be. So please stay tuned, because after this break, we will be showing you our next top 4.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to Championship Sunday at the 2023 North America International Championships.
Welcome to the finals in the junior division of the Pokemon video game.
Most iconic moments in Pokemon come from trainers in the Masters division, but this time around, the juniors stole the show in Columbus. The trainers in the juniors division often show the purest form of passion for the game of Pokemon.
I've just got a couple questions about championship. I've never been to a championship. Oh, this is a national. Whatever.
Avery's energy made him an immediate fan favorite.
We got Avery from the United States and Takumi from Australia. I am enchanted with these trainers.
Avery made it to the finals with the help of his hard Trick Room team. Trick Room can be a difficult strategy to implement, especially when relying on an unconventional Pokemon like Oranguru.
Oranguru is my favorite of all time. I mean, he supports other Pokemon.
Oranguru is carrying a very interesting move called Instruct. So if you're able to get the Torkoal into position or something that's just going to be a little bit slower, then you can start firing off some big damage that way.
Trick Room teams flip the game on its head by having the slowest Pokemon on the field move first.
Tell us about your team that you're about to play.
It is hard Trick Room.
Hard Trick Room game plans can even be difficult for Masters Division trainers to pilot, but Avery was ready to show the world that juniors are wise well beyond their years. For his strategy to work, Avery's Oranguru would need to twist the dimensions.
We're going all in with a terastallization on the Oranguru. Well, the game plan is being executed for Avery very, very quickly here.
With Iron Hands going down, Avery brings Torkoal onto the field for free. Under Trick Room, Torkoal is one of the strongest Pokemon in the game, with the Sun boosting all fire attacks by 50%, and Orangaru's Instruct allowing it to attack twice in one turn. This Torkoal was ready to erupt.
Of this Torkoal across the way as we see the eruption come through, and that's going to help a little bit, but Tinglu still takes a ton of damage on the switch in.
With the momentum in Avery's favor, Takumi's savvy defense turns the tides of Game 1 and punishes Torkoal, putting the Australian youngster in a winning position. Despite properly setting up Trick Room, Game 1 got away from Avery. But even if Orangaru didn't work the first time, it was important for Avery to trust the process and rely on the strategy that got him to the finals.
This one is going into Game 2 with Takumi up 1-0.
After the exact same turn 1 play in Game 2, Avery's Torkoal was ready to take over, which meant it was time for Orangaru to do it again.
Avery once again has the opportunity to bring in the Torkoals. Let's do it again.
Yep, there's the Instruct.
Learning from his mistakes against Tinglu in Game 1, Avery made an adjustment to keep momentum on his side.
This was where last game got a little bit different because he went for the overheat into the Protect. Let's see if Avery goes for it again. It is an Earth Power! See you later, Chi-Yu.
Although it didn't have a single attacking move, Terrifier Orangaru was the star of the show. The ability to instruct your teammate to attack again would lead to more offense than Takumi could handle.
Doesn't hit this time around. It's going to be another overheat from the Torkoal.
Avery's confidence was back, taking down Takumi's team one by one. This championship would be decided in Game 3. The crowd became enchanted with Avery and Orangaru. It was incredibly amusing to watch such a simple yet repeatably effective strategy from a junior. With the first 2 games playing out the exact same way on turn 1, there would be no surprise what these 2 trainers would do in Game 3.
This is 3 games, 3 identical turn 1s.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. With Trick Room set up, the crowd was chanting, "Do it again," knowing another Instruct was on the way. Avery's bravery, relying on a 90% accurate overheat to connect twice into Chi-Yu, would put him into a commanding position. With Takumi's back against the wall, he would put all his hopes into Terra Water Fluttermane, but Avery's Orangaru had one final instruction: become champion.
We know what's coming, and even with that defensive Terra, Avery is getting another bite of the cherry. Avery will be a well-deserved champion, showing a crazy strategy. I think people had forgotten about it too.
Avery is immortalized in Pokemon history as a champion, captivating the audience's heart with his charming personality. As for the Orangaru that clicked Instruct 13 times in the finals, Avery summed up its role on the team perfectly.
So, tell us about your Orangaru. How do you use it?
It doesn't do any damage.
Who knows what the future holds for Avery, and who knows what Iron Hands was going for in all 3 games. But we can be sure that Avery's future will be bright in Pokemon as long as he remembers to do it again. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
We are getting so close to the grand finals of the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. One step closer to finding out who is going to be our champion, who is getting their direct invitation to the World Championships, and who is going to etch their name in part of Pokemon history. Our first top 4 was amazing, and still one more to figure out who is going to be other finalists.
Yeah, one finalist already decided with that fascinating Team 1 version of Trick Room Rain already down in the semifinals. But can Daniel bring his version into the final to make Matt do a rematch in the finals?
That would be so interesting. There are so many crazy storylines here. The script writers were going overtime with this event. Matt in the finals after a crazy set going up against Dylan, someone who's running the same team as Daniel. So we won't get that friend versus friend in the grand finals. But Daniel does have that opportunity to try and get revenge if he can take down none other than Chupacross, someone who he has crossed paths with before. Specifically looking back, it was in the video earlier, Daniel for his first day 2 to take down Chupa. So now them meeting in the semifinals. I just love today.
Yeah, it's amazing storylines across the board. It's going to be a tall task to take down Choppa. We saw how strong he looked in the top 8 against Joshua Lorsi with this team, able to slow the pace down so much with that purely supportive Mousehold with Super Fang and Friend Guard, that slightly slower Ursaluna Blood Moon with the Assault Vest, able to just find his moments with Golden Go and deliver the damage. Meanwhile, from Daniel, we've seen all-out offense. 3 games that did not take very many turns to resolve one way or the other. That's because once Trick Room is up, that Ursaluna can go out quickly, and if Trick Room's not up, then maybe Basket Legion is going out quickly with its Swift Swim. Basket Legion on both of these teams, but operating very differently. Choppa's does not have Swift Swim, so despite the Pelipper on the other side, it won't double its own speed. Instead, adaptability, which means it hits very hard. But it does have a focus sash, meaning it can take at least 1 hit always.
Yeah, so you have the focus sash, so you can take the hit. You also have, as you called out, supportive options like that mouse hold with that follow me to make sure that partner Pokemon are kept safe, whether it is the Basket Legion, whether it's the Golden Go, whether it is something like that Blood Moon Ursaluna, and of course, too, with the mouse hold, Rocky Helmet, so if you hit into it with a physical attack, you take some damage, Friend Guard to make sure if you do just let your partner Pokemon take a hit, it doesn't do too much. And of course, the typing, I think, fares quite well up against some of these Pokemon that Daniel has.
Yeah, it can help a lot. Mousehold especially, the Basket Legion on the other side is holding a choice band, so once it locks into a move, it won't be able to switch, and last respects towards the end of the game is often what you want to lock into, but that can be difficult to do against a Mousehold that will just follow me, normal type, immune to last respects, won't be able to take damage. Another problem for bits of Daniel's offense is the Aqua Jet on Basket Legion. We saw him in that last set against Justin Tang get Trick Room up, and then Ursaluna looked like it was running away with it. But that's harder to do if Aqua Jet is threatening super effective damage and you need 2 hits to take down Basket Legion.
Especially, too, I feel like sometimes it can be hard to find where the priority moves can have use, just depending on the matchup. But Daniel doesn't have a way to really kind of stop that, right? So something like Aqua Jet, I mean, the stocks just completely go up. But Daniel and this team have been on a tear throughout the tournament. The fact that we've gotten to see 2 of this exact same team in the top 4, I think just speaks so much to its strengths. As you called out, that Basket Legion with the Choice Band can do so much damage. The Swift Swim to be able to get the speed with the Pelipper. But having that speedy mode and also a slower mode with the Sinistcha, going for something like the Trick Room, which we've seen lead to a lot with this team.
Sinistcha valuable for the Trick Room, also valuable for the Rage Powder. That's going to be one way around that Aqua Jet. The redirection on both sides, I think, will be very important. And if Choppa tries to slow it down as much as he did in that top 8 match, Life Dew could also become important. If you're healing back up things like the Assault Vest or Chaludon, or relatively bulky Incineroar, then maybe Daniel can play at that pace that Choppa demonstrated earlier.
This Incineroar, I mean, there's definitely a lot of Pokemon on the side of Choppa that can start to deal with this Incineroar, but this Incineroar being the safety goggles means it can have a bit more supportive options, including the taunt, so something to try and shut down that mouse hold if you are worried about that constant redirection. You do then have to worry about a lot of other options, but I think going into this game 1, we can start to see a lot of the different pieces these players have. Let's get into the second top 4 here between Daniel Yu and Choppa Cross. Right away, we get to see the rain mode for Daniel, Pelipper and Basket Legion, Golden Go and mouse hold for Choppa.
Yeah, we saw Dylan do this 2 games in the last set, get the Basket Legion and the Pelipper out and immediately threaten the offense. Meanwhile, we've heard Choppa talk about the support that Mousehold can offer Golden Go. Makes it so much more bulky and offers redirection. Important here because it probably doesn't matter how bulky you are if you don't spin the Terrestrialization on Golden Go, you're not taking a Wave Crash. Meanwhile, the Rocky Helmet, we saw how much recoil Basket Legion does when it swings out with Wave Crash, but if you add Rocky Helmet on top of that, it starts to really add up. But for now, it seems like it's Daniel ready to go out on the offense, and Choppa just has to figure out a way to weather the storm.
Yeah, and the first part of that puzzle is going to be the follow me. So if it is something like a Last Respects, of course, the Mousehold is not going to be immune to it, but he will be able to, it is taking the hit from the Wave Crash in the sun, everything else. Jakalda will get to see exactly how much damage is done. It's going to be the Rocky Helmet, it's going to be the recoil from the hit, and it's going to be a Basket Legion to take a significant chunk of damage on this very first turn. Pelipper as well with the Tailwind. That's going to be for later down the line for the rest of the Pokemon and the other options. But right now, it's not going to be Basket Legion to be able to take advantage of that, as it is going to get instantly KO'd in return. 1 Pokemon for 1 apiece.
Yeah, so Tailwind is the advantage there for Daniel, but loses Basket Legion, a Pokemon that can have so much offensive impact. I think that's probably a trade that Choppa can live with, because there wasn't really a great way to absorb attacks from Basket Legion without giving something up. So he uses Follow Me to control where he's giving it up, and then doesn't have to spin the Terrestrialization to protect Golden Go, meaning he can preserve it for other Pokemon. May end up needing to spend it on Golden Go in the near future to deal with that Ursaluna on the other side anyway, but for now, keeps Daniel guessing about where Terrestrialization will be used. And yeah, the Tailwind now up means that Ursaluna can move maybe more quickly than the Golden Go, maybe more quickly than both of these Pokemon, and so that's where the speed advantage, that extra free action that Daniel got during those exchanges in the last turn comes into play.
And with Dragonite hitting the field now, it is a Pokemon that is in a bit of a scary position considering that it can just be a double up into the slot to try and deal with it. But with the option of Tailwind, it can try and match the speed going on forward, and it doesn't look like it will be a double up. Pelipper instead switching out as Sinisha to hit the field instead. Headlong Rush from this Ursaluna, so speedy and so much damage. Targeting down into the Golden Go instead. Make sure that this Pokemon cannot just keep putting off offense. It will be a defense and a special defense drop, but you've already taken a good chunk of damage considering 2 Pokemon from Chuppa are already gone. Dragonite, that's the Tailwind to make sure you match that speed going on forward, but still, now Ursaluna, you're getting that attack added with the Flame Orb. You have redirection on the field now with that Sinisha adding in. Like, there's a lot going Daniel's way.
Yeah, I mean, Daniel goes ahead and takes the swing. The only real swing available to him. The double target of Dragonite would have been difficult because without the burn yet on Ursaluna, you probably don't have the follow-up with 70 base power Facade to finish that KO. So takes the only real swing available to him, and Chuppa lets it happen. Doesn't spin the Terrestrialization, doesn't try to switch the Golden Go out, just accepts that that Pokemon is going down. But now, in exchange, has matched Tailwinds in this situation, but maybe in matched Tailwinds, that just opens up an opportunity for Sinistra to Trick Room, so you've got to be very careful about that Pokemon. And so yeah, it just goes out into the back. I expect some focus there and wants to get Pelipper into that spot instead.
Yeah, this supporting slot has just been a constant rotation to Pelipper to now hit the field. But getting into this Terrestrialization on the turn, Basculegion, I mean, one of the last stands that Chuppa has, going now into this Ghost type. Make sure as well, something like Facade can't go into this slot. Now we get to see how much damage it can do with something like this Last Respects, as Dragonite wants to make sure it gets through this turn safely. Now, Pokemon have been taken down from Chuppa, Basculegion has been boosted up, and Pelipper, such a great swap in, because yeah, that's a lot of damage, but it will survive thanks to that Focus Sash. Now Ursaluna does get an opportunity to respawn, but into the Dragonite Protect, won't be able to get much done.
Yeah, good turn for Chuppa. Burns one ability to take Last Respects on the other side. The one advantage of having lost 2 Pokemon already is that Last Respects is way up in power, and you add on to that the adaptability, the Ghost Terrestrialization. That is a massive attack. Sinistra stood no chance of surviving it, and so Pelipper comes in and absorbs it into the Focus Sash instead. But Daniel was probably hoping for a trade there, that maybe Pelipper goes down to Scale Shot, or the Scale Shot gets put somewhere else, and the Facade goes into Dragonite instead. Just accomplishes nothing for his own on that turn, just loses a ton of Pelipper's health, and now it's pretty easy to Scale Shot and Last Respects, or go with Water Offense into Ursaluna right now.
Yeah, Pelipper on 1 HP. If you want to make it past the turn, you got to stay safe there. So it is going to be a Scale Shot into the slot. So Dragonite won't be able to take the KO and won't be able to give the boost to its own speed. But into the other slot, I mean, the Ursaluna, as you called out, that is just kind of a sitting duck there for that Basculegion. An easy liquidation to just be able to get that damage done. And now, Tailwind gone for Daniel. Chuppa still has his, and being able to now deal with just 2 more supporting role Pokemon on the opposing end, and one that does not have much health at all, despite having a little bit recovered by this swap-in.
Yeah, there simply isn't the damage at this point. There's no Shadow Ball and Sinistra on the other side. Basculegion has dropped its water typing. There's plenty of time to get the Last Respects off necessary to close this. I think a great trust from Chuppa, that knowing that he could take those trades in the early game and use Multi-Scale Dragonite to make sure he matched Tailwind and didn't fall too far behind, and then use the Basculegion to have all the damage needed to close out that first game.
Yeah, especially too when big Pokemon are getting KO'd early, when it's something like the, I was told that, yeah, you kind of wanted to stick around to be able to preserve the partner Pokemon, and then losing the Golden Ghost shortly after. Things look quite scary, but when Daniel's not really able to off-put that damage back and Chuppa's able to just match that speed, it was all of a sudden the Basculegion that was able to just run away with the game. So really, really well done. You don't need all 4 Pokemon to be able to win the game. You just need the strongest ones in the back, and Chuppa played that to perfection.
Yeah, Chuppa trusting the Basculegion in the back, preserving his Terra, letting Golden go down in the situation, recognizing if he can match Tailwind and get Basculegion out, then it would just have so much offensive firepower that Daniel would not be able to withstand. So then from Daniel's side, you have to look at, like, what are the options to have a little bit better matchup into that Basculegion. The first one, maybe the one he imagined going into that game 1, is to have your own Basculegion. With Swift Swim in the rain, it'll always have the speed advantage, even if you're at matched Tailwinds. But maybe if you can't make that happen because you're expecting trades like the one that Chuba forced in the first game, then you've got to look at secondary damage options into it. There's no Archaludon for extra damage into Basket Legion in that game, and no Incineroar that might have been able to have a better chance at taking a Last Respects and could at least threaten a knockoff back and then Intimidate to drop the damage from the Basket Legion on the other side.
I think it was tricky too when you're looking at Daniel to try and get that speed momentum early on for Chuba to be able to just unmatch it, just match it completely, just unchecked. So I'm curious with how differently you want to go about this in the second game, but already with the leads from both the players, seems like we're going to be running it back. Of course, Pelipper, that'll be the rain. We're going to get speed. We're going to get freshen from the Basket Legion on the other end. But where exactly is this going to go now?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Chuba took the low variance route through this. There's not like there's some input Daniel could have made in turn 1 of the last game that would have been a much better turn 1 for him. So Daniel probably can't achieve any more than he did in the last game. You could, swap the Tailwind for a Weather Ball into Golden Go and get damage there, but that doesn't like materially change position. Maybe worse if you just end up behind in Tailwind at that point.
Going into this Mousehold, follow me again. So if it is going to be a big attack targeted by Daniel, Mousehold's not going to be doing too great. Flip turn instead, though, still so much damage thanks to the rain. You will take a little bit of damage in return, but it's a Basket Legion now that has this chance to pivot, and Daniel brings something out a little bit better for this situation. Ursaluna is going to be the one to hit the field. Of course, it could get hit from an attack from the Golden Go. At least he'll have the Tailwind going on forward, but time to eye up what this is. Shadow Ball into the Pelipper on the opposing end, but of course, we get to see that it will have the Sash. So yet again, it's going to be a Pelipper that sticks around, and now Daniel with the speed.
So both players making an adjustment. Daniel uses the flip turn to make sure that Basket Legion gets back out into the back, is able to have it against the other Basket Legion in the future, but meanwhile does not take the KO. It doesn't spin the Water Terrestrialization to assure it and just barely misses it on Mousehold. But then Chuba also making an adjustment. Decides there was too much risk that it was flip turn into the Ursaluna, what we saw where Shadow Ball would have done no damage. So instead targets the Shadow Ball into Pelipper, gets it down to the Focus Sash. The other thing that's changed here, though, is because Mousehold didn't go down, you don't immediately have Ursaluna, or rather Dragonite, on the field to match Tailwind. And then because Ursaluna flip turned onto the board, you already have the burn. And so a little bit more damage potential in this Tailwind for Daniel this time than in the last game.
And now Sinisha hit the field, so it's going to be something next to this Ursaluna on the next turn to try and help it get through. Mousehold, it's already taken so much damage, so Protect makes sense. Earthquake as well is going to be the move of choice, something that targets the whole field. Mousehold will be spared, but your partner Pokemon will not. But a Pokemon takes it well. Golden Go, though, holding on with 14 HP. And now Shadow Ball into the freshly swapped in Sinisha. An attack it will not appreciate whatsoever. Sinisha swapped in to immediately get KO'd.
Right, Pelipper leaves the field, maybe expecting there was some risk that Golden Go was also leaving the field and wanting to be one turn ahead, maybe hoping the Earthquake was just going to get the KO anyway, and you were going to get both of these Pokemon off the field. Instead, Daniel manages to get no KOs and loses Sinistra in the process. So now Pelipper down to 1 HP, Sinistra gone, but Basket Legion back out on the field.
This is a good way, too, to threaten if there is any sort of swap, if there is going to be something like that Earthquake, something that, yeah, Dragonite swap in is not going to be taking a hit, but Basket Legion, that threatens so much more, if anything, if Chuba tries to switch anything around.
Right, now Basket Legion can like flip turn to also keep itself safe. You can just flip turn and Headlong Rush to outspeed and KO both of these Pokemon. That might give a path to Dragonite for Dragonite to come in to the Headlong Rush slot, but you could also just lose both of these Pokemon and maybe still have a playable position, because then there would only be one turn of Tailwind after this.
Right, going into this turn already, not too much momentum, but we'll have to see how this one shakes up. Follow me for the single target as flip turn to target down into the Mousehold. Deal that final little bit of damage to take down that Pokemon once and for all. Now to see for the Ursaluna what it's going for after we get to see a Pokemon swap back in or Daniel. Of course, with the Sinisha taken down, we'll get to see it is the Pelipper, so it is just an opportunity to go for something like this Earthquake and just have that safe move to take down this Golden Go.
Right, can get rid of the Golden Go without having to take the drops from Headlong Rush. So gets the 2 KOs here, up 3-2 for the moment. But can he follow through? Can he find those next 2 KOs afterwards?
that's going to be the big question, because this is where we saw things go just a little astray for Daniel in that first match. You take the 2 KOs, you get rid of the Mousehold and the Golden Go, and all of a sudden that's a Dragonite that can get the Tailwind, and it's a Basculegion that just puts out so much momentum with that last Respects.
And crucially, it's 2 Pokemon that both have Protect. So going into this last turn of Tailwind, you can simply double Protect and burn this away. Now, if you do that, there's some opportunity for Pelipper to switch out and get Basculegion back on the field with 1 turn of rain left for the following turn, and that's some threat. We'll have to see if there's some risk there, what's going to happen. Yeah, Pelipper out into the back.
So this could be where you make the call. See if you can get this Basculegion onto the field for free in such a crucial moment of the match. If it is just the protecting from both of these Pokemon that you're posing, and it'll be so good. Dragonite, the first to protect here, and Basculegion shortly to follow. So a switch that goes completely unpunished now.
Yeah, and really helpful for Daniel, both because it's helpful that now you have your own offensive threat out, going to move first outside of Tailwind on both sides, but also helpful because you preserved Pelipper in the back. Rain will expire at the end of the next turn, and so Pelipper in the back gives you a chance to reset it. On the other hand, Ursaluna is looking extremely vulnerable here. You do have the upside that you haven't used Headlong Rush yet, so you're at full defense. You have the Terrestrialization, so maybe you could take a water attack from Ursaluna from Basculegion in the rain, but also just probably not. Even just as a neutral hit, Liquidation in the rain with adaptability is a giant offensive threat. Meanwhile, Dragonite has multi-scale intact, probably isn't vulnerable to a double up here if you can get rid of, if the speeds mean that you can get rid of the Ursaluna in the meantime.
And something that was called out way early on too, sure, maybe the Basculegion on Daniel's end is set up with the speed because that rain is still around, but it can't be in the business of one-shotting the Basculegion on Choppa's end due to that Focus Sash as well. So either way, either one of these Pokemon will have to get doubled into, but going into this, Terrestrialization is going to be the first way to try and make your way through for Daniel. Flip turn, this is going to be the way to break that Focus Sash, and now for Daniel to bring the Pelipper back out onto the field.
Flip turn bringing Pelipper out now, though, means the rain will expire and Basculegion won't have switched in the future. So you're really banking on Ursaluna being able to take these attacks and get more damage, and the Scale Shot going there, too, is not helpful for that.
Again, thank goodness there wasn't the Headlong Rushes earlier on to be dropping that defense. So the Scale Shot from the Dragonite is not the damage it could have been, and even more so since it's only going to be that 4-hit. Of course, Dragonite will have the speed going on forward into the future, but now with the Liquidation, Basculegion, that's going to be more than enough to take the KO onto the Ursaluna. Daniel all of a sudden down to just 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, Daniel down to 2 Pokemon, and with the rain expiring, with no targeting going into that Pelipper slot, it could have been not a flip turn, but instead of Wave Crash or Last Respects, just targeting down these Pokemon and the opportunity to bring Pelipper in now to reset the rain. But because it was flip turn, the rain is gone. The speed advantage is fully on Chuppa's side. The Scale Shot from the last turn means that Dragonite will be the first thing to move and have its choice of targets, or its choice to Tailwind and make Basculegion on Chuppa's side the second thing to move, if it's not already just naturally faster the second thing to move. First we get an Aqua Jet, just not much damage.
Just fishing, see what you can get there, but yeah, not the damage you need. Now Tailwind from Chuppa to make sure his own fish, this Basculegion, can last Respects to easily pick up this KO. It's only 1 Pokemon left for Daniel, but this Pelipper has already taken so much damage, and it's just not having that momentum. Hurricane Landing seems cute, but again, the multi-scale, that damage just isn't there. So 1 more attack. What a set coming out from Chuppa here to find themselves here in the grand finals of the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. With such a great team we got to see earlier on from Chuppa, just the strengths of this team and holding true. That was phenomenal.
Such a great job from Chuppa twice to weather the storm, to be mindful of what resources he needed at the end of the game, what barriers he needed to eliminate, and accept the Tailwind, the immediate offense, the quick damage from Daniel's side, but then still be able to preserve those right resources to close out at the end of the game. Look at this Earthquake. So much damage coming out early from Daniel, but just not quite enough into Golden Go on that turn.
That one especially hurts too, because that is a turn where, of course, we had said later on that, yeah, not having from the drops from the Headlong Rush was nice, but if you were able to go for Headlong Rush there, then maybe you get a KO, but if you thought you were just getting the KO anyways, that one is just so tough. And going on later into the match, the same thing as game 1, where yeah, Chuppa loses these 2 powerful Pokemon, but Dragonite and Basculegion in the back, especially as the Tailwind turns to dwindle away for Daniel, is just so incredibly strong, and you only just need those last couple of Pokemon to clean up the game.
And a big chunk of that is the multi-scale and the focus sash, meaning that both Pokemon require 2 hits to take them down. That's not what you want to see in front of you when you have a dwindling amount of tailwind to capitalize on. And having those resources in the back made it so much easier for Chuppa to come back after early trades.
And now Chuppa Cross, a 2-0 to make his way into the grand finals to face off against Matt Tidd. And I am so excited to see this. I mean, Chuppa's team is just incredibly strong, right? Like that was just such a great set. And he is such an exceptional player as well, like one of the top trainers we have. But Matt, this is the furthest he's made it into a regional and kind of seems unstoppable right now with such a unique team. So I'd love to see how this finals is going to be shaking up, how Chuppa is able to kind of pressure, and what answers Matt maybe has after that entire run.
Yeah, but for both players, it may feel fairly novel. Chuppa probably doesn't have a lot of practice into choice specs pre-Marina or the setup Sinistra on the other side, and meanwhile, Matt won't have practice into exactly this formulation of these Pokemon. I mean, on Chuppa's side, they're all fairly common Pokemon, but all being used in pretty novel ways. The Focus Sash and Bastion Legion, that pure support mouse hold with no population bomb or beat up. It just feels like a twist on what we expect.
Yeah, it's a finals that I have no idea, frankly, how this one is going to go, which I think just makes it such an exciting grand finals, one that's going to be underway shortly. We're going to be taking a short break, and when we return, the grand finals here in Pittsburgh.
Hey y'all, I'm down here on the floor because it is time for our seniors division finals. We have an incredible matchup here. We have Kira versus Charlie. Charlie is fresh off of winning the Monterey Regional Championships in the seniors division. And I had a chance to talk to him before this match. He's feeling that all of the pressure is off him because he already has his invite. So he's just kind of playing for fun here. And you can tell in his play, he went 6-1 in Swiss, and he's feeling very loose and feeling very good about this tournament. Kira, on the other hand, has re-updated her Toronto team that she used last season and is really excited to have made it this deep into the tournament here on the finals. I think she has a pretty good shot at this. She's running a Sinister Rain team with the Pelipper and the Archaludon alongside a Dragonite and Ursaluna. And both players agree that Dragonite is going to be a really key Pokemon for this matchup. I talked to Charlie a little bit, and he's running an Incineroar and Amoonguss balance team with an Annihilape. And he thinks that Annihilape is going to be really important because of its ability to knock out that Dragonite with Final Gambit. So we're going to have to see if Charlie is going to be able to take control of this matchup using that balance, using that positioning, or if the power of Kira's Rain is going to be able to wash out the hopes of Charlie. We're just going to have to find out, so let's see how that match turns out. We are here on the floor because we have just crowned our senior division regional champion. Kira, congratulations. How did that match go?
Thank you. It went pretty good, but I played well in the end. Brought the right Pokemon and forced my opponents to the very end.
That's incredible. Well played, Kira. I know beforehand, and I can see from the plushies you have brought over here, that Dragonite was going to be a really important Pokemon for you. Was that how that shook out in the game itself?
Yes, he was very important.
How so? What did Dragonite do for you?
Scale Shot.
Scale Shot is probably, Scale Shot Dragonite may be one of the best moves in the game right now. And you also said that you were bringing that Sinister Rain team. How did the rest of your team support your Dragonite?
Well, I have Ursaluna that goes well with Dragonite, Archaludon so I can Scale Shot, get my own boost, Pelipper for Wide Guard, and I have Incineroar for Fake Out and Intimidate.
Awesome. All extremely strong Pokemon, and all Pokemon that take a lot of skill to be able to position correctly. Congratulations on making it here to the finals and then winning the whole thing. This is actually your third regional championship. How does it feel to now have 3 regional championships to your name?
It feels really good. It's not just my third regional championship, it's my Dragonites too. I brought the same Dragonite to all 3.
Kira's Dragonite is a 3-time regional champion. I am so happy for both you and your Dragonite. Well, this is just the first stop on our regional season here in the 2026 season. What are your hopes and aspirations and goals for this season?
Well, my first goal was really to regional championships again. I hope to do better at Worlds this year. Maybe get top 4 in IC because I haven't done that before. But otherwise, just play well. Find my way through champions and stuff.
Absolutely, that's an important thing. Make sure you're playing well and the rest will all follow. Well, congratulations again on your incredible regional championship victory. Is there anyone that you'd like to shout out who's helped you along your Pokemon journey?
Yeah, first I'd like to shout out someone who didn't get my shout out previously in Toronto interview, is Kino. And I'd like to shout out my Cincinnati locals. They all really helped me. My coach, Joe UX, and my friends, Glenn, Joaquin, and many others that I can't name all.
Absolutely. Well, Kira, I'm going to go ahead and let you celebrate with all of your friends. Congratulations once again. I'm so excited to see what the future holds for you. And make sure that y'all are all staying tuned here because there's just so much more Pokemon action from the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. Don't go anywhere. Hey y'all, I'm down here on the floor as we are getting ready to launch in our junior division finals here. We have Charlie versus Chandler, and this should be a really exciting matchup. Charlie went 5-1 in Swiss, and Chandler went 4-2 in Swiss. So both of these players have taken losses before, but they managed to make it all the way here to the finals. I had a chance to talk to both players ahead of time, and I think it should be a really interesting matchup. Charlie will be running a Porygon 2 mixed Trick Room and Tailwind team, while Chandler has opted to go for a more Tailwind Dondozo style team. It should be a really interesting matchup. Both players are going to be keeping an eye on that Golden Go that is on Chandler's side. Charlie specifically called out that he thinks that Flamigo is going to be a really key Pokemon for him because of its ability to knock out that Goldengo with the close combat, even despite the Ghost typing. So going to be really exciting to see which of these two players is going to be able to come up out on top. Is Chandler going to be able to protect that Golden Go, or is Charlie going to be able to knock it out with that Flamigo? We'll just have to find out. Hey everybody, I'm down here on the floor of the Pittsburgh Regional Championships with our newly crowned Junior Division Regional Champion. Charlie, this is your 4th Regional Championship. How does it feel?
It feels good. It's just really fun, and it just feels very good to win.
Absolutely. I've never won a regional championship, so I can only imagine how it feels, and you've now won 4. What does it take to win 4 regional championships?
I mean, I think you just have to play well, and I think that you have to come up with a good anti-meta team, because if you're just running a team and then doing safe plays, that's not gonna win you a regional.
Absolutely, and you definitely said that you were running a really interesting team with the Porygon and sort of mixed Tailwind and Trick Room. You also highlighted that the Flamigo was going to be super important for you in this match in the finals. How did your finals match go?
Well, I won, and Flamigo was very helpful, picking up a lot of KOs, and with Sash, it was able to live something, and it just did a lot of damage and was very helpful.
And how about the rest of your supporting cast, the other Pokemon that helped support the Flamigo? What Pokemon did you bring, and how important were they for your victory?
Amoonguss was good because he had Dondozo, and my Amoonguss had Clear Smog, and Porygon helped set Trick Room, and then Ursaluna just did so much damage.
It kind of does a lot of damage. Well, this is just the first stop on our regional tour in North America, and you already have a regional championships to your name. What are kind of your goals and hopes and aspirations for this season?
I want to do well at most of the regionals, and I want to do top 4 at Worlds. I want to do well at Worlds, and I just want to do well and have fun.
Absolutely. Playing well, having fun, and I think Worlds is going to be an incredible experience this year. So I'm excited to follow your progress. I'm excited to see how you do in all of our regional championships, our internationals, and the World Championships later. Is there anyone you'd like to thank and shout out who's helped you along your Pokemon journey?
I'd like to shout out my family, my coach Justin, my friend Joaquin, and all the guys in the Arizona Discord that have helped me.
Awesome. Well, Charlie, thank you so much for spending some time to talk with me. I'll let you go celebrate with all of your friends. Congratulations once again on your regional championships victory. And for those of you at home, don't go anywhere because we have so much more Pokemon action to come here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. Stay tuned.
That's right, Evan. We have crowned our regional champions at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships in the juniors and seniors division. And now it's time to crown our Masters Division regional champion. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined again by Jake Muller for our final match of the event. Can't believe it's already come down to this. We had over 700 competitors start out in phase 1 of our competition yesterday. We had 15 players enter into our top cut, and only 2 remain.
We have blazed through this tournament. It's been so fun to see all these incredible matches, especially in this top cut portion of the tournament. A lot of firepower coming out from these trainers at this first regional championships of the season in North America. But it is Chupa Cross the fourth looking for his second regional championship, facing against Matt Tidd looking for his first.
Both of them performed really well in previous Regulation H tournaments, dating back to our 2025 competitive season. Chupa Cross is no stranger to making it to a top cut or a top 32. He got top 32 at Baltimore with this super cool Pama Dondozo Tatsugiri team. Ended up getting a top 128 at Sacramento with a Golden Go Sinistra, the Elizabeth Rain that we saw become a very prevalent team in Regulation H, and finish things off with a top 4 in Toronto that same season with Tyranitar, Sneasler, Indeedee, Annihilate, all of the big threats that have maintained common and relevancy in this current format.
Chupa's someone that I know to be very able to pick up what's good in the metagame right now and be able to pilot it very well, very quickly. He's always kind of on the front edge of the team building and meta trends. So I can always tell, like when Chupa rolls up to an event and I look at his team, I think, oh yeah, that's probably something that the best players have all collaborated on, something that he's kind of had his ear to the door on and just been able to listen to what everyone's saying about the metagame, take what he thinks is the best collection of Pokemon and do very well with them. So it's cool to see him have so much success with very different teams, and including a fourth very different team today that's gotten him all the way to the finals.
And on the flip side of things, Matt Tidd is, he's been playing for quite some time, but has continued to elevate and grow as a player. And just last season, got a top 128 at Baltimore, actually with a very similar looking team with Hariyama, Kingambit. He proved Sinistra was already something he was cooking with so early on in that format.
Primarina, too, is something that was pretty popular at the very beginning of Regulation H, including at that Baltimore Regional Championship. Really fell off even after the first month or so of Regulation H. A lot of trainers were dropping it in favor of different water-type Pokemon, but now it's made a resurgence here with Matt, showing us that Choice Specs Primarina is nothing to be messed with.
But he's continued to get better and better from there. Got a top 32 at Louisville and then a top 64 at Toronto. And now both of these players, after their success in Regulation H, find themselves well practiced enough and with the right calls to make it to the finals. Chupa Cross the fourth, sitting across from Matt Tidd. You can see those accomplishments listed in front of you. But for one, it's about getting another regional title. For Matt, it's about getting the first one.
Chupa, again, one of the best players in recent years. A second regional championship would just cement him even further as a top trainer across formats, across the entirety of the Scarlet and Violet era. And that is something he's been working very, very hard for. Someone who is very deserving of that title. But of course, Matt, like we're saying, very, very strong trainer in his own right. Someone that's been on the up and up and would have a monumental success if he's able to take home this title.
Chupa and Matt have not played each other yet in the tournament and find themselves face-to-face as the last opponent in their tournament run. Matt is the only one that's gotten close to playing anything like Chupa's team, where he did play and beat Ofomezi Email in the top 16 of our top cut bracket. But Chupa probably hasn't had much experience, if any, against a Hariyama Sinistra team.
That could also work out in Chupa's favor too, because even though he shared 5 Pokemon with Ofomezi, those 5 Pokemon were all built very differently, and that was kind of a key point in that match, is that we have a quote mirror, but they all function so differently. So maybe Chupa will be able to use that to his advantage, give Matt some different looks at these same Pokemon that he's been seeing most of the day.
Taking stock of the match, Matt has used Trick Room on stream to be able to set that speed in his favor, even going up against some of these other Tailwind-oriented teams to flip that script. But Choppa does have a speed control option available in the Tailwind on his own Dragonite. But is he actually going to use that when he knows that Sinister with Trick Room is a huge threat? And there isn't a great way for him to actually stop that Trick Room from going up.
I don't know if it's going to be too easy to stop it from going up, but you do have that safety goggles, Intimidate, Incineroar, which could be able to slow down the game a little bit against Matt's team, especially given that Grass-type Terra will be able to resist the Machagacha and a possible Hyper Voice from that Choice Spec Spring Arena. Does have to deal with that King Gambit, though. It might be a little bit difficult to handle a King Gambit in Trick Room with a Defiant boost, because unlike Ophimezi's Incineroar, it is not that Mirror Herb set.
Choppa did a great job in his previous sets of leveraging the friend guard of this mouse hold to keep the bulk of this team, deny a lot of KOs in the process. I feel like the Assault Vest, the Choice Specs Golden Go in particular, if he's able to get out the gates and deal enough damage, then maybe you don't care so much about having to get through the Trick Room as long as you're taking positive damage trades.
It's cool that we get to see the two dueling Basculegion as well. Choppa does have that Focus Sash adaptability variant, whereas Matt will have... Oh no, that was the other team. That was the other team Choppa just beat. We don't have dueling Basculegion anymore, so this Focus Sash variant has come out on top, and instead we are going to get to see this matchup between Choppa's more good stuff team and Matt's a little bit more creative Trick Room and Primarina style.
Matt or Choppa will be the first regional champion in our North American VGC circuit, who will come out on top in this best of 3 for the finals. Let's get ready. Matt is going to lead off with the Volcarona and our Chaladon, and Choppa has the mouse holding Golden Go.
Very solid lead from Matt here. Volcarona is pretty strong into Golden Go. You do have to worry a little bit about that Power Gem, but if you are using Power Gem, you do lock yourself into it for the remainder of the Golden Go's time on the field. Flamethrower threatens a bit of damage, and Struggle Bug threatens to lower the special attack. Mousehold could also go for, again, that Follow Me. Just make sure that a Flamethrower doesn't get redirected. Even a Power Herb Electro Shot could be a little bit scary, but Volcarona does have to worry about a possible Power Gem.
Struggle Bug first is going to drop the special attack of this Golden Go, but it has the choice specs to make up for a little bit of that subjugated damage. Dosal goes for the Super Fang, but it's going to miss the Archaladon, so it gets to keep its full HP heading into this Electro Shot turn. It's got the Power Herb, so Electro Shot is not going to take any turns to fire off. After you see this special attack boost, the Power Herb is going to be consumed, and the Electro Shot hits its target with the mouse hold, brings it very close to being KO'd, but should stick around for another turn. The Golden Go would have loved to be able to pick up the KO onto the Archaladon, and you can see how much Choppa missed out on having missed the Super Fang.
That would have been enough for a KO there, which would have been great for Choppa. The good news, though, is that now that Archaladon has used its Power Herb, the only attacks available to it are Dragon Pulse and Flash Cannon, both of which Golden Go will resist. So if you want to, you can try to Follow Me away a Flamethrower that would have been targeting it at Golden Go, which would knock out the mouse hold, but that does allow your Golden Go to take a shot at this Archaladon, knock it out, get rid of those special attack boosts from Electro Shot, and go from there. And now that Super Fang, again, a really solid option on this support-oriented mouse hold that usually is able to prime those KOs, but unfortunately that 10% chance to miss happened to show its head here.
Mousehold is going to stay safe for a future turn in this game number 1. Still gets a chance to keep its Friend Guard ability active when it comes back out, but Incineroar now to take its place. Intimidate drop's not going to matter onto either of these special attackers. Volcarona next to move goes for the Struggle Bug, getting another special attack drop onto this Golden Go. But based on how much damage this Archaladon has already taken, another Shadow Ball should be able to do the trick. Dragon Pulse first from the Archaladon is able to do a good chunk of damage to this Golden Go, but it's about finally picking up the KO that it missed out on that first turn.
Correctly identifying that you don't need to go for Follow Me there, as Struggle Bug is the most likely option for that Volcarona. Luckily enough for the KO after that second special attack drop, and now Archaladon and its special attack boost are gone. But Matt still has some very powerful Pokemon remaining. This Sinister in particular with the Dark Terra means that it won't be taking neutral damage from anything Choppa can throw at it. The Heat-proof ability will make the Fire-type attacks resisted. Dark typing will resist the Knockoff and Shadow Ball. So now we're in a spot where Sinister can possibly start going for some of those Calm Minds, making it really difficult for Choppa to take down with the remaining special attackers he has.
I think that's actually okay, though. If Chuppa forces out the terrestrialization onto the Sinistra, it means that you're not going to have that for any of the other Pokemon. You might want to have saved that for.
This Struggle Bug is paying dividends, though. We're seeing the Ursaluna swap in here, and if Struggle Bug was once again the move of choice from Volcarona, it's going to be taking that -1 special attack right off the bat.
Flamethrower, as Volcarona starts to switch things up, is a single target attack into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and the knockoff is still super effective. Knocks off the Mental Herb, not something that we've seen the Sinistra take too much from, or use a lot of, but with the Strength Zap into the Incineroar, you're getting a nice attack drop, but also a ton of healing. Sinistra is able to undo all of that knockoff damage.
That's a great combo there. Knockoff, getting rid of the Mental Herb, you don't really care about losing that item, but now that Sinistra doesn't have a held item, Knockoff will be doing even less damage. On top of the Strength Zap lowering Incineroar's attack, this Sinistra is once again in a very good spot. Volcarona is free to go for that Struggle Bug, lower that Ursaluna's special attack, get a little bit more chip damage onto it, and now, again, might be a prime time for a Calm Mind from this Sinistra, which I don't know that I ever would have expected to say that, especially in the final of a regional, but it's done so well for Matt so far.
Truppa's team has shown a lot of guts, but the Sinistra, even more courage. With this Calm Mind boost, has been able to withstand so many powerful special attacks thanks to the boost it gets to its special defense, but it has yet to get one so far in this first game. Volcarona goes for another Struggle Bug. Ursaluna has Terrestrialized to the Fire type, so you will be able to keep yourself safe from any of those Machagachas that Sinistra would have loved to throw out. Incineroar lands the Parting Shot into the Volcarona, dropping its special attack, so it's going to be tickling even less, as we've seen some of these attacks do so far. But it allows Truppa a really important pivot. Getting the Golden Go back in allows you to change what you lock into for the choice specs, and you've shed those special attack drops that you've gotten from the Struggle Bugs at the beginning of the game. Look at how well the Sinistra is even going to take just this Blood Moon, as Sinistra now is able to start running away with things with these Calm Minds.
I don't know that Matt particularly cares about the special attack being dropped on the Volcarona. It is a nice little source of damage, especially now that Golden Go is stuck without its Terrestrialization. Flamethrower will be super effective, although I guess it's Steel Terra, so that was the case regardless. But now that Ursaluna has used that Terrestrialization, this is a perfect situation for that Terra Fire. If it was water, like we see a lot from this Assault Fest set, it would then still be super effective from that Machagacha, and you're not resisting the Struggle Bug anymore. So great defensive Terra there from Ursaluna, but unfortunately the damage might be a little bit lacking. We saw that Blood Moon after a Struggle Bug do less than half to that Sinistra, and now with that Calm Mind it will be doing even less.
You can't go for the Blood Moon on this subsequent turn either, but Golden Go is still able to take that like a champ. That Parting Shot paying off dividends into the Volcarona to allow this Golden Go to survive for at least one Make It Rain. Brings the Sinistra down very low, but this Blood Moon Ursaluna should be able to finish the job. It locked into Hyper Voice, which will do spread damage to both targets, and unfortunately that Calm Mind special defense boost to that Sinistra is not going to do enough to keep it around for the next turn. Matt is down to his final two Pokemon. This Volcarona has been on the field the entire game, took that special attack drop thanks to the Parting Shot, and cannot shed it once this Kingambit has now hit the field as the fourth and final.
Yeah, so I lied. That special attack drop was very important there to keep that Golden Go around. You have to wonder if Struggle Bug may have been a better pick just to make sure that Sinistra was able to take those two attacks. You further lower the special attack of these two special attackers, and Sinistra maybe can get a Machagacha off for some healing. Even a Strength Sap would have been nice to keep it around. But Volcarona still sticking around here. The Volcarona still threatens, Struggle Bugs for a little bit of damage. Probably a KO into that Golden Go, and of course another special attack drop on the Ursaluna. But luckily for Chuppa, he still has all four of his Pokemon remaining. Any special attack drops can potentially be cleared by swapping out.
There's still a Terrestrialization on the table as well, so this Kingambit gets a chance to change to the Ghost Terra. You know that this Golden Go locked into Make It Rain, so there's no super effective Shadow Ball that could be coming your way as Volcarona lands another Struggle Bug.
It doesn't
Golden
even
Go is not going to get the KO onto the Golden Go, but the Golden Go will get knocked out at the end of this turn thanks to the burn it will take. Make It Rain is going to get this Volcarona down quite close, but again, this Volcarona is in range of Ursaluna to just pick it off. It's even the Blood Moon that this Ursaluna decides to go for. So ensuring you are going to get the knockout no matter what.
I think that has to be respected, right? The Blood Moon, just to, again, confirm that 100% I will knock out this Volcarona, leave Matt with just this King Gambit remaining, and now Chuppa will lose the Golden Go to the burn. But again, that special attack drop from the parting shot, 2 times that Golden Go stuck around to get a little bit of damage off before it got knocked out. And now we have the Ghost-type King Gambit, which doesn't necessarily want to be taking a knockoff from Incineroar, and there's maybe some worlds where King Gambit may be able to outspeed Incineroar and go for a +1 Kowtow Cleave after Defiant, but we've seen how fast Incineroar is. It was outspeeding Rillabooms, it was outspeeding Golden Goes. I think it's pretty clear this Incineroar is just going to knock off this King Gambit and take the first game for Chuppa.
Can't knock out both. King Gambit does not get any spread damage and doesn't have any on Matt's Pokemon. He gets a nice Defiant boost, which will make great use of to get the knockout onto this Blood Moon or Saluna, but that's also very good information for both of them to have, that the Blood Moon or Saluna can get knocked out to a +1 Sucker Punch, but Incineroar with a knockoff is going to just barely miss the KO onto the King Gambit, but it still should be locked up. Maushold comes in, gets the Friend Guard as the nice defensive boost to this Incineroar, but you can also just follow me and let the Incineroar do the rest.
Guaranteed win here now with this Follow Me Maushold. Really well played from Chuppa after a little bit of a unlucky for early game with that Super Fang miss, but kept his cool very well, preserved the Pokemon he needed to give himself the guaranteed win in this situation here. The Maushold, especially with that Follow Me, just locks it up.
Denies the Sucker Punch, allows the Incineroar to get the final blow, and Chuppa Cross wins the first game of this best-of-3 finals here at Pittsburgh.
Really well played by Chuppa. Again, after that Super Fang miss, it would be very easy to come a bit unraveled. Like, oh, I just missed the Super Fang. I would have KO'd our Chaladon. I would have been in such a good spot. And now I have to kind of readjust my game plan on the fly. But having so much experience at this top level of play, Chuppa was able to redirect his attention to some different Pokemon and then eventually take that win.
And you know he's dealt with this before because he had Meteor Beam Glamora and Draco Meteor Archaladon in his previous Regulation H teams. So I think you've got to be okay with missing some things here or there.
It happens. That's just the game we play, and the best trainers know how to win despite those little bouts of bad luck. And I like the team choices that Matt made here. I think the King Gambit can be very good into this matchup. Of course, it's just one of the best Pokemon into Golden Go, one of the main reasons to be using it, and threatens pretty good damage into everything else as well, especially if you get a Defiant boost from that Incineroar. Unfortunately, just came in a little bit too late to make an impact here.
Just the way that Chuppa preserved his own Pokemon so that the King Gambit can't reliably 1v4 was perfect for the end game.
Even the Maushold, right? It was at very low HP after that missed Super Fang, but Chuppa recognized that you need to keep it around for later on.
But as we enter into this game number 2, we're going to see Matt lead with this Archaladon and Volcarona once again, but Chuppa has decided to switch things up. It's time for Dragonite to shine next to this Golden Go.
I like this from Chuppa a lot. Depending on the speeds of the Archaladon and the Dragonite, if the Dragonite is able to get a scale shot off into this non-stamina Archaladon, that could be a bunch of damage that is pretty necessary here. However, if Archaladon is faster than Dragonite, a combination of Struggle Bug and Dragon Pulse could potentially knock it out before it moves. It's a little bit of a risky spot to be in with this Dragonite, but Golden Go again, threatening heavy damage with either Shadow Ball or Power Gem into this Archaladon and Volcarona.
Dragonite's still going to be super fast and even more survivable if you're able to get this Maushold in with that Friend Guard to help bolster up some of this Dragonite's defenses. With multi-scale still intact, maybe you do have a chance for this Dragonite to actually survive even if the multi-scale gets broken, as Matt is going to go all out on the offensive. It's a Terra Electric to this Archaladon, going to give a bit of a boost of damage over to its Electro Shots.
Struggle Bug does come through, will lower special attack here and do a little bit of damage, but these two physical attackers don't mind the special attack drop at all. We'll get to see if Dragonite or Archaladon is faster.
Archaladon's going to be faster. It gets to go for the Electro Shot. With the Power Herb, it's going to boost that move and make it available immediately. So that nice special attack drop or special attack boost is also going to pay off. Where did it target? Archaladon's going to go into the Dragonite. And so if the Maushold is able to keep it alive, then Dragonite gets a chance to get away with something here.
Big scale shot coming through will do a huge chunk of damage to this Volcarona, and more importantly, give Dragonite a speed boost. Now, it will almost certainly be the fastest thing on the field. Do connect with all 5 hits as well with that critical hit. Volcarona is not in a great position anymore. I really like trying to target that Volcarona down if you're a Cheppa here. It did give him a bit of trouble in that first game with those struggle bugs, but now it is very vulnerable to an attack from either of these 2 Pokemon. Of course, you do have the option for that Tailwind with Dragonite as well to make sure that your Pokemon in the back, especially that Choice Specs Golden Go, will be attacking first. But you might also just want to go straight for more damage, right? If you know that Matt is probably bringing that Sinistra, you don't really want to set up Tailwind to possibly give him even more of a speed advantage in Trick Room.
I think the Dragonite has done enough to outspeed both of these Pokemon, and Matt's also feeling the pressure. Volcarona is actually going to take a reprieve, and Primarina comes out in its place. That is one way that you can get around the scale shot, is with a natural immunity, thanks to that Primarina's fairy typing. It also goes for the Follow Me, which is going to work because we do have a sturdy Archaludon on the other side. So the Mousehold is on the receiving end of this Dragon Pulse. Still around, though, for this next turn, and that's where Cheppa can start to take a look at what's to come.
I like the Primarina swap. That's a really nice way to mitigate some damage from that scale shot. Archaludon still at full HP, does get a little bit of damage into that Mousehold, but again, crucially, Mousehold sticking around, able to survive that Dragon Pulse. Now threatens a Super Fang that would possibly break the sturdy of that Archaludon, get it down to 50% HP, and allow one of Cheppa's last Pokemon to clean it up. This Primarina with the Choice Specs will be threatening very heavy damage here. If it locks into either of its spread moves, the Hyper Voice or Dazzling Gleam, I imagine that results in a double KO, but then that gives Cheppa the information as to what Primarina is going to be stuck using until it leaves the field. Especially if Tailwind goes up here too, Cheppa will have kind of his pick of Pokemon to start dealing damage.
Cheppa won the first game. He has some breathing room when it comes to this set. The onus is on Matt to try to bring things back and tie up this series so that we can go to a Game 3 and Matt has a shot at the regional title. But for now, Cheppa is well in the driver's seat. Gets the Tailwind off with the Dragonite, so now he's going to have speed control, but Matt's able to take a KO. Is this enough for Cheppa to have set the Tailwind for something else in the back, as he also protects this Mousehold to keep the Friend Guard active for the Golden Go to come in?
Hyper Voice is the attack of choice for this Primarina, so it does lock itself into that water type attack. Will be able to bypass Follow Me because it does hit both targets, but Mousehold should be able to attack first. This Terra Steel, Make It Rain, threatening some very heavy damage, and if we do get the Super Fang to connect on our Archaludon, despite it being resisted, it might be enough for a KO too.
Primarina is going to be withdrawn, which means that we're going to see a new Pokemon take its place. It's the King Gambit.
Ooh.
So if you are able to land a Super Fang into that target, that's going to make it so much easier to pick off. King Gambit, one of the Pokemon that would love to be here in the face of this Golden Go, but maybe not now that it's also terrestrialized to the Steel type. A big boost of damage on top of the Choice Specs to the Make It Rains. And so with our Archaludon going for a Protect, it's just the King Gambit that's all by itself, hoping to survive this next sequence of moves. Super Fang connects onto the King Gambit, brings it down to half HP, and now it's up to this Golden Go to try to punch this damage through this Steel-type King Gambit. As you see the Make It Rain fire off, the King Gambit just barely hangs on!
So much damage. King Gambit comes in on Make It Rain and is left with very little HP, but a great Super Fang target there, knowing that our Archaludon may want to protect itself from this Golden Go on this turn. Now, if you're the Mousehold, you have the option to go for another Follow Me, maybe protect this Golden Go from a Sucker Punch, or you could even try to get aggressive, maybe go for one more Super Fang on your Archaludon. But this Golden Go now in a position where, thanks to that terrestrialization, it's not weak to dark and will resist everything from the Archaludon.
So the Sucker Punch still does about a quarter of damage to this Golden Go, but the fact of the matter is that it's not super effective anymore. Golden Go, very safe to use this Tailwinds to make this Make It Rain again. Just barely misses the KO onto the Archaludon. So is that something that Matt can capitalize on? With this Archaludon survival, does he get to go for another powerful move that might be able to knock something out? It's into the Mousehold, so yes, he gets a KO. But Cheppa gets to bring something else in with another turn of Tailwind left.
I do think you really needed to knock out that mouse hold there. That's a smart target from Matt. If you do fire that Dragon Pulse into Golden Go, it likely survives thanks to that steel typing and could be able to swap out on this coming turn, reset those special attack drops. But now this Golden Go, one of Choppa's final 2 Pokemon, can no longer leave the field. It's a -2 special attack currently, and if it keeps attacking, which it has to, it will keep lowering its special attack. I believe Choppa's 4th Pokemon was that Incineroar, which might be able to deal a little bit of damage to Matt's remaining Pokemon. But the fact that this Primarina is waiting in the back from Matt, I think is a really nice place to be in, especially if you force the Golden Go to attack one more time before it comes out. It will be taking resisted damage, or not resisted damage, but much less damage from a -3 Make It Rain. Hits the field instead now. Wouldn't be surprised to see some Primarina immediately swap out to Volcarona, again, just to make sure it's taking the Make It Rain at -3 instead of -2, because I think that's kind of the only way you could possibly lose this game.
Unless we see a critical hit from the Make It Rain.
Don't manifest that.
I'm just putting out all the
You're
options
right.
on the table.
You're very
the critical
right.
hits can certainly turn the tides. Right now, it does look like with this Pokemon advantage, Matt is sitting fairly comfortably, but there's still speed that Choppa can have access to, and you also have a fake out to stop an attack for one turn. Matt's also playing it very safe. There's no swaps, but this Archaludon is going to get a protect. Fortunately, the Primarina gets faked out on this turn, so there's no damage coming through from the Primarina, but you maintain spread damage here as this Golden Go goes for another Make It Rain. At -2 with a Terra, it's still not going to do very much, and now this Golden Go is at -3 special attack.
You have to imagine, is this Primarina now possible to be knocked out by a combination of Make It Rain and a potential Flare Blitz from this Incineroar? Flare Blitz will be resisted, and Make It Rain is at -3 now, but Primarina not known to have the best defense. Again, this Incineroar, very quick, almost definitely attacking before Primarina, and may just have enough firepower to knock out Primarina and leave Volcarona as Matt's final Pokemon. Of course, Archaludon will get to attack first. I believe we've seen it is faster than Golden Go, but resisted attacks only into this Golden Go.
Dragon Pulse actually targets down the Incineroar instead, and that's going to soften it up quite nicely. With the Incineroar going for the Flare Blitz, you have to hope that that's going to be enough damage to get this Make It Rain over the line, but Incineroar looks like it might have missed that amount. Golden Go still moves first before the Primarina, so you can get the KO now! It's actually a double! And Choppa takes 2 Pokemon out like that! It's just the Volcarona left, and Choppa can feel it!
Huge.
He is 1 Pokemon away from claiming another regional championship!
That is massive damage coming out from that Terra Steel Choice Specs Golden Go. Who cares if you have these special attack drops? You've got the power you need to claim another regional championship title. This Volcarona is Matt's final Pokemon, but it took so much damage earlier on in this game. It's Struggle Bug, Flamethrower, the only damaging options.
-3 Make It Rain would be good enough, but the Flamethrower comes out just in case. Makes this a 1-to-1 Pokemon count, and Matt is really hoping that this Volcarona can get through it, but I think he sees the writing on the wall, or maybe even the seance and the tea leaves. Incineroar goes for the knockoff, and Choppa Cross is your Pittsburgh Regional Champion!
What a massively impressive game from Choppa there. He got through a lot of adversity with that first match. That mouse hold and that super thing were really good to him all through that tournament. Gave him a little bit of a scare in that first game, but came through in a huge way. The super thing connecting into King Gambit as it swapped in on that Make It Rain made it so it just didn't really attack much at all. King Gambit, one of the best checks you have to that Golden Go, and Choppa just powered right through it, knowing exactly when to swap his Pokemon, when not to swap his Pokemon, to keep attacking with a -3 Golden Go. It was just enough damage in the end.
Choppa was so good at that throughout the entire tournament. Knowing that he can leverage the offensive power that this Golden Go is putting the pressure onto the field. Even if he leads it, he's just using it for raw damage right away, and then is able to use that just to get positive damage trades across the board. And so I love that commitment at the very end of it all to just stick to your Golden Go guns and use those Make It Rains. Phenomenal stuff from Choppa Cross, who becomes a 2-time regional champion with this win.
Just a great display of the power of friendship there. The mouse hold kept that Dragonite safe early on in the game from that Electro shot, and just allowed all of his Pokemon to stick around maybe a little bit longer than his opponents might have wanted. Able to fire off these huge Make It Rains, 4 double KOs, and Chupa will be happily collecting those coins.
I mean, Primarina, it looked like it was going to be quite close. With the Flare Blitz damage on top of that -2 Make It Rain. I thought maybe if Primarina does survive there, that game looks very different.
Surely.
We'd probably go to a Game 3. But, I mean, commiserations to Matt. What an amazing regional run for him as well after leveling up from the last competitive season. And we were even actually just looking back. Evan noticed this. One of the first teams that Matt ever ran actually had Poltegeist on it. So has really been a fan of the Teacup and Teapot this entire time.
Chupa Cross again, your Pittsburgh regional champion. That adaptability Basket Legion, even though we didn't get to see it in this final match, proving that it is an upgrade over that Swift Swim variant that we see there in top 3 and 4. A really cool adaptation to the metagame where you have the option of those huge power Lastra specs with the safety of that Focus Sash.
3 Sinistra in top 4.
That's crazy. I love it.
Just to see it laid out like that, I think is so funny. And well, I also have a lot of Sneasler, Archaludon, a lot of the usual suspects we would have expected, but Alolan Ninetales comes out a big winner in this entire tournament. Golden Go as well. I mean, the fact that we also have normal Ursaluna present in the top 8 is also kind of funny to see, with all the different sets that we saw in Basket Legion as well.
Yeah, an equal number of the 2 Ursaluna forms just goes to show how varied this metagame is. You are able to run very similar Pokemon in very different ways. I was talking about the Ninetales. I think you would need more than 2 hands to count all the different attacks we've seen Ninetales use this weekend. It's been so fun to see how trainers approach this second go-around of Regulation H while keeping some of the old things intact. If you look at Vincenzo's team, that's very similar to a lot of compositions we saw in that first time, and it's still doing very well here.
I hope Matt can hold his head high that he's the best performing Hariyama in the most recent day and age.
Maybe ever, honestly. That's funny. I mean, Hariyama, again, something that I don't think was on anyone's radar, and it was really, really good, I'm sure, throughout this tournament. I think the only things we got to see it do on stream were get knocked out by Wave Crash twice, but that doesn't mean it had any less of an impact throughout the whole tournament here. Of course, everything has its place on every team, and it's fun to see a Pokemon like Hariyama get to shine.
I mean, it still did something important. It let the Trick Room go up.
Yeah, I mean, it has very high HP, so it made Basket Legion take a lot of HP recoil.
Exactly.
Like, unironically, that is impactful.
No, but honestly, congratulations to both Chupa Cross the 4th and Matt Tid for making it to the finals of the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. And even more congratulations to Chupa Cross for winning his 2nd regional championship title. Let's take a look back on our Phase 2 usage. We had a lot of what you expected to see out of those top 8 teams. But when you kind of take a look at this, I mean, Sinistro was not on the top 12.
No.
Hariyama was definitely not on the top 12. King Gambit is not up here.
Yeah.
Nor is Mousehold.
I mean, even seeing the top usage Pokemon Golden Go is under 50%. We've had metagames where there were things at 70% usage. So even though Golden Go, yeah, exactly. So even though Golden Go, I think, is pretty consensus, like the best Pokemon in the format right now, there are plenty of ways to not only use Golden Go itself, but to work around Golden Go in your team building. And there are definitely a lot of ways that you can use combinations of these top 12 Pokemon with maybe some lesser used things to construct a great cohesive team.
And this top 12 already looks so different than what we saw from the Phase 2 usage at the Frankfurt Regional Championships and even at Monterey. Those 2 events that happened just last weekend makes me so excited for what is to come for the 2026 competitive Pokemon season. This was just the first stop of many in the North American circuit as we get a chance to look forward to Milwaukee in a couple of weeks and then Las Vegas for the first time ever.
That'll be really exciting. We got some fun destinations for regionals on this year. Of course, after Las Vegas, we have the first international championships of the year in Sao Paulo. LEIC is always a really great way to kick off the IC circuit on our seasons. Of course, after that, we've got Toronto, followed up by EUIC over in London, another fantastic tournament. And after that, Seattle and another string of 4 regionals before NAIC, the last open tournament of the season in New Orleans.
We're already going to see Chupa Cross, Emanuele Briganti, and Stefan Mott at San Francisco at the World Championships. And who is going to join them? They were able to get direct invitations to Worlds based on their regional wins that they just had. And there will be more champions to come. as we look forward to the next event in North America, we'll be going to Milwaukee. A normal stop for us in the regional circuit, but one that I have loved nonetheless, especially in October time.
Oh yeah.
So pretty.
Really good food around the area too. The convention center is in a great walkable neighborhood. Really nice place to be in that time of year. Maybe see some friends, get some nice cheese curds, and enjoy some good Pokemon competition.
And then up next in Europe, we will be going to Lille in France. I was thinking of French and then I just got my words tied, but October 25th to October 26th, you can expect to see us live covering the Lille Regional Championships. What a great location. This is one that Europe also frequents throughout our competitive seasons, and it's a very cute city.
I'm so excited to follow the action throughout all these tournaments across not only just the end of Regulation H, probably one of my favorite regulations of Scarlet and Violet so far, but as we progress further beyond, we have a whole season ahead of us, just a couple more months of Regulation H, so it's going to be really fun to see the progression of the metagame from there. Of course, LEIC, I believe, is Regulation H, and then we get to do a new metagame for EUIC, probably another new one for NAIC too, so it's cool to see these kind of collections of metagames throughout the year.
All right, final take from Cooking or Cooked.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think will be the one Pokemon that can really cook right now in the format?
It's got to be Sinistra, right? I think we called that out when Evan asked us. Sinistra, I think, was very underused going into this event, and we got to see 3 of them out of our top 4 teams. We don't have to talk about the fact that the one team without it won, but I think it's a really strong Pokemon right now, something that's able to provide a lot of flexibility for its team.
I think I'm with you on that one. Or I'm just going to leave it at Rabombi.
Why not?
Take a look. But for now, this is going to do it for our Pittsburgh Regional Championships. Let's celebrate our finalists as we head over to the stage for the awards ceremony.
Thanks so much, y'all. I am so happy to be out here on stage. We have just finished our finals here in Pittsburgh. And let's take a moment to honor our finalists, everybody. Starting with our finalist from Canada, Matt Tidd. Congratulations, Matt. And of course, we have our new regional champion, a repeat regional champion, Chuppa Cross the Fourth. Come on over, Chuppa. Congratulations. It feels like just yesterday I was crowning you champion in Toronto. How does it feel to now have 2 regional champions to your name?
Feels really good. You know, I think for a while I've been trying to prove that I am really one of the best in the world, and there's a lot of people in that 2-time club, not just the 1-time club, but the 2. Happy to be, you know, we're trying to work up to lucky number 4.
4 regional championships sounds like a pretty good goal. You can also maybe mix in some international championships or world championships too.
Exactly, yeah. You know, I'm really happy to get another regionals trophy, but of course there's still so many goals that I'm working towards. Like after having just Top Cut Worlds a month ago, I'm still working on that IC trophy. So there's always another mountain to climb.
There's always another mountain, and you have proven that you can climb the tallest mountains of them all, and I am so excited to watch you play throughout the rest of this season. It's already been an incredible season for you, and it's only the first event of our North American regional schedule. What's next for Chuppa Cross?
I'm thinking about going to Las Vegas, but you know, at this point you have to wonder, am I going to keep up the momentum and go to Milwaukee? We'll see. It's just so incredible to have the invite immediately like this and not have to think about what the rest of the season is going to look like at Worlds. I was like a couple games away from that top 4 in the automatic invite and thought like, oh man, I'm a little envious of my friends who don't have to worry about it. I guess I'm one of the club now.
Yeah, welcome to the club, Chuppa. You're already there. Well, I know you've got a plane to catch, but I'm going to go ahead and get you off the stage in just a moment. But is there anyone you'd like to thank once again now that you are a 2-time regional champion?
As before, I just have to thank my incredible team building group. Thank you guys so much for helping me with this team. I really could not have done this without the support that I had. I'm so lucky to have the friends in Pokemon that can help me learn the things that I want to and collaborate with. So you know who you are. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Well, congratulations once again, Chuppa. Let's hear it once more for our Pittsburgh Regional Champion, Chuppa Cross. Up next, we have our Milwaukee Regional Championships, and if you want to see who's going to join Chuppa with a direct invitation to the World Championships, you got to go to Pokemon.com/broadcast, and you got to follow our channels on Twitch and on YouTube. That's all for us here in Steel City. We'll see you in Milwaukee. Y'all have a great day.